Chapter 1. How many screws do you need to lose before calling it quits? There was nothing more manly than a 6-foot-plus guy who deemed himself above the carefully crafted, illustrated instructions included in every single flat-pack box of furniture. These instructions transcended the language barrier with ease, yet failed to get through to the testosterone-laden individuals who believed they knew better. Hudson frowned as he selected a shiny silver screw from the unsorted pile, which, according to the discarded paper in my hand, contained 8 different sizes of bolts, each carefully included in the correct number for optimal construction. At this rate, I would be surprised if the dresser held the weight of a fly, never mind the truckload of clothing the principal deemed essential. The man had 26 pairs of underwear. Why? What was happening where his washing wasn't getting done for over 3 weeks? He had more than me, and this wasn't even all of it. Perhaps it was because he was the leader of the North American shapeshifters, and clean boxers were required for every time someone asked him for something, and they did ask. This past week he'd been called upon to officiate a mating ceremony, oversee a new building site for shifter homes, give a lecture to 2 groups of teenagers, one wolf, one cat, on why they should respect each other's boundaries. He also had to intervene in an arranged marriage, which he'd outlawed long ago. My gaze wandered to the setting sun, casting a warm glow through my window. I loved Louisiana in the winter. The air had cooled to a comfortable temperature, and the differentiation between night and day could be felt more acutely. The crazy Christmas period was over, and the air was potent with new beginnings. Not that our Christmas had been anything other than subdued while I healed physically and mentally from the torture inflicted on me by my grandmother's head elemental. My New Year's resolution was to avoid homicidal and tyrannical family members for as long as possible. Hudson's was to stuff as much of himself into me, my home, not my body, as he could manage. On the surface, everything seemed to be returning to normal, but Hudson was holding back. Sure, we'd been intimate, but he was still treating me like I was made of glass. Intimacy, though, could not occur when there were wayward screws and a half-built dresser on the floor. He'd been building this since 3 p.m. The instructions clutched in my hand mocked us, as they should. There was a little clock in the corner of the front page indicating we should have placed his carefully folded underwear inside the completed dresser 3 hours ago. That's right, folded underwear. I wasn't sure if this was a deal-breaker yet, as I considered it a success if my underwear even landed in the right drawer, let alone was folded and organized. We could attribute the inordinate time to a situation involving 3 vampires who had booked one of the family rooms in my B&B Summer Grove house. Little did I know they were involved romantically with each other. I could have lived the rest of my life being in the dark about the intricacies of a throuple relationship. Managing one person in my space was hard enough. The argument had been about the weight of the comforter. Rebecca, my English vampire princess in hiding and longest-staying guest, had upgraded our residents' experience by offering them 3 choices of thickness and a range of pillow styles. Unfortunately, one male ran a little on the colder side, while the other ran hot, but still required a covering to sleep. The problem wasn't their differing preferences. We simply provided them with 2 comforters. The issue was the woman between them and which comforter she was going to sleep under. Neither was the answer. She ended up paying for a separate room and told them not to bother her until they worked their shit out. I couldn't agree more, but both male vampires looked dumbstruck as she sauntered off to a room of her own. Hudson cursed, bringing me back to the present. "You ready to let me help?" I checked. "I don't need help." Silly me. Perhaps if I played to his superiority of DIY prowess. "I could be your assistant." "That's still helping." Hudson picked up the third electric screwdriver, already having burned through the previous two that were now charging. They were in a shift change situation while he pretended to know what he was doing. You'd think he would get a clue that he needed to read the instructions after he had to undo all the pieces and start again. I slid my ass off the kitchen counter, my shit-kicking boots thudding on the wooden floor of my apartment. I'd taken the top floor of the 4-story house as my personal rooms. The basement held my office and examination room for my role as the undertaker, and the other 2 floors contained the guest rooms and communal living areas. Sebastian, my vampire best friend, had recently taken up permanent residence here also, much to Hudson's chagrin. Not that he feared a romantic connection between us, as I wasn't his type, but we had shared blood. Technically, I should now be in Sebastian's thrall, a horrific psychological state where the vampire controlled the actions of whoever they had shared with, broken only by death. If done between 2 vampires, normally mates, the thrall canceled itself out. The community frowned upon creating a bond outside of a mated couple or group. However, I wasn't really normal by anyone's standards. As a Nephilim, I had an angelic being residing inside of me who swatted the thrall bond away like an annoying fly. That didn't stop Hudson from losing his shit and threatening to remove Sebastian's heart, and even though it was clear no bond had formed, there was still animosity. Indigo perked up at the mention of organs. You could count on the daughter of the Angel of Death to become excited about mangled body parts. I rolled my eyes. "I'm starved," she muttered in my mind. "I need souls, not meat." Yes, because that's so much better. It is. Souls don't give me indigestion. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Hudson paused and glanced over his shoulder. Since accepting him as my mate, Hudson had developed the ability to hear the creature living inside me. He housed his own beast, a prehistoric tiger named Keverin that hated water but enjoyed lounging on my sofa while watching reruns of Animal Planet and the Jurassic Park franchise. "You need to feed her before she takes matters into her own hands," he said. "Thank you, Captain Obvious." "I'm aware, but we can't just gobble up any old soul." "Why not?" she asked. Hudson snorted. "We can take a trip to New Orleans tonight. It's full of people who deserve that fate." Indigo huffed. "They leave an unpleasant aftertaste." "Send help. I am housing a picky angel with discerning tastes." "Take it or leave it," I told her. I could feel her sulking in my mind as she went quiet. That's what I thought. Hudson stood and took a step back from the half-built dresser, his gaze studying the slight slope of the drawer units. Harry burst through the wall. He was my resident ghost, once a vampire who failed to take the hint and step into the light. He claimed his work here on Earth wasn't done. "Miss Roberts, your uncle approaches." Ugh, the devil was almost here, meaning the boundary wards clanged in my head, making me grit my teeth. My father was also here. The original soul-sucking pair, one from heaven, the other from hell. Cora Roberts, daughter of death, niece of evil, mate of idiotic male. Harry frowned at the wonky dresser. Is it meant to be like that? No. Hudson raised a brow. He could hear Indigo because she was essentially part of me, but he couldn't hear the dead. Probably a good thing, as his fragile ego was being called into question by an entity that couldn't even lift a screwdriver. I folded my arms. Harry wonders if you have finished pretending to know what you are doing. Harry scowled. I said no such thing. A slight growl rumbled from Hudson's chest. Very scary. I'd like to see him do better. I think there were missing parts because those screws aren't long enough. If you hadn't shoved the longest screws into holes they didn't belong in, you'd find you had enough to plug those holes. He grinned. All teeth. All cat. All animal. Whatever. I had 2 warring angels at my door, and not enough time to deal with his dirty mind. I thrust the instructions at him. Just admit defeat and follow the directions. Then we can place your neatly folded underwear into the dresser. They are pressed. What? My boxers are ironed and pressed. Socks, too. He's insane. I folded my arms and narrowed my eyes at him. I intentionally picked out clothing that could endure a hot wash, dried in a dryer, and hung without noticeable creases. Don't get any bright ideas. I am not pressing your underwear. You want something ironed? Do it yourself. You want a little wife with no aspirations other than to serve your every whim? I am not her. You tell him, Miss Roberts, Harry said, before zipping back through the wall. My ghostly sidekick had abandoned me. Hudson put the screwdriver down and abandoned his task as he stalked toward me wearing a slightly unhinged look. Oh, God, I'd missed that look. However, I didn't have time to entertain his inner animal right now. We had company, and the things he wanted to do to me weren't for public consumption. Say that again, he rumbled. I don't iron, and I never will. His huge hands gripped my hips and lifted me back onto the counter with ease before pushing between my legs. Tell me again you aren't my mate. His hazel eyes danced with amusement and a challenge. Gold sparks glittered as I opened my mouth. The idiot thought I wouldn't poke the tiger to force him out of treating me like a precious princess made of spun glass. Fool. His hands gripped my t-shirt and tore it straight down the center. Will not. My bra followed. I liked that bra. Iron. His mouth latched onto my nipple, and heat washed down my spine. My hands threaded into his hair as a low moan tore from my throat. He was insatiable. I kept waiting for the honeymoon period to pass, but so far, his appetite for me only increased. I wasn't complaining, but I wanted the unhinged Hudson back, and this was the first glimpse I'd had in weeks. We have guests, I murmured as his thumb toyed with my other nipple, teasing me to a fever pitch. Hudson, we don't have time for this. He growled and began undoing the button on my jean shorts before diving beneath my panties. I sucked in a breath as his finger slid through my arousal and plunged deep inside my heat. Fuck. Hudson moved with a rhythm designed to drag my climax from my body. He wasn't gentle, patient, or sweet. He was ruthless, demanding, and intoxicating. Finally. You know, if you'd followed the instructions, we would have had more time for this before my family arrived. His teeth clamped down in warning, and my core clenched in response. The external boundary wards clanged once more in my head, and if I didn't get to the front door within seconds, there would be a battle between heaven and hell in my yard. I'd just gotten it landscaped after the last one. We need to, I started. He stole my breath as his thumb put pressure on my clit, making my back arch. Cora, Rebecca sing-songed outside my door. Daddy and Uncle Lucy are here and need your permission to enter the house. I'd reworked the ward so they could enter the grounds with a warning, but needed permission to step over the threshold. I'll keep them entertained until you're done, she giggled, the sound fading away with her footsteps. I did not need the devil or the angel of death being seduced by a vampire princess. I had enough complicated relationships taking place under my roof. I needed to hurry this along, and experience has taught me that in order to stake his claim, Hudson needed to finish. Me, not him. My lover was a giver. He pushed another finger inside, and the stretch flew me over the edge. My thighs tensed, and stars exploded behind my eyes. His mouth found mine, and he greedily swallowed my cries of pleasure as he wrapped a hand in my hair to keep us together. When the aftershocks subsided, he gently removed his hand from my panties and put them inside his mouth to lick them clean with a growl of approval that made me hot all over again. His lips tilted up in a satisfied, distinctly male grin. Yes, you can make me come in under 5 minutes. I'll get you a mug printed with your male prowess so you can start each morning with a bolstered ego. I'm still not ironing your underwear or socks, I told him. I can do my own ironing, Cora. I've never asked you to do anything like that, and I'm not about to. Being mine doesn't mean being a good little housewife. I can't be a 9-to-5 suit-wearing office worker, so why would I drag you into a similar stereotype? He bopped me on the nose. I fell for you, Cora Roberts. Doctor, psychic, half-angel, granddaughter of my enemy. Don't change. You are perfect just the way you are. A large smile spread across my face. Since you've acknowledged my perfection, I need you to build that damned dresser by following the instructions after this meeting. Don't push it. I don't tell you how to deal with the dead, so you don't tell me how to build furniture. I huffed as I pushed on his chest and escaped to our bedroom to grab a new t-shirt and bra. It's not the same. You aren't a carpenter. He followed me and leaned his shoulder against the doorframe as he folded his arms and watched me dress. I promise to assemble the dresser and have my underwear neatly tucked inside before the sun rises. Pulling on an Iron Maiden t-shirt, appropriate for the company we had, I smirked at him. We shall see, Principal. We shall see. He puffed out his chest. You doubt my skill in the bedroom? There was a part of me that toyed with teasing him, so I got the reward of making him prove otherwise. But he wasn't a total idiot. In the bed itself? No. In the construction of furniture I could have put up hours ago? Yes. I swept past him. He followed, hot on my heels, as I opened the door, and we spilled out into the hallway. What do I get if I prove you wrong? Unwrinkled underwear? What do you want? He was playing. This was one of my most favorite things about the principal. He wore an unflappable mask for the pack. He was tough, but fair. I got the playful male who bartered for silly things like what we did on a Friday night and what movie we watched next. You, naked, for 24 hours. I glanced at him. His lips were set in a hard line. Oh, he wasn't playing. I'm not entirely sure how I could lose in this situation. Deal, but I'm holding the instructions hostage. He grinned, and awareness crept down my spine. Why did I feel like I had just walked into a trap? Chapter 2. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Peace was something every soul desired. The conflict came from the differing views of what that peace looked like and how it could be achieved. Most people went about their business coveting an easy life, one without confrontation. It's why we told white lies. Yes, that shade of neon yellow suits you. No, you do not look ridiculous with your hair like that. Of course that was the best chicken pot pie I've ever tasted. We wanted to make others happy and avoid unnecessary drama. The world would be a worse place if we stopped telling these tiny lies aimed not to hurt, but to soothe. The issue came when those lies spilled into more dangerous territory by keeping monumental secrets from those you loved. Where did you draw the line? How far would you go to protect the lies you wove? Who were you prepared to hurt? A quick glance around the ground floor showed Maggie had cleared it of guests, ready for the meeting about to take place. This was the meeting before the actual meeting, one giving the powerhouses of the factions their say before I snuck off to my secret rendezvous, one Hudson didn't know about. It's not like I could tell him. We all bore a lip-locking spell, which would only release when all of us agreed. That didn't make me feel better. Secrets were still secrets. I flung open the door to greet Abaddon, my father, and Lucifer, my uncle. I blinked at them both. What on earth? Why are you wearing matching pink Disneyland t-shirts? Somehow they pulled it off. Lucifer smirked. I lost a bet. As did I, my father drawled. I didn't want to know. But it was worth it because I'm secure enough in my masculinity to rock a shirt declaring all I need is faith, trust, and pixie dust. My father slanted a look at Lucifer. Ironic for a being that operates against faith and makes destroying trust a sport. I rolled my eyes, not wanting to point out the obvious. To believe in the devil, one had to accept the existence of God. My father's shirt had a picture of Tigger declaring himself to be the only one. Well, that was a fact. Come in before anyone sees you and reports me for suspicious activity. Again. Abaddon swept in, the wards shivering as his power brushed against mine. Lucifer winked as he followed him inside and handed me a rolled-up piece of sky-blue fabric. What's this? I shook it out and chuckled as the faces of the Sanderson sisters around a cauldron greeted me with the slogan, I smell a child. You know you are perpetuating the archaic belief of witches being evil? Lucifer fluttered his hand against his chest. Witches aren't evil, Cora. You know this. In today's world, people actually revere them. Long gone are the threats of stakes and drowning. It's honestly alarming how society has evolved to embrace the dark arts. Alarming? Ha! I'm sure that was the reaction the devil had at being worshipped. Well, thank you, I called out, making sure not to upset the angel of death. It's from me, not Father of the Year over there, Lucifer muttered. He wanted to get you a Diego plushie. Because I'm mated to a shifter? How original. I heard that, Abaddon shouted as he pulled out the chair at the head of the dining table and folded himself into it opposite Hudson. Rebecca sat in her normal seat on the left of Hudson, and I took my place on his other side. Her lips twitched as my mate and my father stared each other down. Save me now. All this male posturing was making me itch. Aunt Liz floated down the stairs, followed by Dangerous Dave, the pack's head of security, and my aunt's lover. Dave froze as he took in the double angel assault before taking a seat next to Liz. Sebastian was the last supernatural to join us, while Harry hovered at the edge of the room. My father spared him a glance before dismissing him. Did I miss the memo? Sebastian asked. Don't antagonize the scary heavenly being. What memo? Abaddon answered. I shot Sebastian a scathing look. Don't do it. The wear a silly t-shirt to the meeting memo. Or is it Wednesday? Rebecca chuckled at the Mean Girls reference. My father's brows drew together. It's Friday. What has that got to do with it? Snacks will be out shortly, Maggie called from the kitchen, effectively ending the conversation. Never thought I'd see the day I considered Maggie's snacks a saving grace, but these were strange times. "Tell me it's not true," Lucifer grumbled. "You live to torture us, Cora." I snorted. He ruled over a realm specializing in torture, yet feared a teenage bobcat's homemade snacks. "Why is your hair like that?" my father asked as we waited for Maggie. I couldn't throw up the ward protecting our conversation until she delivered the food, so we had to endure small talk for now. I lifted my hand and found a fuzzy cloud on my crown. My eyes shot to Hudson, whose hair was in equal disarray. He threw me a smug look, making my cheeks heat. "Because she was getting her freak on," Lucifer deduced. "That's why they kept us waiting on the porch." "That's incredibly rude, daughter," Abaddon declared. "We had a set meeting time. It's not like we called on you unannounced." My mouth opened, but Hudson cut me off. "Unannounced, no, but uninvited, yes. My mate needed to blow off a little steam before dealing with your angel squabbling." "I don't need an invitation. I'm the most powerful being in this room," my father snapped as he allowed a little of his icy hot power to flash. The supernaturals surrounding me froze for a beat, their senses warning them of the imminent danger. "Hey, you know the rules. No fighting in my house. Take it outside," I told them. Somehow, Summer Grove House had become the unofficial supernatural meeting place. It's not something I asked for, but given I am dating the Lord of the Shifters, my father was an archangel, my best friends were vampire royalty, and my uncle ruled the underworld, it seemed I was the common thread which could bring the factions together to devise a plan to deal with our common enemy, my grandmother. Eloise Roberts was currently the worst person to inhabit Earth. She had tried to unite the factions and become their de facto ruler while orchestrating plans to reveal our existence to humanity. When that failed, she moved on to stealing power from demons to fuel a spell designed to turn humans into elementals to build herself a loyal army. Again, that was a bust, but she had pissed off Lucifer and made a formidable enemy. Humanity might have an obsession with fantasy worlds and the unnatural, but they believed it to be fictional. They feared the unexplainable, and the second they felt threatened, the moment they realized they were no longer on top of the food chain, the world would dissolve into chaos. It didn't matter that we'd coexisted for millennia and had no designs to enslave or destroy them. It would be war. Eloise wanted to force us out into the open. My grandmother had always been a larger-than-life entity during my childhood. I had both feared and been in awe of her. Then I grew up, and she put her ambitions above the welfare of her only grandchild. She kidnapped and tortured me once she understood I wasn't just another elemental to be manipulated. I was a Nephilim, and archangel blood ran hot in my veins. She wanted that power for herself. She wouldn't need elaborate plans to grow the elemental population if she had me at her side, as my power would be at her fingertips, which she could siphon again and again as she needed. She was counting on Hudson taking the packs and disappearing, something they'd done before, but not under his rule. During the witch trials, the shifters hid out in the less hospitable areas of the planet, while the humans got over their aversion to the unexplainable. And in the 90s, during a resurgence of Satan worshipping, they again laid low. Unfortunately for her, Hudson was made of sterner stuff. And now that he took me as his mate, tucking tail and running wasn't an option. Maggie walked into the dining room, and I felt a sense of pride that she could do so without shaking in fear. She had come a long way since she arrived on my doorstep, scared, homeless, and starved. She placed 2 platters on the dining table with a flourish and tucked her long brown hair behind her ears with her eyes on the floor. We still had work to do. One day she would gaze into the eyes of any man and know she was safe because she had an army at her back, led by me. Vegetarian. She pointed at the large platter between me and Rebecca. And normal, she said with a nod at the other one. I resent the word normal when used to describe non-vegetarian food, Rebecca declared. Dave's lip curled. Unnatural is an excellent description for a vampire who refuses to eat meat. Maggie took an uncertain step back before rushing off to gather drinks. Is there a way of knowing what each thing is? My father asked as he eyeballed the impressively colorful plate. What food was purple? Beetroot? Cabbage? Best to go in blind, Sebastian offered as he grabbed a little square of toast topped with some kind of brown meat. He chewed thoughtfully as we waited for the verdict. He reached for another one. It must be okay. I chewed my lip as the vegetarian option seemed to stare at me. Rebecca caught my eye and gestured to my plate. Elementals first. Chicken, I mumbled as I selected one of the bright green wafers with some kind of thick, creamy substance on top. I crossed my fingers and popped the whole thing in my mouth and grimaced. What the hell? What was that in the middle? An eyeball? My stupid brain supplied. A shudder ran over my shoulders as I fought the urge to spit it out. To pop or not pop? That was the question. Maggie reappeared with a tray of drinks. I wish I didn't have to chew, but swallowing whatever this was would probably cause it to lodge in my throat, and I'd end up with a depressing headstone. Cora Roberts survived horrific torture but couldn't manage a snack. How is it? She asked. I eyeballed the tray of drinks and willed her to hurry up so I could wash this down. She started at the other end of the table and allowed my father to snag the Diet Coke. Guess I would have to swallow unaided. The option to let this sit on my tongue while she served the other supernaturals was unappealing. I gave her a thumbs up as a brush of fur rubbed up against my legs. The white, furry menace was here to witness my pain and snub the human food with gifts of the rodent variety. Sadly, they were more appealing. The lump slid down my throat, and I worked hard to force it to remain in my stomach and not regurgitate it like some mama bird. That's different, I managed. She grinned. Spinach wafer topped with cream cheese. On the surface, it seemed like a good idea, but in true Maggie style, she had somehow taken inert ingredients that went well together and drove them apart like magnets. Hudson's hand moved toward the same snack. Did you put your own spin on it? I wondered. She nodded. It seemed a little boring and predictable, so I added a little fresh ginger, some grated lime, and sugar to balance out the zest. Oh, and a little surprise olive. That accounted for the eyeball and the odd competing flavors that rioted on my tongue, and not in a good way. Hudson changed course and snatched a mini round sandwich with a pink filling. Pink was a no for me when it came to food. My brain did not find the color appetizing. Abaddon choked at the other end of the table, his eyes watering. The world was right once more when the angel of death got to be tortured like the rest of us. What is... Aunt Liz cut him a scathing look, and Abaddon's words died on his tongue, much like his taste buds. He snapped his mouth closed. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into providing these delicious snacks, Maggie, my aunt said. The supernaturals chorused their agreement. If there was one good thing about being brought up around a tyrannical bitch, it was the ability to force everyone to their will with little more than a look. Thanks, guys, Maggie said as she finished doling out the drinks. I thankfully got the pink lemonade made by Aunt Liz. There will be fresh cookies ready after your super-secret meeting, which I absolutely know nothing about. Cookies, on the other hand, Maggie was unmatched at, no matter the flavor. How she could be such a terrible cook, yet produce baked goods to die for, I would never understand. It was a great mystery of the universe. She skipped out of the room, and I raised my hands, reciting the words to the spell I had permanently etched into the surrounding walls. A shield of silence fell around us, and Harry shimmered in and out of existence while his ghostly form struggled to maintain his presence. Give it a second. He sighed as the spell recognized him and everyone else here. Getting the wards to recognize a ghost wasn't easy, but I had persevered, determined to make it work. He was representing his kind, after all. Everyone ignored the dangerous snacks and got down to business. "Any sightings of Eloise?" Lucifer asked. "Other than her hovering around prominent politicians who are on the campaign trail? No," Aunt Liz supplied. "And she's not been in touch with me either," I added before anyone could ask. My blood still burned with betrayal at the horror she had subjected me to. I'm pretty sure she knew that, and no longer feigned any kind of grandmotherly love to manipulate my affections. "Any murmurings from up top?" Lucifer asked as he slid a look at Abaddon. My father shook his head as he glanced in my direction. Oh, no. "Not about Eloise." "Explain," Hudson demanded. "If this is some outdated, elitist attitude about half-angels, I don't want to hear it," I snapped. Angels were snooty, and my father was no exception, but ever since I was kidnapped and tortured, he'd softened a little. "No, not that. No one would dare defy me, and you have a no-touch order. It's more the rumblings of interest from higher up." "Higher up?" Dave asked. "Who is higher than an archangel?" Oh, shit. Rebecca's gaze caught mine. The unflappable English princess was dumbstruck. "God?" Sebastian snorted. "Are you telling me God is sniffing around our little earthly problem when he sat back during countless wars, which cost millions of lives? That God is interested in Eloise Roberts orchestrating a supernatural war?" Abaddon popped the top of his can and took a sip with a sigh. "They don't have soda in heaven," I asked. "No, he is not interested in Eloise. He is, however, curious about Cora, because she straddles both worlds. It's been a long, long time since there was a being that was born of heaven but placed on earth." No, nope, not happening. I was not a freaking savior. I fixed broken bones, turned down the beds of supernatural guests, and occasionally dabbled in supernatural mysteries. Hudson's hand squeezed my knee under the table. "Cora, breathe." I was breathing. I just wasn't ready for a visit from God. I'd never thought of the family tree situation. Were archangels considered his children? Did that make God my grandfather? Did I need to add him to the Christmas card list? Because I didn't want to piss off the Almighty with a perceived slight at not being included in my well wishes. We had enough enemies. "What does that mean, exactly?" Aunt Liz asked. "Is he going to help?" Yes. Was the Lord about to smite Eloise Roberts and solve all our problems? Abaddon shook his head. "He has a firm company policy about not interfering in what occurs on Earth. Some pain has to be experienced for evolution to occur. If he waved his hand to stop every trouble, then you would get lazy and not learn to deal with issues yourself. It's akin to letting a child make mistakes in order for them to develop." "Pretty sure war doesn't enable us to evolve," Sebastian uttered. "I disagree," Dave said.
War, while terrible, forces us to face our mistakes and learn from them so we can avoid those situations.
Was it too late to send a Christmas card for last year? What was the next religious holiday? Easter? Aunt Liz cooked a mean ham dinner for the occasion, and thoughts of war were the furthest things from our minds when we were in carb comas. Maybe a belated hand-knitted scarf from Aunt Sophia? Did it get cold in heaven, or was it permanently sunny? We always got matching PJs at Christmas and onesies at Easter. We could definitely include him and my father. Did God sleep? I knew he took a day off, but did he need 8 solid hours to be at peak performance for miracles and prayer answering?
What do you think, Cora? Rebecca asked.
Harry floated back and forth a little too fast. His arm kept passing through Sebastian, making him shudder every so often.
He won't force me into the light. He gifted us with free will, and I won't have it stolen from me, Harry grumbled.
No. My resident ghost was not being dragged to heaven. I would fight anyone who tried.
About what? I answered as everyone went silent and stared at me.
Clearly, I had missed some vital part of the conversation while I was trying to figure out how to butter up God.
Do you think Eloise is about to make her move? Abaddon asked.
Oh, wow. I had definitely missed something. She's in the same place she was when we met 5 days ago.
But the rumblings from hell are that she's trying to make contact with demons sympathetic to her cause, Lucifer added.
Are your sources reliable? I wondered.
Abaddon laughed, making me blink.
My father rarely laughed, and when he did, I always expected the heavens to rain down fire.
They are demons. They breathe deception. No, they cannot be trusted, daughter. Unless they are speaking to the devil, Lucifer said with a smirk. They literally cannot lie to me.
That was handy to know. Are these demons she's contacting speaking to you directly, or is it being leaked? I asked.
Both.
I hummed. Then I would guess she's done licking her wounds and is gathering power to force us into a war.
It's inevitable at some point, Rebecca added.
With the way technology is advancing, more and more unexplained events are being documented. Someday soon, even without Eloise's encouragement, the human world will need to face the fact they aren't alone and never have been.
Agreed, Hudson said. But Eloise is trying to ignite a war, to light a flame under the humans to come for us, so that the only way to survive it is to band together.
And now we are back full circle, I uttered.
Abaddon leaned forward. Cora, contact your grandmother and offer her an olive branch. We need to get closer to learn what she is planning, and she's conceited enough to see you as a sympathizer to her plan, even though you bear the marks of her betrayal on your skin.
Indigo, my sleeping alter ego, raised her head and stared at Daddy Dearest through my eyes. Oh boy.
We will not bow down to a weak elemental with slipping control on her own faction. We will not placate her, even with lies, to uncover her treachery. Eloise Roberts will die for her crimes. I will tear her heart from her chest and force it to keep beating as I suck her soul out until she is a shriveled husk of flesh, before spitting it out to wander purgatory for eternity. Her blood will decorate the earth she is determined to rule. It will seep into the ground, and with it her memories will fade from human consciousness. I will grind her bones to dust before reforming them into a pretty crystal to hang around my neck as a reminder to our enemies of the consequences of harming Cora. What she said, Hudson added with a feral grin.
Indigo retreated, having said her piece.
Abaddon sighed and leaned back in his chair, entwining his hands behind his head. Then I guess we go with Plan B.
There were options?
I vetoed that, Aunt Liz snapped. The white furry menace, aka Bella, launched herself onto Abaddon's lap, kneading his jean-covered thighs and settling herself into an excellent impression of a loaf of bread. "You have terrible taste in men," I told her. She winked at me. Damn cat. "You can't veto all my ideas, Elizabeth," Abaddon replied as his hand glided over Bella's fur. "Unless you have your own to replace it." "Anything that doesn't involve sacrificing my niece." Lucifer got that look in his eye that made me narrow my gaze. "Perhaps it's time for the devil to answer her call." Nothing good could come out of that. "She will have warded against you specifically," I warned him, "and likely set a trap." "Silly niece. You think any ward or spell could hold me? I am Lucifer fucking Morningstar, the once favorite—" "An untrue rumor perpetrated by yourself," Abaddon interjected. "Of God, and now ruler of the worst of humanity. Don't forget it's my power and my rule that keeps the demons from your door. What do you do, brother? Sniff around half-angel daughters because you got bored doing the grocery shopping?" "Where do angels shop? Walmart?" "I have lesser ranks that do that." "Admit it," Lucifer said with a chuckle as our eyes ping-ponged between the two archangels. "This is the most fun you've had in centuries." My gaze landed on the Disney t-shirts they wore, and it dawned on me. This was the most fun my father had in centuries. Isn't there some rule against angels on opposite sides of the earthly divide becoming besties? It feels more apocalyptic than my grandmother trying to spawn the end of humanity's reign. Lucifer caught my gaze and winked at me. Save me now. Chapter 3. We walk in shadows with secrets and lies. I waved farewell to my pink t-shirt-wearing paternal family and slammed the door closed before leaning my back against it. A sigh left my lips as I geared myself up for the next few hours. Lucifer was walking away like he didn't have a clandestine meeting to attend with me. This deception hurt my heart. It wasn't that I didn't understand it. I did. But keeping secrets from mates was like breaking the unspoken 11th commandment. "I have some admin to sort before bed," I told Hudson as he started up the stairs. He froze and turned around to face me. "I'll keep you company." No, that wouldn't work. I didn't want to have to alter his memories when he saw me disappear into nothing. The first 2 times were hard enough. My lips twitched. "You'll have even less time to win your bet." His brow furrowed. "Take the bait, Principal. You want me naked more than you want to watch me open mail and organize my diary." "Fine. 1 hour, Cora. Then I'm coming to get you. And I don't care who sees you naked." "Are we getting a show?" Rebecca asked as she moved the dishes from the dining table to the kitchen. "Again?" Sebastian said as he made a show of checking outside. "It's not even a full moon. Can you two not control and confine yourselves to the bedroom?" I refused to be embarrassed. If you take midnight strolls on a full moon, I can't be held responsible for what you witness. "Just wait for the summer solstice," Aunt Liz said with a glance at Dave. A ritual I have never partaken in, and I had no idea my straight-laced aunt danced under the spirits. "Is there ever a time you witches aren't getting naked?" Dave asked. "In all fairness, until Hudson, I wondered if Cora was a virgin," Rebecca supplied. Hudson smirked. "Glad I rectified that belief." "Everyone is getting some but me," Rebecca whined, her lips curling down into a pout worthy of a 2-year-old.
I hear Ezra's in town, I shot back. It was rare I had anything to needle her with, so forgive me for taking advantage of the fact the enigmatic shifter had gotten under her skin. You could always give him a booty call.
I don't make repeat calls, she answered. Except she had. Once. For him.
I kept hoping our developing love lives would rub off on her and alter her long-held belief that she wasn't capable of a relationship. Rebecca was a free spirit, easy to fall for, impossible to hold on to. She broke more hearts in a month than I have in a lifetime. But Ezra? He'd blasted into her life, and for the first time, she was left reeling when he walked out the door, not the other way around. It hadn't gone unnoticed that my longest resident was not up to her usual tricks. In fact, I'm not sure she'd had any encounters in weeks. I hadn't had to threaten anyone with my shotgun in quite a while. That was like one of the 100 signals the world was ending, or a glaring sign Rebecca Lexington had met her match. I made a mental note to ask Hudson about Ezra once I had him to myself.
1 hour, Cora. Then your 24 hours will start wherever you are.
24 hours for what? Aunt Liz asked. Rebecca chuckled as she floated down the hallway, but not before reminding us she lived in the room below ours. Oh, the principal managed to maneuver Cora into agreeing to be naked for 24 hours. I massaged my temple. Supernaturals with advanced hearing need to find themselves a hobby that isn't eavesdropping on my love life, I grumbled as I trotted down the steps and locked myself in my office. It wouldn't keep a prehistoric tiger out, but it would slow him down. It was a mostly redundant point. He would never know I was even gone, but just on the off chance something went wrong, I felt locking the door was a prudent thing to do. The Serpents of the Dawn had formed many, many moons ago. At the head was a representative from each of the factions, but rarely one of the leaders. For example, Hudson would never hold a seat, nor Leon, or my grandmother, thankfully. We were the unofficial guardians of their power. We'd all seen the results of it going to someone's head, like in my grandmother's case, and we were put in place as a sort of checks and balances system. That didn't mean we simply sat around chatting once a week. We had thousands of covert operatives scattered around the world who could operate unseen in the shadows as they gathered information and fed it up the line. They were our serpents, and we were the dawn. Our mission was to make sure the world stayed in the light, that life was preserved and protected, and that the proverbial doomsday clock never struck midnight. Lucifer was the exception to the leader's rule, although it was more of a loophole. He was the king of hell, but not of the angels. It seemed when they'd tried putting a demon in a position of power, it had gone badly. They had recruited Harry a few weeks before me, when it became clear the ghost community could have some role to play in preventing an all-out war. And I was here to represent the unique position my DNA afforded me. I had a foot in humanity, the elementals, the angels, and now the shifters with being mated to Hudson. They brought me on after some debate and created a seat for a woman who had no agenda of her own other than peace. Given my power was now on Eloise's radar, it was also prudent to keep me close. She would come for me, sooner rather than later, so into the fold I'd come. The only difference for me was that I didn't have an army of serpents delivering me information. I was spying on my lover, my father, and my grandmother, making me the biggest serpent in the room. With a heavy sigh, I raised my arms and uttered the newly laid spell which would create a space within a fold in time. In it, the Serpents of the Dawn could gather discreetly without being overheard. And when I stepped back out, no time would have passed, as if I were never gone. It did, however, have a time limit of about an hour before a ripple effect would become pronounced enough to alert those who could sense such things, like my father. The last thing we needed was him sneaking through the back door and finding us convening without him. The Bible taught us that an angry Abaddon spelled flames and death. I'd already had my fair share of his wrath. Someone else could foot the bill for his temper tantrums in the future. The air before me tore like a page, and I stepped through into a fabricated world conjured into existence by Lucifer. It was an unexpectedly beautiful creation coming from one who resided in hell. A hill rose before me, the long grass shimmering in the setting sun. As I stalked up it, I marveled at the ancient cherry blossom tree perched at the top. Its pastel pink blossoms floated on a warm breeze, their softness caressing my skin. As I crested the hill, a round table with 6 chairs came into view. A smile spread across my face as my great-aunt Sophia waved her crochet hook at me, a nearly completed long cream scarf dangling from her lap. "Cora, my beautiful niece, you are positively glowing. Has that shifter mate of yours been treating you well?" Dave appeared from the opposite side of the hill with a glower marring his features.
Could we please refrain from discussing Cora's sex life? I've heard enough.
Lucifer shimmered into existence directly in his chair. He was the only one of us who got to make that kind of dramatic entrance. The rest of us had to climb the hill. I glanced at Aunt Sophia. Actually, I never saw my aunt make the trek, as she always beat us all here. Did that mean she got special access? I narrowed my gaze at my uncle and aunt. I hadn't managed to figure out their dynamic, but if her random blushing was anything to go by, they had history. Dave slid into his chair just as Ira stalked up the hill, giving us the vampire representation in this little group. Sebastian's mother was the opposite of his father. She was gentle, bright, and caring, and until recently, I had no idea she could command a room better than her asshole husband. Being queen of the American vampires suited her, and if I'd cared to look more than skin deep, perhaps I would have noticed the way she conducted herself didn't mesh with the meek, obedient woman she portrayed. It took nerves of steel to handle Leon. He was just the louder and brash of the pairing. Sheathed in a navy cocktail dress, one might assume she was ready for a big night. But she was one of those women I envied, the type who appeared perfectly dressed, with flawless makeup and immaculate hair, no matter the time of day. I was no slob, but I favored jeans and t-shirts on my down days. Makeup was a luxury I rarely had time for, and my hair was, well, I patted my crown. Yep, still a mess. I give up. Lucifer's lips twitched as he waved his hand, dragging in our 6th and final member to this little slice of paradise, Harry, my ghostly sidekick. Only my father and I could see him, not that he ever spoke to him. Snooty angels. Here, though, through whatever magic Lucifer performed, everyone could, which was honestly a relief. There was a lot of pressure being the only person who could communicate with someone. Harry settled himself into his chair. He was getting better at hovering over furniture as if he were corporeal. "How did the meeting go?" Ira asked, as Lucifer waved a carafe of red wine into existence. It poured itself into our goblets as if served by invisible hands. Show off. "A lot of words were said that accomplished nothing," Lucifer answered. Sophia rolled her eyes as her crochet hook flicked through the air. "You aren't exactly the measuring stick we need. Unless it is on a biblical level, you don't see anything as noteworthy." Lucifer smirked. "The consequence of being alive for eons is you learn not to sweat the small stuff or you'll go insane." Huh. Life affirmations from the devil.
Abaddon confessed his boss is taking an interest in Cora and her existence, but isn't mounting a search and destroy mission," Dave said as he took a sip of the wine.
"Boss?" Ira asked with a frown. Sophia snickered, and Ira's eyes widened when she realized who he meant. Having a higher power around, one that transcended all of us, was something we shouldn't ignore. He was, after all, omnipresent. And Sophia's scarf was looking more and more appealing by the second. Maybe we should have a thoughtful gift ready just in case.
"Is it a good or bad thing he has his eyes on Cora?" Dave asked.
Lucifer tilted his hand back and forth. Oh, wonderful. The devil was hedging his bets. "It's worth noting our actions may be more closely monitored due to our proximity to Cora." He turned toward me. "I wasn't kidding, Cora. I'm going to visit your grandmother, and it won't be through a summoning. I'm going to scare the living shit out of her." Sophia shook her head. "My sister is too stubborn for the devil to scare to death. You might house the worst of the worst down there, but she will be your ugliest acquisition once she finally kicks the bucket."
"Has anyone tried murdering the bitch?" Dave drawled. "And who do I need to summon to get a little food around here? I'm starving after the inedible hors d'oeuvres you served, Cora."
Yes, the 6-foot-plus burly shifter looked positively emaciated. Lucifer snorted, and an array of food appeared on the table. Dave hummed as he surveyed the offerings, his nostrils flaring.
"Is that venison stew?"
"It is," Lucifer answered as Dave ladled some into a bowl. "And to answer your question about Eloise, no, not exactly." What does that mean? I wondered. I had spent many a night plotting my revenge against my grandmother, but given the absence of my parents in my childhood, she was more of a mother figure, sadly. There was a lot of research about why patricide was very difficult, even in cases of extreme abuse. It was like our biology was written to ensure that doesn't happen. "She's not altogether human," Lucifer said very carefully. "Not exactly a revelation, Uncle," I responded, as I grabbed a triple-stacked chicken club sandwich, deciding that I, too, needed to eat something other than cookies. Apparently, while yummy, one could not exist on them alone. Her elemental status has never been in question. "No, but she's not just an elemental either." Everyone froze. My mouth was poised to take the first bite, and my stomach grumbled in warning should I make the wrong decision. "Since when?" my aunt asked, breaking the shocked spell. I bit into my food and groaned. My God, the devil could make a mean club sandwich. "I'm not sure," Lucifer answered. "Do you know what she is?" Ira asked. Good question. Glad she asked so I can keep eating. Lucifer's jaw clenched. Nope, he did not know, and it pissed him off. "All I can tell you is this. If you strip away her elemental power, all that should be left is a defenseless human, and that's not the case. Without that power, she should be easy to kill." "So you tried?" Dave checked. "Yes, Uncle. When did you go rogue and try to murder the woman we have to have meetings about every few days?" "No, I sent someone months ago, before all this recent concerning behavior, to make sure if we needed to dispatch her, we could. But while they could rip away her born power, it revealed something more toxic and unnatural underneath." Concerning behavior? Eloise Roberts had been this way as long as I could remember. Just because she'd gotten more ballsy and open with it didn't mean it was a recent development. Damn, were those smoky bacon bits on the top layer? This and cookies? Surely that was a good diet. "Unfortunately, before I could investigate further, she leveled up,"
Leveled up? Harry asked with a frown. Not a computer games guy. Figures. Yes, she got stronger. Whatever she's doing, it's becoming more difficult to figure out a way to take her out.
Should have done it while you had the chance,
I muttered. Aunt Sophia smacked the back of my head. Manners! Don't eat with your mouth full. I know we didn't raise you like that. I swallowed the last bite with a grin and washed it down with a mouthful of wine. So the new mission is to figure out how she's getting stronger and what the source of that power is? I ask. I can check with the spirit realm, Harry says. I have contacts. Wait, we have serpents in the spirit realm? Very cool. I have already done an audit of my demons. It's not coming from the underworld, Lucifer said. I'll put out feelers in my community, but unless she's blood-bonded, I can't see how, Ira added. Lucifer already confirmed it wasn't elemental power, making me feel useless. It wasn't like my father's angel buddies invited me around for tea and cake. Aunt Sophia looked in the wool bag at her feet and grasped a pair of scissors before snipping the wool and finishing the scarf. She handed it to me with a pat on my shoulder. You're going to need the gift you were thinking about. I'll bring the matching onesies if you send me his size. No fucking way. Chapter 4. Your mind is your greatest ally and your greatest enemy. I was a fool. Not only was it built, it was in its place and full of his clothes, which had been living in strategic piles around my bedroom. While I was grateful I could once again walk on my floor without falling over a pile of ironed underwear, I was pissed because the principal had clearly outmaneuvered me. I folded my arms and glared at the gloriously naked male lying on my bed. He twisted onto his side, leaned his head into his hand, and grinned at me. After my return from my super-secret meeting that had raised more questions than answers, I had done 30 minutes of admin before stalking up to my rooms, ready to poke fun at the shifter who couldn't figure out which screw went where and refused to even glance at the instructions. I jerked my head at the dresser. Do you want to explain how you put that together in less than a half an hour after spending the entire afternoon making zero progress? He patted the bed next to him in invitation. My eyes narrowed, making him sigh. I got a spark of inspiration, and suddenly everything just fit together, like me and you. Sweet-talking me doesn't excuse the fact that you played me. Don't be so dramatic. Lies aren't me being dramatic. He raised a brow. So you've told me absolutely everything going on in that pretty head of yours? My mouth snapped closed. How much did he know? Did he suspect something, or was he just guessing? How did Dangerous Dave do this? Keeping secrets from Hudson felt like a betrayal of the deepest level, and it wasn't just because of the nakedness and orgasms. It was because of who he was. He exuded an aura of quiet command, which wrapped around you in a comforting caress. Then there was the added layer of his kisses, touching me so deep, so hot that I felt him everywhere. I couldn't get him or his touch out of my head. I acted like a silly teenager, wanting to know where he was and what he was doing at any given moment. When I planned my groceries, I made sure to include ingredients for his favorite meals and snacks. His preferred shampoo was in my bathroom. I bought sexy lingerie for the first time in my life. I hadn't worn it yet because I needed to find the confidence and perfect situation. One didn't just turn up for breakfast in black silk panties and drape themselves over the table, demanding he swapped blueberry pancakes for me. Are you telling me everything? I fired back, because I couldn't tell him about the serpents of the dawn even if I wanted to. No, I have many, many more things I want to tell you, but I'm an open book. Ask me anything and you will get an honest answer.
Did you pretend to be bad at DIY in order to orchestrate a bet, knowing I would take it and lose, resulting in me being naked?
Yes.
He looked smug about it, too. I sighed and started stripping off my clothes and dumping them on the floor as I strode closer to him.
Just to be clear, this isn't the start of those 24 hours.
I paused with my hands around my back and scowled. What?
Tomorrow is the pack meal, unless you want to serve roast chicken to the alphas wearing only your apron.
He rolled his eyes up to the ceiling and smiled like he was imagining it. Not happening. I'd rather not serve anything. If I get naked now, can we skip the dinner? His lips twitched.
Try it and find out.
Guess that's a no. I unhooked my bra, slipped out of my panties, and crawled under the covers. He yanked the blankets up and over us so we were nothing but shadowy outlines before tangling his legs with mine and holding me close. His warm breath floated over my neck before his tongue swiped out and licked it, making a shiver course down my spine. Hudson Abbott was a cuddler, a spooner, a male who needed touch. For the sake of my sanity, he reserved those urges for the bedroom, unless it was a full moon. Then all bets were off, and unwitting supernatural passers-by got more than they bargained for. The pack meal tomorrow was a weekly event, and we started staying at his house a few nights to appease the pack. I hated appeasing anyone. You either liked me or you didn't. But I could admit when I was being unreasonable. Families were complex, multi-layered, and dimensional. They had messy histories and subtle tendencies that you could only learn by being immersed in them. I knew the pack before meeting Hudson, and was aware of their general inner workings, like how they operated and behaved. But only since dating their leader did I come to understand that I, in fact, knew nothing.
What's on the agenda for tomorrow?
I asked as he grazed his teeth over my pulse. My heart thrashed wildly at the sensual promise. His hand hooked around my knee and dragged it across his thigh.
I couldn't give a shit right now, Cora, he growled. I've had the scent of you on my hands all night, and I'm done waiting.
You didn't wash before the meeting and snacks? That was unsanitary. He snorted.
I would bathe in your scent if I could. Every single day.
When will this calm down? I wondered aloud, because I kept waiting for this need to subside. I wasn't lying to myself. I was just as hot for him. It wasn't one-sided.
When my animal feels satisfied, you aren't going anywhere.
That made sense. For him. I didn't have an animal. Indigo raised her head, giving me a mental look that would make lesser folk shrink in terror.
This does not look like New Orleans,
she said with the kind of wry amusement only the daughter of death could muster.
But as a consolation to tide me over, I will take him.
You can't have him, I snapped out loud, making Hudson shake with laughter. You find it funny that she's threatening to eat you?
Sex, Cora, not snacks. She won't eat me. Oh, I will, but in a way he'll enjoy.
Dear God. Wait, I needed to stop saying that in case I had some kind of express prayer line through familial connections. The last thing I needed was an awkward meeting with the Almighty where I presented him with a homemade scarf and he gave me a list of transgressions, including sexual fantasies about Hudson and me under the light of the full moon. Wait, that was a memory, not a fantasy. Does that make it better?
Stop thinking, Hudson growled.
Easier said than... His teeth nipped at my breast. Oh, but I had so much... His fingers swiped through my heat. Oh... What about—" he growled, and Indigo answered with a throaty moan that was half me, half her. I sounded more animal than human. Heat flared through my veins, and my core clenched. Greedy. That was the best way to describe how I felt for Hudson. Greedy. Hot. A little feral. He worked his fingers inside me, alternating with caressing the bundle of nerves that made my limbs tingle. "Hudson," I warned as he slowed down. I was not in the mood to be teased. His mouth found mine, and he swallowed my protests as he played my body like a fiddle. I both loved and hated him at this moment. I clutched his arm, and claws protruded from my fingers, sinking against his flesh but not drawing blood. It seemed my angelic beastie wasn't in the mood for torment either. "You need to give me what I need before she takes control." She had been known to lash out when provoked. It always involved blood and sex. Indigo stayed quiet in my mind, but fed me her power so I could take what I needed. My leg tightened against his hip, and I flipped him onto his back. He gasped at my strength as I grinned down at him. "Still underestimating me, Principal?" I taunted. "When will you learn?" I aligned our bodies and sunk down onto him, reveling in the bite of pain that his sighs always ignited before it bled into pleasure. His hands trailed up my spine, and my eyes closed as I moved on top of him. His hand tangled in my hair, tugging the strands, causing me to hiss and open my eyes. "You are stunning, Cora." Then, with a smirk, he flipped us so I was pinned underneath him. My claws raked down his back as a growl rattled in my chest. "I am not breakable," I snarled. I didn't want him soft and slow right now. I needed Hudson the Predator to remind me I was his and he was mine. I needed him to mark me. Wait, what? It's not that he hadn't bitten me on the odd occasion, but marking me? That wasn't something elementals desired. He grabbed my wrists in one hand and pinned them above my head. My ankles hooked together against his ass, and I met his every thrust, gaining the friction I needed to send me hurtling. He twisted his hips with a snarl, and my breath caught. My spine arched, and I came so hard my vision blinked out for a moment. Seconds later, he followed me before slumping against my neck. His heavy, hot pants drifted over my shoulder as he rolled to his side, but kept us connected. My fingers combed through his hair. "Did I hurt you?" he wondered. I hated that question on so many levels. No, I was rough. I snorted as my hand drifted down his spine, finding the raised scratches from my claws. "You're holding back," I countered, "and it's pissing me and Indigo off that our mate is not giving us all of himself. How can we fully bond if you continue to treat me like I'm on the brink of death when I have been healed for weeks?" He grabbed my arms and pulled them off him to kiss my fingertips. "Okay, I get it," he replied. "No more holding back. Hope you're ready, Cora." I fell asleep with a smile on my lips and a challenge in my soul. Bring it on, Hudson. Fire slid down my throat and pooled in my belly. I cried out but couldn't form words as my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I was going to die. My gut burned as if the flesh was singed, and I could smell my death in the air. A sickly, sweet, but decaying scent that made my eyes water. "Just give me access to your power, and all this pain can stop," a coaxing feminine voice said.
I don't want to hurt you. We can work together to usher this world into a new age, one we shape according to our design." My eyes fluttered open, and I twisted my head. My body hung suspended inside of a dark room. Pain engulfed every nerve ending, but to give in meant death. Not mine, but everyone else's. I peeled my tongue from the roof of my mouth, and hot blood slid out of my lips. "Fuck you," I snarled, my voice hoarse and raspy. Eloise emerged from the shadows, sheathed in an elegant white gown, looking like an angel. How deceiving. Her fingers trailed down my cheek in a feigned, affectionate caress. "Oh, Cora, this is my fault. I taught you to be strong, to withstand pain beyond what a soul can take. But now is the time to take the easy road. Let her out and revel in your power. He only seeks to tame you, to control you, to dominate and use you." "You seek the same," I choked out. "Perhaps, but the difference is I want you to use your power, while he wants to leash it." Lies. All lies, spoken by a woman I share blood with. Eloise sighed and nodded. "Bring him in. We need to do this the hard way." My head jerked to the opposite side, and the hound shoved Sebastian to his knees. His hands were bound at his back, and he had blood splattered across his white shirt. He was wearing his lucky tie. Sebastian lifted his head, and his Nordic blue eyes caught mine. "No, not him. You can't have him." I jerked against my invisible bonds, desperation and helplessness warring inside me. "Stay strong, Cora. Keep your heart beating," he whispered. "You keep your heart beating," I snapped back. The hound winked at me as he tipped Sebastian's head back with one hand and brought a pink ivory bowl to his lips with the other. Sebastian clamped his mouth closed and struggled against the hound's hold as he poured liquid from the poisonous bowl. Sebastian's flesh blistered and peeled back as an unworldly scream tore from his bloody mouth. "Bring in the cat," my grandmother instructed. "I hate you," I snarled. She patted my cheek. "Hate is simply the flip side of love, Cora. You cannot feel one without the other. You have the power to stop this." Chains slid over concrete as elementals dragged Keverin into the room. Clumps were missing out of his matted fur, stripped away to show his injured body. His soulful eyes caught mine just as Sebastian convulsed and flopped to the floor. His eyes fell closed as his chest lifted once, twice, and then collapsed. "No!" I stared at him and willed him to keep breathing. His chest rattled with an inhalation of air. "There we go." Keverin snarled at the hound. "Are you willing to sacrifice your mate?" Eloise asked. "He's going to take time to wear down, unlike the vampire, who was most disappointing." "Disappointing?" I snarled. "You are beyond disappointing, grandmother. You play with lives like you are God. Newsflash, you are not the Almighty. Good news, though. He's taken more than a passing interest in this little situation you've engineered. Are you ready for his wrath? I will never be your tool, but I was born to be his. There will be no mercy, no pleas, no trial. You have been found guilty, and I am your executioner. Now release my mate and my friend." Eloise threw her head back and laughed. You think I don't have the backing of a powerful being? You haven't been paying attention. Bring on your god. I am ready. Are you?"
The hound moved to my side and twisted a wicked, serrated knife in front of my face before slicing into my chest. I gritted my teeth and tried to trap the terror clawing its way up my throat.
"I won't give him my screams."
Keverin roared, and my head snapped back to him. The barbed chains wrapped around his body sunk into his flesh as he fought to get to me, cutting into his skin and muscle the more he struggled. My heart stuttered, and another wave of pain sliced through me. I shook my head as a tear slid free. "Be still," I whimpered. "Please, Keverin, be still." He whined low in his throat, and indigo rattled my chest in response.
"That's it," my grandmother coaxed with glee. "Let her out." I just had to keep breathing, one beat at a time. 2, 3. The knife nicked my lung, and I choked as foamy blood filled my mouth. "Cora," a familiar voice rumbled. Masculine. Safe. Home. Mine. My body shook as my heartbeat synced with his. Strong. Steady. "Wake up." "I'm trying," I cried as the knife continued south. Oh my God, when was he going to stop?
"Did you want children?" the hound asked with a tilt of his head. "Let's start with your right ovary."
"Cora!" Hudson shouted. I squeezed my eyes closed. It wasn't real. They had sent an illusion of Hudson to taunt me. When faced with freedom, you often let your barriers down, and that was when they could sneak past your defenses and win. They couldn't win. I shoved Hudson from my mind.
"No, not happening."
My mate, even a fake one sent to torment me, was demanding. How ridiculous. My body rocked violently.
"Cora, snap the fuck out of it," Hudson roared.
"I've got her," Indigo snapped. She pushed forward and took over my body. No, that's what Eloise wanted. We couldn't give in. My mind faded from the room as Indigo forced me down. My eyes fluttered open, and my bedroom, dimly lit by the rising sun, came into view, along with a furious-looking Hudson above me and a huge, heavy weight on my legs. I glanced down to find Keverin draped across us both. His soulful eyes looked worried as they met mine. "Just a dream," I said as my head tipped back, and the hot tears slid free down my temples. "It's not real."
"We need to find you some help," Hudson said. "These aren't letting up."
No, they weren't. I had at least 3 a week. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes and tried to force the mental breakdown hovering on the edge of my consciousness down. There wasn't time for me to fall apart.
"Hey," Hudson said in a soothing tone.
He grabbed my hands and pulled them away.
"Let it out. Maybe that will help."
A sob caught in my throat. "If I do, I might never stop."
"You will. But bottling this up is causing you psychic pain."
Psychic pain? Oh, of course. I knew who I had to see. "Okay, I will see someone." He tilted his head.
"A therapist?"
"Of sorts." He sighed, and Keverin inched up the bed, pushing Hudson off me so he could lay his head between us.
"He needs reassurance," Hudson advised. "We could feel your pain. Those aren't ordinary nightmares, Cora."
He was correct. They weren't. They were hauntings. Chapter 5. How do cats do it? Inquiring minds need to know. If I was being entirely honest, I could admit Hudson's home was stunning. Sure, my plantation house was a piece of history, not all of it good. Where my home stood out on the Louisiana backdrop, his blended into the forest like nature had birthed it. A predominantly wooden building with 2 stories and a large wraparound porch, the pack house was the heart of shifter territory. Hudson based himself here, and like me, had his private areas. But it was also where he held the weekly meal for the bossy alphas who needed to get together to gossip and gripe. I mean, share prudent information and hold problem-solving sessions. I glanced over the few dresses hanging in his closet. I needed a fraction of the space he did. An eighth of his wardrobe and 2 drawers was enough to set me up for a week's stay. I opened one of his many lotions and sniffed. Yummy. Damn cat had more potions and lotions than a witch on market day.
"What are you doing?"
Hudson asked as he appeared from his bathroom, surrounded by a billow of steam, wearing only a tiny white towel. Don't be coy, Principal. Drop the towel like a good boy and remind me why I'm torturing myself with another weekly meal surrounded by arguing supernaturals. At least this was just one faction, child's play compared to the other meetings dominating my time. I twisted the unmarked glass jar and raised a brow. What is it?
Body moisturizer.
I blinked. You suffer from dry skin? Not anywhere I'd seen, felt, or licked. A wide grin stretched across his face, and Lord have mercy, he dropped the towel onto the bed. Nope, scratch that. No Lord. Again, I didn't want discussions on how I wasted precious prayer airtime on wishing for my mate to be naked.
I do not, because I moisturize.
He shook his head, making cool water spin across the room. I spun and covered my face while he acted like an animal. The impromptu rainstorm stopped, and I dropped my hands and glared at him. I pointed at my face. You see this face? He smirked.
Yes.
This took Rebecca no less than 90 minutes. I don't have 90 minutes to spare, so the fact I spent it on being pretty for the pack means you have to keep your fluids off my face until after the meeting. He pressed his lips together as my brain caught up to the words. I'm an idiot.
I can manage that until dinner's over. After that, I make no promises about where my fluids end up.
Ugh, he was impossible. I waved at the dresses hanging in the closet. Which one? He pulled out the cobalt blue silk dress and slid it off the hanger. Right. Well, if we're going with that one, then I guess I could wear the matching lingerie. God forgive me, I have actual matching underwear for dresses. Nope, scratch that, God. Ignore me. I opened the drawer and pulled on the silk panties in the exact same shade, along with the matching bra. 2 tiny scraps of fabric that hardly covered anything and were certainly made for show, not comfort or support. I spun to grab the dress from Hudson. He stood frozen, mouth agape, his heated gaze drifting over my body. Ignoring the flush creeping up my chest, I snapped my fingers to get his attention. The dress?
No.
I huffed and put my hands on my hips. Dress. Now. He shook his head.
No.
Wait. No dress, no meal. Ah, clever, Rebecca. Very clever. The door below us creaked open and slammed closed as the pack arrived. I raised a brow. Decide, Principal. No dress, no meal. Or you pass me my clothing, and we go sit politely while your pack makes passive-aggressive comments about me, just enough to needle but not offend. Joke's on them. You have to care what someone thinks of you to get offended. I do not care. There were a few exceptions. Norbert, the chief medic, had my professional and personal admiration, given he'd patched me up a time or two. The door opened again and snapped closed. Hudson stared at me, and I stared back. Tick-tock. Eventually, they would come looking for us. He stepped toward me, but I held my ground. His body brushed against mine, and his eyes fluttered closed for a moment before snapping open and leveling me with his molten stare. Flecks of gold danced in his hazel depths, ones normally preceding some naked time.
You will not take this off.
I smiled. Ever?
No, Cora. I will take this off. I'm struggling with my control around you.
He was breathing a little hard. Huh, he really was struggling. I wrapped my hands around his neck and tipped my head back to look at him. Our height difference made for some interesting things, but it did mean he had to bend to kiss me. He didn't embrace me, though. How can I make it better? I asked.
A date would help.
We're already living together. Dating seems a little redundant.
A date for the ceremony.
Oh. Right. His lips twitched.
I know deep down you aren't going anywhere, that you are mine. But between the kidnapping, near-death experience, danger, threats, and the damned vampire, my beast is pushing me to make things more solid.
When he put it like that, I could understand on some level. Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, we shall set a date this week. He dropped the dress, wrapped his arms under my thighs, and lifted me up against the wall before pushing his lips against mine. I squirmed as need blasted through my body. Again. This feeling had to reduce sometime, right? How did people get anything done if this was what it was like to be in love? I pulled away, panting. Decide, meal or me. I can't do both. Because where this was heading, it wouldn't be over in 5 minutes. He growled deep and low before rolling his forehead against my shoulder.
For the record, I am not picking them over you.
I sagged a little in disappointment, even though I knew the answer. I know.
If we declare the ceremony tonight, hopefully this will be the fastest pack meal on record. Then I'm going to spend the night showing you how a cat does it.
I blinked. He didn't mean furry, right? He chuckled as his teeth grazed my collarbone.
No, Cora. Nothing quite as weird as that.
But then, he stamped another kiss on my lips, shutting down my questions.
Not now.
His gaze softened.
You feel it too, right? Even though you aren't a shifter, you feel the heat, the mating call, the need.
I nodded. Does it ever end?
Eventually.
He dropped my feet to the floor with a sigh.
After the first decade or so.
Oh boy. My hair had survived a tumble with the principal, so I was looking very well put together when I waltzed from the kitchen into the formal dining room full of chatty Cathys who were waiting to see what I, their leader's mate, had cooked for them. The answer, of course, was nothing. I did not and could not cook. I reserved my knife skills for autopsies. However, I had a gourmet chef aunt in my pocket who had been cooking up a feast for this meeting. Aunt Liz winked at me as I left with the roast chicken. Well, the first roast chicken. She cooked 4 of them. Shifters had enormous appetites. Despite Dave inviting her to take a seat at the dining table, she had refused, both last week and today. It seemed he was ready to announce another one of the pack had fallen for a Roberts woman, but she was not. I didn't blame her. The politics were a nightmare I wanted to avoid but couldn't. I left her finishing the chocolate torte and honeycomb ice cream and delivered the final chicken to the table before sliding into my chair next to Hudson on the left. Opposite me sat Norbert, who made it a point to get here before Mercy. The leggy blonde bombshell still held futile hope that Hudson would come to his senses, kick me out, and welcome her into his bed. She was an alpha, albeit not the alpha of one of the pack groups. She held her own mini-pack of 14 lions. But in the grand scheme of things, she was a small fry. Her bosses were Benedict and Kira, a mated pair who ruled over the cat packs as a whole. Not Hudson, but everyone else. Kira didn't like me. She was another female who held the elitist view shifters should only mate with shifters, and Hudson was committing a great crime with me. They believed if they waved Mercy in front of him long enough, he would tire of me and fall between her legs. I disliked the pair of them for this, but I felt sorry for Mercy, as I didn't doubt she had feelings for Hudson, and there was nothing worse than unrequited love. Mercy's tactics, however, were so desperate and obvious that the others around the table started ignoring her. Each week she tested my knowledge of shifter etiquette by trying to commit some kind of pass at Hudson, which, if I allowed, would declare me, at best, clueless, and at worst, weak. It wasn't like Hudson could step in for me. I had to stand on my own 2 feet, or I would spend every day battling pack females for the right to be with the man I love. Norbert grinned at me. "This looks marvelous, Cora. Bravo." "Thanks, I had help." Dave snorted from his position next to me. They'd taken to sandwiching me between the more sympathetic members of the pack. Not that I expected anyone to stab me, but the meal was tense enough, and at least this way I could monitor Mercy and her disappearing clothing. It was a miracle she didn't show up naked. Maybe next week. I'd make sure to serve piping hot soup. I'm such a klutz. It really was just a slip, Your Honor. Everyone was busy filling their plates with meat, potatoes, and vegetables when Hudson stood and raised his wine glass. Everyone paused. Oh, wow. He was going for it already. I thought for sure we would get to dessert before announcing the nuptials, but I guess he really wanted me naked in his bed. I should wear sexy lingerie every day. "Cora and I have an announcement," he started. Kira tipped her nose in the air and sniffed. "Not pregnant," she declared. Rude. Mercy smirked. "It was out of choice, you idiot woman." But at least I had the choice. She was too busy sniffing up my mate's ass to notice she wasn't getting any. "Are you moving here full-time?" Jesse asked, the alpha of everything with wings. That branch of shifters weirded me out, although I didn't know why. Beady eyes, maybe? Luckily, there were no arachnid shifters. You wouldn't catch me anywhere near here if there were. "No," Dave rumbled. "Just let the man speak." Hudson grinned, and I took a sip of wine to avoid my smirk being seen. "Our mating ceremony will be this quarter." I choked on the wine. "Sorry, what? That's not what we discussed." The alphas burst into a million questions. The males got up and embraced Hudson in some kind of manly hug with a heavy back pat. Mercy rose from her chair, and I lasered her with my gaze. Fucking try it. Her top was nothing more than a twisted piece of thin, purple silk crossing over her breasts. That was it. It was January, and that was what she deemed appropriate. Now, I can't make her wear normal clothing, but I could stop her from rubbing her hard nipples all over my mate. "Sit down before I make you my snack," Indigo rumbled in my mind as a warning to her. Mercy froze, as did everyone else. Indigo rarely snarled something in my head when Mercy was around. They couldn't hear her, But on some deep animal level, they knew something bigger was prowling in my psyche, and they weren't sure what to make of it.
Last chance, cat. Take one step toward my mate, and it will be the last thing you do before I bury my claws in your chest and tear your heart out. I don't even think I'll take your soul. Something tells me you'd leave a funny aftertaste, like kale.
Mercy's ass bumped back down onto her chair. Kale? When did you have kale? She went silent, ignoring me, but kept her focus on Mercy. Hudson cast me a quick glance before taking his seat. His hand snaked around mine, and he squeezed it before linking our fingers together. The shifters got distracted with food and resumed filling their plates. I tried to pull my hand away. I kind of need that to eat, I muttered, giving it a harder tug. He shook his head.
I'll feed you.
We are not that couple.
Your choice, but I'm not letting you go.
Oh, he was worried about Indigo. The crazy bitch preened at his attention. Save me now. The rest of the meal was general chit-chat about mating ceremonies, some pack drama, and a situation with a new housing estate that needed Hudson to visit in the morning, which probably meant I had to go. I was curious about what they were building. I stood once everyone had cleared their plates and began picking them up. Hudson shadowed me around the table, collecting the empty serving dishes and probably making sure I didn't accidentally suck out Mercy's soul when she blatantly put her chest out as he passed her. His gaze, however, was all for me. He had a knowing smile, one that said he knew what I was wearing, had plotted how it was going to come off, and I was about to get schooled in how cats did it. I couldn't wait. His heat rolled down my spine as he followed me to the kitchen, where Aunt Liz was slicing up the tort onto plates. Dangerous Dave blinked at us when we sauntered in. There was a little chocolate on the side of his lip, and my aunt had a matching smudge. Aw, they were so cute. The house phone hanging on the wall beside us rang. I was a little weirded out that Hudson still had one. When I asked, he told me shifters constantly lost their cell phones in the forest, and that 90% of the time, someone was available at the pack house to answer the phone. So rather than calling around all the alphas until one picked up, they used this landline, knowing it would get through. Hudson picked it up.
Yes?
The heat in his gaze faded as a frown formed. That wasn't a good sign. He nodded and snapped his fingers at Dave, who opened a drawer and retrieved a pen and pad of paper. Old school indeed. Hudson scribbled on the paper and showed it to Dave, whose shoulders tensed. I shared a look with my aunt, who shrugged. After a few more snarled questions, Hudson hung up the phone. He swiped a hand through his hair and caught my gaze.
There's been a fire near Huntsville, Alabama.
Is everyone okay? I asked. He shook his head.
No.
I'll grab my bag. He squeezed his eyes closed and sighed.
There's nothing you can do for them, Cora. They aren't injured. They're dead.
Oh. Tell me how I can help. Dave turned and whispered something to Liz, who nodded her head. He kissed her and swept out of the room.
Stay here with Dave. Comfort the pack. Be a liaison. I'll update you when I can, and you pass it on to them, saving me time having to call 10 different people.
I blew out a breath. Okay, I could do that. He wrapped his arms around me and kissed the top of my head.
I'll be back as soon as I can. They just need a little comfort from me and their alpha.
That made sense. He released me and strode into the dining room as Dave finished relaying details to the alphas. Mercy was out of her chair again. What did she think she was doing?
I'll update Cora when I can, Hudson declared. Mercy, with me.
She shot me a triumphant look. Oh, she's the alpha. Wait, She wouldn't orchestrate that just to get him alone, right? Right? Their retreating forms glided out of the house, and a knot formed in my throat as the sound of car doors slamming and tires squealing reached me.
She touches him, she dies, Indigo snapped.
Agreed. Chapter 6. Oh, what I would give for a broken limb. I was a terrible liaison. I stared at the phone, which had stayed silent for the last 6 hours, and drummed my fingers on the dining table as the sun peeked above the horizon, greeting the day with all the unending optimism a dying star that gave life could afford. Was it too much to hope for a storm so I didn't have to wrestle with the fact my mate proclaimed we would be married within the next 12 weeks, then left with the female shifter who wanted me out of the picture so she could dig her claws into him? I swiped a hand down my face, then grabbed the cold coffee I had been nursing. What was wrong with me? I didn't do jealousy. It wasn't a part of who I was. I was a firm believer in trusting your partner, and if they fuck around, then they lose you. Simple. But right now, all I could see was Mercy in that towel, dropping it to the floor as Hudson offered her comfort. "Cora, let go of the mug," Aunt Liz advised. I glanced down at the cup. There were hairline fractures spanning the outside. My hands released it before I broke something in replacement for Mercy's face. Dave sauntered into the room and paused as he spied the pair of elementals at the kitchen table. The rest of the alphas had gone back to their respective homes after we promised to update them as soon as we knew anything. I narrowed my eyes at the phone. Ring, damn you. Nothing.
"Have you both been here all night?"
he asked as he opened the refrigerator and pulled out bacon, eggs, and sausages.
"What gave it away?" I snarked.
He glanced over his shoulder, and his eyes slid to the dress I was still wearing. Right. I should probably change. Except Hudson was supposed to take this dress off me and show me how cats do it. I bet Mercy knew, given she was also a cat. Stop it, Cora. He's not interested in her. If he was, he would have left you months ago when things started getting rough. I shook my head to get rid of the shitty thoughts. Maybe if I did it long enough, I'd rattle the brain cell that seemed to have short-circuited. Nope, all that did was make me dizzy and a little nauseous. I glanced up to find Dave frozen, his eyes locked on me, a piece of bacon trapped between his fingers above a sizzling frying pan. My aunt was also as still as a statue. Oh, no. I wasn't in the mood for supernatural shenanigans. If the world was frozen, I wanted to be included. Otherwise, I was likely responsible. I waved a hand in front of Aunt Liz. She blinked. Not frozen, whoopee. "You're sort of growling," she said.
"More like rattling," Dave observed as he delivered the bacon to its fatty destiny in the pan.
"Is that normal?" Aunt Liz asked. "I am half archangel, half elemental, and mated to a prehistoric tiger shifter who terrifies his faction with a stern look. Define normal."
"I'm hungry," Indigo growled.
"Suffer like the rest of us because we aren't moving until our mate is back."
"There's a solution to all our problems."
No, I already knew where this was going.
"I'll eat Mercy, nourishing me and ridding us of the potential threat."
"She's no threat."
"Then why haven't you moved from this table all night?"
She was right. I pushed my chair back and stood. I'm going to shower and get changed into something less formal.
"I'll fetch you if he calls,"
my aunt said with a faint smile. She knew why I hadn't moved but didn't push me. I nodded as I left the room and climbed the stairs to Hudson's private floor. I glanced at the wall where he'd pinned me and promised me all sorts of wicked things with just a look. My fists tightened as I forced myself to move past the bedroom and into the bathroom. I washed off the night and the ridiculous and unproductive feelings of jealousy and unease. He was fine. I knew he was, as our hearts somehow beat in sync, finding a new rhythm that was uniquely us. I would know if anything had happened to him. 20 minutes later, I was makeup and jealousy-free. I was back in my jeans and one of Hudson's t-shirts, knotting it at my stomach so I didn't look ridiculous. Okay, so maybe I wasn't totally jealousy-free, given I'd never felt the need to wear his clothing before now. Voices drifted up the stairs, some familiar, some not. But far more than there were when I left. I walked into the dining room, following the scent of breakfast. All eyes turned to me. 8 females sat around the table. Kira was here, as was Aunt Liz, but the rest I hadn't met in person. Dave marched in from the kitchen and placed a platter of sausages and a rack of toast in the center of the table. The only chair free was Hudson's at the head. My aunt had taken my usual spot. I could eat in the kitchen, that way I wouldn't miss the call. My aunt flicked her eyes to the chair. What? Dave cleared his throat and stared pointedly at the same chair. Oh, no. Consort Royal, a middle-aged, slim brunette woman with brown eyes greeted. It is lovely to finally meet you. It is? I eyeballed her in the empty chair as the rest of the room waited for me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I gritted my teeth and settled into Hudson's chair, making Dave gift me with a rare smile. Look at that. After years of friendship, the stoic shifter finally looked happy over where I placed my ass. It's great to meet you all, too, I settled on. A younger, perkier version of Mercy bounced in her seat and clapped her hands as she grinned. Ah, we can't wait to get started on the preparations. Have you thought about what you want? Color scheme, theme, menu, dress? I blinked. Aunt Liz leaned forward. Cora is speechless with your excitement about her mating ceremony, but doesn't enjoy being the center of attention, so give her a minute to catch up. Oh, mating ceremony. That makes sense. Color scheme? Red. Theme? Revenge. Menu? Bloody hearts and searing souls. Dress? Black, because if he dared to touch her, it would be his funeral, not his wedding we attend. They went around the table and introduced themselves, all female shifters in some position of power, whether it was part of an alpha pair or their daughters. These women clearly ran the softer side of packs. I tried to listen as they passed ideas around about the mating ceremony Hudson had declared before leaving. He left. My hand cramped, and I unclenched my fingers from around the fork before piling some eggs into my mouth. I couldn't taste the food. It was like going through the motions. Is this how our lives were going to be? He runs off to do principal shit while I become a lady that lunches? Or worse, brunches? I was a trained medical doctor and ran a successful business. I was the granddaughter of Eloise Roberts and the daughter of an archangel. If I had to fill my time with day drinking and fabric swatches, I'd go insane within a week. I thought I had been really clear. I warned him I was not a little wifey. If he left me in our bed alone, he could expect to find it empty when he returned. Aunt Liz squeezed my hand. "Breathe," she whispered. "He will be fine." He better be, because I wouldn't want his stupid ass to be beaten by something pathetic before I took him out with my angel power. Only the best from my betrothed. "Valentine's Day," Melissa, the younger blonde, said with a decisive nod. It's dreamy, romantic, and fits with your color scheme.
Wait, I said red aloud? Oh, hell. Not sure on the black dress. Kira shot back with a sneer. Although you are a witch, so it shouldn't surprise me. Yes, I'd said my answers out loud. The room fell silent as Kira tried to get a rise out of me. She better hope she didn't succeed, because I wouldn't leash the fire in my veins if I let loose on her. Not Valentine's Day, I said. Too cheesy. Also, no black. I apologize for being distracted. Kira opened her mouth, but I shut her down before she could utter a word. We should add frog legs and eye of newt to the menu, since half the guests will be witches. They'd happily give you a magic show if you asked, Kira. I gave her a wink before adding, we also like to get naked under the light of the full moon. And if you think only shifters have wild monkey sex on the lawn, you've never seen a witch bursting with the promise of magic. I clapped my hands together, making her jump. When they explode, hold on to your males, because there isn't one among them who can resist the call of an elemental when she's at her full power. Dave snorted, and Aunt Liz snickered. The tension in the room snapped as the shifters realized that 1. Their principal's mate had claws, 2. She wasn't afraid to use them, and 3. She was no pushover. Shifters respected strength, and I needed to stop acting like I was weak. Hudson would never fall for a weak mate, so in their eyes, I'd either cast some kind of spell over him, or I was hiding my true strength. I let a little of Indigo's angelic power flow through my veins. My nails lengthened and my teeth sharpened. Not enough to scare people, but enough to make them think twice before anyone got any bright ideas about challenging me. The females cast wary glances my way, but the conversation picked back up, and by the time the last piece of toast was gone, we had decided I was having a spring wedding. Pastel greens, pinks, and purples were part of the color scheme. My aunt vetoed the pack making my dress, stating it should be something a bride did with her family, and given we'd already conceded to a ceremony on pack grounds, and the catering was also being done by them, the Roberts women had power over the bridal party dresses. I snorted a little. Did they realize I would have vampires in my wedding party? There was no way I wouldn't make Sebastian my maid of honor, and Rebecca would sulk for years if I didn't offer her the same. I'd let Hudson break that news. My head was too full of their ideas as it was. You know, I think I have Hudson's mother's veil, Tori, the older shifter who had first greeted me, said. A sharp pang pierced my chest. I was marrying a man, and I didn't even know about his parents. Nothing. I knew nothing. I felt ashamed. Our lives were constantly full of my ever-expanding family drama, and I hadn't paused to ask about any of his relations. I was a bad mate. Indigo rolled her eyes, but she kept quiet. I can do her makeup, one of the women declared. Aunt Liz shook her head. No, her aunt and best friend will want to do that. The shifters kept trying to insert themselves into the bridal party, and my aunt was doing a fine job of batting them away. I needed to breathe. Was it too much to ask for a medical emergency or a little death? Something, anything to get me out of this breakfast from hell? They were talking about honeymoons now. Why would that be any of their concern? Surely that was the one thing Hudson and I had control over. There were rumblings of an argument about how long he could reasonably be away from the pack without it falling apart. I always wanted to go to Paris and London, Rome too. A European tour sounded amazing. Or a beach. Hawaii was nice at any time of year. I didn't care, so long as we were away from all of this. Were they talking about babies now? My brows drew together as I shifted in my chair. Was I losing time?
Something didn't feel right. Hudson wasn't here, so nothing felt right. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. He wasn't in the same zip code as me, and now I was doomsday plotting. Wonderful. I needed something for my brain to do. I glanced up at the ceiling. It was worth a try. Hey, God, it's me, Cora, your possible granddaughter, depending on your interpretation of archangel family trees. I could do with a distraction, so I don't murder the shifters at the table. Nothing too serious, maybe a head laceration or broken limb. Anything to stop the fact I have spent the last 8 hours spiraling about my mate and upcoming mating ceremony. Thanks. Yours kindly, Cora, daughter of Abaddon. P.S. Do I need to get married in a church? Do you want an invitation? Maybe officiate for us? The door opened, and my gaze fell on Norbert, the pack's chief medic. His worried gaze caught mine. Cora, I need you. There's a medical situation I need your help with. I blinked and rolled my eyes to the ceiling. Seriously? Quick work, grandfather. Your invite will be in the post. Chapter 7. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Norbert lived and worked in a smaller version of Hudson's house, except the ground floor was a mini hospital, complete with 3 beds and an operating room. Shifters didn't suffer from illness and diseases that affected the human population. Broken bones and fight injuries were the typical issues, but with their accelerated healing, they didn't warrant a longer stay. So the sight before me was definitely unusual. Norbert had set up temporary beds, creating extra space for patients, and a child occupied every one of them. Parents fitted themselves between the tiny spaces to offer words of comfort and watch over their offspring. As I stepped inside, all eyes turned to me. My brows knit at the still forms beneath the white sheets. There were no visible injuries or blood that I could see. What's happening? I wondered. Did the kids get into a squabble? Norbert jerked his head to follow him into the back room, where he kept his supplies and performed consultations. He closed the door, sealing the soundproofed room to prevent supernatural eavesdropping. We've had an outbreak of pox. I blinked as he waved his hand at the chair placed beside his desk. Pox? That makes no sense. But shifters aren't susceptible to human diseases. Norbert plopped onto his chair and pushed a large open book in my direction. Not human, Cora. This family of pox comes from the animal kingdom, and we are more likely to be affected because the jump to the shifter DNA is less of a leap than humans. I spun the book toward me and scanned the detailed history of the family of infectious poxes affecting the packs over the ages. This was a well-guarded secret. I knew nothing about it, which made sense, as it could be weaponized and used against the pack. Death rate? I asked. Norbert swiped a hand down his face, suddenly looking older than ever. After he left Hudson's house, he'd returned here, staying up all night to stand vigil over the children. Previous outbreaks have been anywhere from 5 to 25%. Damn, that was high. And this one? Yet to be determined. We have 100 cases, but they only started 5 days ago. Wow, that's so many. No deaths? I checked. No, but they aren't getting better. Out there are the most worrying cases, and I expect that to increase. You are going to run out of space, I deduced. Norbert nodded. Space and medical personnel, too. Well, you have me. His shoulders relaxed. Did he think I was going to just leave? I might struggle to sit through a meal and navigate the politics of the pack, but this, caring for the ill, this was my world. There's another 12 coming in now. We can convert Hudson's home for now, triage there and bring the most urgent here. Norbert nodded. Where do you want to work? Triage. While I was sure they'd rather have their familiar doctor assess them, he was better placed here with an illness he knew how to treat. What are the warning signs that things are deteriorating? I asked. Fever above 103 and a rash covering over 10% of their body. Those two things suggest the virus has gotten a hold of them. Treatment? Fluids, intravenous pain meds, and time. So we were keeping their body alive while they fought it off. Not unusual, but definitely terrifying. Antivirals took time to develop, and if this hadn't made the jump into the human population, then the research hadn't begun. He stood and moved around the room, collecting everything I would need to help. He piled banana bags, needles, vials of pain meds, gloves, and other supplies on his desk, completely covering it. Let me get Dave to help carry this back. Norbert grabbed his phone and typed out a message using only his index finger. He's on his way. He'll stay with you to deal with any reluctant parents and reassure them that you are more than qualified to handle them. 2 minutes later, the door opened and Dangerous Dave swept in. He nodded at me and grabbed the items. Follow me, he said. I've started prepping the house, but we have a lot of work to do and only 10 minutes before the children arrive. 10 minutes? Goodness me. Norbert squeezed my shoulder as I stood to follow Dave. Thank you, Consort Royal. Cora. I hated being referred to by a title. He smiled. Cora. Worry settled in my gut as I glanced around the mini ward on the way out. The pack needed more medics. Dave's strides were long and determined as he led the way back to the pack house, with me hurrying after him. The women had pushed the furniture in the sitting room to the edges, and Aunt Liz was setting up temporary beds in the cleared space, while Melissa and Kira worked to cover them with clean sheets and pillows. That was good. We could fit at least 12 in here. Where do you want these? Dave asked. I pointed to the dining room and followed him inside to sort the supplies into piles that made sense to my doctor's brain. Norbert provided vomit bowls, so I used them as mini emergency kits while moving the pain meds to the end of the table. Let's push this against the wall and set up another bed in here so I can examine them privately as they come in. Dave nodded and moved to do as I asked. Kira poked her head in. All the beds are set up. What else can we do? Put bottled water and one of these bowls beside each bed, please. As she and my aunt worked, the door opened. I braced myself, letting out a deep breath and rolling back my shoulders. My first real act as Consort Royal might not be something mundane, like picking out paint colors or fabric swatches. But I was in my comfort zone. Handling the pack's ill children was terrifying, but it would also allow me to show them who I was. 1 hour later, the beds were not only full, but we needed to add 3 more. 18 sick children, ranging from age 3 to 16, lied in pain, waiting for my help. I pointed at the drip I'd hooked up to the worst 3 who were in and out of consciousness. Kira, monitor their fluids. As soon as the bag is empty, let me know. Liz, please take their temperatures every 30 minutes and note it, along with the time, down on the pad at the foot of their beds. My heart went out to the anguished faces of the adults. Parents, please get my attention if any of them stop responding to your voice. Everyone jumped into action with renewed focus. The very youngest appeared to be the worst off, which made sense due to their less developed immune systems and diminished ability to self-regulate their temperature compared to the teenagers. For the patients still awake, I gave oral pain meds and noted it on their makeshift charts. Everything was going fine until the eldest, a teenage wolf shifter called Jack, suddenly convulsed. His mom jerked to her feet and blocked my approach. No, not you. I need Doc Norbert. Move, Francis, Dave snapped. There had been plenty of little digs about not being the doctor they wanted, but I refused to let it bother me. I understood the need to be looked after by someone you trusted. I might be Hudson's chosen mate, but I wasn't one of them. Frances clenched her fists, and the threat of violence coated the air. Indigo, who had been silently observing the scene, raised her head and peered at the woman. I didn't need her adding to the patient numbers.
Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't do that.
You forget that I can feel your intentions like they are my own.
I wouldn't give you another life to save, Cora. I'd simply kill her, and then she'd no longer cause any problems.
Not a solution. Dave grabbed Frances's arms and shifted her away from her son's bed. I snapped on a pair of fresh gloves. Jack was fine 7 minutes ago. I'd checked on him myself. What changed? I took out a mini flashlight and waited for the seizure to pass before checking his pupils. Still reactive. I took his pulse with my fingers. Damn it! I grabbed a needle and gave him some fast-acting pain meds. I needed to get his temperature down. A shot rang out and I spun around. Another of the kids was seizing. What the hell? I took a deep breath and shoved my panic beneath the layer of cool detachment we honed in medical school to allow us to focus in a crisis. My mind sorted through the steps, and then I moved and started barking instructions. Time passed, and we fought for each and every life as they all started deteriorating. I was not losing a single life today. Nobody could die on my watch. Sweat trickled down my spine as I fought with death. Norbert burst into the room, looking frantic. He froze, looking around the room at the children we were working flat out to save. What do you need? I asked. My voice was calm, but inside I was falling apart.
My patients are in the same state. It's accelerating.
I couldn't be in 2 places at once. We needed to move them into one space, because this was bigger than we could handle alone. Dave, grab some males and move the doctor's patients and beds over here. Norbert, get the females to bring along any medical supplies we might need. His gaze caught mine as Dave ran out of the door. Oh, shit. He was out of supplies. I strode to him and squeezed his hand in mine. It will be okay. It had to be. I had no other choice. Indigo tugged on my consciousness. Not now, I snapped, and ignored her attempts at communication. I did not have the mental headspace to manage a crazy angel right now. The room was jam-packed full of worried shifters. We should prioritize the most sick, but they were all clinging to life by a thread. Indigo shoved past my mental shields.
Let me help.
I froze. How?
Death is within our control, Cora.
What did that mean?
Let me through and I'll show you.
Her power hummed in my veins, but I had it leashed. I loosened the chains and felt her intent. Was that really something we had power over?
Yes, stop living in fear.
I felt each and every heartbeat in the room, but I sifted out the steady, strong ones and focused on the sluggish and erratic ones. My power curled into their chests and cradled their hearts. Pump, pump, pump. Steady, easy now. My legs wobbled as their souls brushed against my own, but it wasn't the same as the souls I met in the afterlife, the ones I had helped to cross over. This was more fundamental. It was unique to the living. My knees gave out, and I crouched on the floor. Pump, pump, pump. I took a deep breath. If I could keep their bodies alive, give them the opportunity to fight this illness, then we had a chance. Someone shouted my name, but it was like hearing it called down a long tunnel.
My eyes fluttered closed, and I grounded myself in this world. I could do this. No one was dying. My head slid against the floor, and a long sigh slipped from my lips. Correction. No one other than me was dying.
Chapter 8. If no good deed goes unpunished, does that make us masochists? I drifted on a pulsing ocean. A deep, dark force supported my weight as I laid on my back and stared at the night stars above. They winked at me, souls that I was responsible for, and kept burning brightly with the force of my power. I wouldn't let them be snuffed out, not today. It was peaceful here, free of pain, free of responsibility, free of demands, which meant I was hallucinating or dreaming because my life was not free of those things. It hadn't been since, well, forever. As a child, my grandmother made sure I experienced the worst of the world. She taught me how to compartmentalize and not fold under the pressure of agony. I sought a noble profession to offset the hurt and pain of my childhood, and ended up falling for a man who used me. And when he couldn't get what he wanted, he too chose pain as his persuasion method. Now, I was in the arms of a man who fought to protect me, offering glimmers of hope and happiness amid the chaos and destruction. He was everything good when evil stalked my life. If I was selfless, I would push him away, a broken heart now in place of devastation down the road. But it would protect him, give him the distance he needed to make the right decisions for his people without the added burden of shielding his mate, who, despite her protests, kept finding herself at the center of it all again and again. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for Hudson to wake up and realize the mistake he was making.
Cora.
Speak of the devil. Wait, that was in poor taste, given I spoke to the actual devil more times than I'd like.
You can release them now. You did it. They're safe.
The stars blazed brighter, so pretty, so delicate, so much potential. I liked them here, where I could watch over them.
Let them go.
No, I have to keep them safe forever. This world would tear them apart. I could protect them. I tugged at the stars in the sky, and they lurched closer to me. The beast inside me raised her head to stare at the souls in our care.
Unless you're ready to reap souls, I suggest you release them.
Reap? No, I was just caretaking them. I pulled them closer. Just a little more and they would be safe forever.
Your funeral, but our mate won't be impressed if you take 15 shifter children after you just saved them.
Children? Oh. I released the tether immediately, and they sprung back into the night sky. My body grew heavy, and I sank beneath the surface of the water. The dark overtook my vision, and my lungs burned as I was dragged lower and lower. My ears buzzed with pressure, and I had the irrational thought that my brain was about to explode. Suddenly, the heaviness lifted, and I dragged in a ragged breath. My eyes flipped open to connect with hazel ones I would forever dream about. My hand came up and wrapped around his neck. "You're here." He leaned down and pressed his forehead against mine.
"And you are in so much trouble."
I twisted my head to look around the room. We were on one of the sofas pushed against the wall of the makeshift ward. Parents of the ill children crowded the room, but they weren't looking at their offspring. They were staring at me with looks of reverence on most of their faces. Dave, on the other hand, was scowling. Nothing unusual there. Liz frowned from her position next to him against the wall. Norbert cut off my vision as he stepped in front of them and tilted his head.
How are you feeling?
Like death warmed up. I almost snorted at the joke. How are the kids? Norbert gave me a forced smile.
Right as rain. They are just heading home. Their fevers broke, and their rashes have all but disappeared.
The door opened, and the quiet rumblings of shifters grew distant as they left the pack house. I could feel the lives I'd held in my palms drifting away, and part of me rebelled against their absence. Norbert checked me over while I laid in Hudson's lap.
Let me up,
I coaxed. Hudson shook his head, his jaw ticking. No. My eyes skittered down his shirt. There was blood splatter on the collar. What happened? I asked as Norbert took my blood pressure. Hudson's face crumpled into a frown.
What happened? You put yourself at risk. Again. You walked the edge of death for other people.
Your people, I reminded him. It wasn't like I was jumping around in a random place, outing myself and my abilities, both new and old. Norbert leaned back with a sigh.
You are physically fit and well, but I would suggest some sleep and food to replenish what you have lost. I kept an IV going while you were unconscious so you didn't dehydrate.
How long was I out? Norbert met Hudson's eyes, and with a nod, he turned on his heel and marched out the door. My aunt and Dave had also left, leaving me alone with the principal.
When did you realize you could hold people's souls in your hands and force them to live?
Hudson asked. I scowled at him and tried to sit up. He pressed a hand to my chest.
No, Cora. You need to rest.
How long was I out? I repeated.
35 hours.
I blinked. It felt like 10 minutes. An hour at most.
That's terrifying, he snapped. I go away for a few hours to help a small pack navigate a tragedy. I am engulfed in death, burnt flesh, and grief. And when I return home after receiving a message about a pox outbreak, I find my mate in a coma, clinging to life by a thread as she literally pumps the hearts of 15 people at death's door.
I dragged in a long breath and let it out slowly. I didn't hide this from you. Until now, it wasn't something I knew I could do. It would have come in quite handy a few times recently.
You scared me, Cora. I can't lose you.
My hand lifted and cupped his cheek. He turned his head and kissed my palm. I'm okay, I whispered. He shuddered, his eyes filled with a level of despair that broke my heart. I'm safe. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. I'm here in your arms. His arms tightened around me as he whispered brokenly,
You can't die.
I mean, I could. I wasn't invincible. But I had too much to live for to opt out that easily. Knowing that Hudson was fully committed wiped away the jealousy and worry I had about Mercy. I needed to stop doubting him, and it wasn't healthy for either of us. After several moments, I worked up the courage to ask, Where is Mercy?
Where she should be, with her pack. I had a stern heart-to-heart with her. She either refocuses her attention on those who depend on her, or she loses the pack. I will bring them in under me, and she will lose her station in the hierarchy.
Well played, mate. Well played indeed. So there wasn't anything suspicious about the fire or the kid's illness? I checked. How long had it been since we had disasters that weren't linked to something bigger? Too long. Meaning, I was always looking for some kind of supernatural power play.
No, nothing suspicious. although you can expect questions now that you've shown your power to several of the families. I've done what I can to mitigate it, but the fact is every single set of supernatural ears heard how you tamed erratic heartbeats and brought others back from the brink. For now, they are just grateful to have their babies. But the time is coming where you will need to decide how to explain who you are."
I grimaced. No good deed goes unpunished. Chapter 9. Sex education is a right, but not a reality. Morning brought routine and the familiar surroundings of my home. I'd reduced my regular doctor hours to Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, so I could spend Thursday doing admin for the bed and breakfast and ensuring everyone had what they needed for the weekends, which I spent with Hudson and the pack. It was a fine balancing act, but the pack wasn't overly happy about getting only 3 days of my attention. Hudson spent more time during the week over there, but at night he always crawled into my bed. It couldn't last, this fragile diplomacy in our lives. Hosting the supernatural heavyweights, trying to prevent a war, was weighing heavily on the pair of us, and I had the added tension of the super-secret meetings. In summary, we were exhausted. Maggie gave me a little excited wave as we breached the front door. "Your 9 o'clock appointment is already here," she chirped. My gaze flicked to the grandfather clock to find it was 8:30. I normally spent 10 minutes with Rebecca, catching up about anything that happened in my absence, but the vampire princess was nowhere in sight, and I didn't have time to seek her out. Might as well get started with my patients. Hudson's hand tangled in the back of my hair as he leaned in and dropped a kiss on my forehead.
"See you at lunch."
My lips tugged up. He planned on staying here today, which settled something in my soul. The need to be in his presence was becoming a concern, but not one I had the energy to fight. He grabbed my weekend bag and stalked down the hallway to the laundry room. My prehistoric tiger was doing my washing. How domestic. Maggie glanced at the principal's retreating figure, then back at me. She pushed an insulated travel mug at me. "I made you coffee." I grasped the heated cup with a grateful smile. "Thanks. And I made your patients some." My lips froze on the rim. Maggie's coffee was mediocre but tolerable, but that wasn't what gave me pause. "Patients? Plural?" She nodded. "3 of them." I frowned. This was a new patient consult, but I didn't remember there being 3 names. Only one way to find out what I was in for. 3 elementals filled the space across from me. A young married couple sat at the forefront, and in the middle, with a chair positioned a little farther back, was the man's formidable grandmother. She was trying to give me the hard-assed matriarchal stare, making my lips threaten to break out into a smile. "Sorry, Mrs. Green. The head bitch shaped me. Your intimidation slips off me like water off a duck's back." Unfortunately, her energy was affecting the couple, who were my patients. They had barely said a word other than a polite greeting. Violet was a pretty brunette, dressed in a high-necked dress that fell to her calves. Owen was her nervous newlywed. His white button-down, tucked into his black slacks, was as stiff as his posture. He looked like he'd just rolled out of school, not the bakery he ran for his grandmother. "This isn't really my area of expertise," I offered. "I can get you the name of a good fertility specialist." Mrs. Green narrowed her gaze. "No, only you. I don't want to risk their shame getting out." My jaw ticked. Infertility is not shameful, and you are only adding to their stress. "I am his grandmother. I raised him." Why did these grandparents think that giving the barest amount of affection was currency to control our lives? I was over playing family politics, both my own and other people's. Leave. Violet blinked back tears and moved to stand. I lasered her with my hard-ass Roberts stare, which made Mrs. Green's look like child's play. Not you. Sit. Violet's ass bounced into the chair as Owen's mouth fell open. I turned my gaze to the woman trying to dominate the appointment. Maggie will serve you refreshments in the parlor. She scowled. I leaned back and folded my arms. We entered a stare-off, but both of us knew who would win. I needed nothing from her. She, however, couldn't say the same. She huffed and stood. I need to speak to your grandfather, she snapped as she squeezed Owen's shoulder before leaving the room. I watched the door snick closed and waited until her footsteps retreated up the stairs before turning my attention to the couple in front of me. I opened a new patient file on my laptop, added in their full names, address, and dates of birth. I needed the notes for their referral. How long have you been trying to conceive? I asked.
2 years,
Owen answered. Are your periods regular? I asked Violet. She nodded. Every 24 days. How often do you sleep together?
every night.
Owen answered.
Okay, so they were having plenty of sex, which would make conception highly likely, and after 2 years it suggests something else was happening. I could take a quick look at his swimmers under the microscope and do a scan of her abdomen, but I didn't house the specialist equipment needed for further investigation. Any other medical issues? I asked. Violet glanced at Owen. I narrowed my gaze and waited for them to spill the beans. I have allergies,
Owen said. And I have hysteria, Violet whispered. She had what? Can you expound on that?
Hay fever mainly, although I sometimes get a flare-up in October from spores.
Owen went on. That's great, but I meant your wife and her hysteria. Owen's cheeks flushed, but I didn't have time to deal with the fragile male ego. Violet's eyes fell to her white-knuckled hands twisted in her lap. Mama Green says I'm dramatic and unstable. Mama Green needed a reality check, and depending on Violet's next few answers, her ass kicked. What are your symptoms? I asked gently. Owen's forehead crumpled.
What has this got to do with us conceiving?
Are you a doctor? I asked. His eyes narrowed.
No.
Then leave the medical investigations to me. Violet's teeth dug into the bottom of her lip. This poor girl. Her husband and his overbearing grandmother, a.k.a. Mama Green, were railroading her. Did your mother have any fertility issues? I asked Violet. She shrugged. I don't know. They died when I was 6 and Mama Green took me in. Ugh. So all she had heard growing up was that her emotions were signs of a mental disorder. Wonderful. This wasn't something I could undo in a 30-minute consult. I can do some primary investigations, but unless there is an obvious cause, I will have to insist on a referral to a specialist. It also meant I could get Violet alone and check she wasn't being hurt.
Fine, Owen snapped. What do we need to do?
I stood and opened a cupboard, finding a small plastic bottle. If you could provide me a semen sample, please. He took the bottle with a frown.
Is it meant to all fit in there?
Ugh, spare me. Just a small sample. You can dispose of any spare. He stood and fiddled with his belt before pulling his penis out. What was he? He wasn't seriously about to masturbate in front of a complete stranger, was he? It took everything in me not to slap my forehead. Instead, I pointed at the restroom. In the bathroom, please, Mr. Green. He shuffled off to the private room, closing the door behind him. My gaze fell on Violet. "Are you safe?" She blinked. "What do you mean? We don't use condoms. That would defeat the point." Ugh. "Is anyone hurting you, either physically or emotionally?" She shook her head. "No, never. Owen loves me." "I've heard that before." "Then why do you think you have hysteria? It's an out-of-date term used to suppress women and their genuine concerns." "Sometimes I get angry." "Everyone gets angry, Violet." She squeezes her eyes closed. "But I shouted at him." "That's it? Shouting? Then every woman under this roof needed to be sectioned, including me." "That's part of being human," I explained. "We are a messy mix of emotions and complex wants and needs. It doesn't make you mentally unstable. It makes you normal." Her lips pressed into a thin line. "I am fine, other than my inability to give him a child." I passed her my card. "If you need me, any time you call, okay?" She glared at the card with my personal number on it, hesitated, then snatched it before stuffing it in her purse. Good enough. Hopefully, what I'd said would penetrate soon. The door flung open. That was what, 2 minutes? A new record. Owen swaggered out like he was God's gift to women everywhere. Speaking of gifts, I needed to wrap that scarf. He dropped back into the seat and placed the damp sample bottle on my desk. Guess I was disinfecting it after this appointment. I did a double take at the jar. What the fuck was that? Why was it yellow and clear? Oh, wow. I snapped on a pair of plastic gloves and grabbed the full bottle. "This is what you release inside of Violet?" I checked, hoping it was a joke. "Yes." They didn't crack up laughing, so I had to assume he was being serious. But just in case Owen's semen resembled something else, I decided to test it. I stood, taking the bottle with me to the sink, and twisted the lid off the pot before dipping a tiny strip of paper inside. Yup, as I thought. I deposited the sample and my gloves into the clinical waste bin before scrubbing my hands clean, twice. Time to break the good news to the happy couple. I folded myself into my chair and leaned forward on my elbows. "Don't you need to scan my wife?" Owen asked. "Nope." "Before that, I need to ask you some personal questions." The pair blinked at me, and I had no idea where this conversation was about to go. "I need you to describe how you sleep together." Owen blinked. "Well, Violet runs a little cold." Right. I made a continue motion with my left hand. "So I normally spoon her to keep her warm." This was so much worse than I thought. "And the actual act of sleeping together? How long does that last?" "I'm a solid 8 hours kind of guy." "No, Owen, you really aren't." "And the sex?" Violet sucked in a breath like I'd slapped her. Jesus Christ, they couldn't be virgins, right? After 2 years? Surely instincts took over, even if she was lacking the motherly love and guidance most of us received. "I ejaculate inside of her. That's how babies are made." Owen said this like he was super proud of his male prowess. Why me? "You ejaculate like you did in the pot?" "That's right." "Miss Roberts," Violet said, "what's the problem?" "The problem is that your husband has never come a day in his life, and the fact you haven't been constantly at the doctor's with infections is frankly a miracle." I sighed. During the act of copulation, the man's penis should be erect. They both recoiled at the thought of Owen's trouser snake. I could sympathize. Then, after engaging in foreplay to ensure the woman is lubricated, he inserts his penis inside of her, and they engage in sexual intercourse, resulting in ejaculation where sperm releases inside of her. And if the timing is right, that sperm will reach her egg and she conceives. What in the ever-loving fuck were they teaching kids these days? Where did you go to school? I wondered, ready to make a note to call the principal. Mama Green homeschooled us, Violet offered. Figures. Tell me which part of what I described is difficult to understand. Well, I don't get hard, Owen muttered. We have medications to help with that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. How do I become lubricated? Violet asked. Owen needs to touch you, kiss you, and learn what you like. Sex should be a pleasurable act. Can you demonstrate? Violet asked. Excuse me? It was my turn for my mouth to drop open. No, I can give you some websites to help inform you. Stay away from porn. It's the devil's work, Owen agreed. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. One battle at a time, Cora. You still haven't given them the bad news. Wait, Owen might not get hard, and clearly we have some work to do. But he manages to put a little inside of me before he comes. You saw the evidence. My hand dropped to my lap, and I stared at Owen. The sample you gave me? The release you put inside your wife? It's urine. 60 seconds later, I had an empty office. Cora Roberts, sex therapist. Chapter 10. Hearts, Souls, and Cabbage Rolls. I climbed the stairs, needing a snack before my next appointment in an hour. Hudson, Rebecca, Dave, and Sebastian smirked at me from the kitchen table as I entered the room. Good appointment? Rebecca asked as she stirred a metal straw in her smoothie, the picture of innocence. Hudson snorted as he pushed a plate with a ham sandwich and a glass of apple juice my way. My stomach flipped. Damn supernatural snoops. I plonked my ass in a chair, grabbed the glass, and took a long gulp, smacking my lips together on purpose. Having a strong stomach came with the privilege of being a doctor. Dave shook his head at me as Sebastian leaned back and folded his arms. What websites did you recommend? Everyone seemed to forget my friend was also a qualified medical doctor. He just didn't practice. Rebecca chuckled. I would have left him to the porn. It might have helped with the trauma. Hudson chewed his sandwich, and his eyes danced with amusement. Golden showers are very popular, I hear. Get over yourselves. If you aren't going to at least pretend to not overhear my consults, then I will have to throw you all out. It's the way you built up to the crescendo. Dave gave a chef's kiss. Spectacular. Everyone is a damn critic. How would you have handled it? I snapped. Dave tilted his head. I wouldn't have handled it at all. As soon as I'd confirmed the piss sample, I would have sent them back to the cranky old woman in the parlor and let her deal with them. It's her brand of care that landed them in this warped belief in the first place. Hudson swallowed the last bite of his sandwich. If she wants grandchildren, she would have figured it out soon enough. It's not something I've ever partaken in, Rebecca mused. Maybe ask Ezra if you are curious, just not on my Egyptian cotton sheets. Rebecca scowled. Not likely. After stumping the vampire princess into silence, I disappeared back into my office and fell into the familiar routine of patients and cures for their supernatural ailments. Thankfully, they were run-of-the-mill problems, and I didn't have to handle any more bodily fluids. I called that a win. My body was aching by the time I emerged from my office at dinner time. I hoped someone other than Maggie was cooking, because I was hungry and tired. I sniffed the air. Chicken soup and freshly baked bread. Aunt Liz was here. Wait, there was also an undercurrent of cabbage and spiced meat. Indigo groaned. Looks like Aunt Sophia had returned from her trip home, and now I had someone else I had to pretend I didn't meet in secret. Whoopee. I lumbered down the hallway into the kitchen, finding only my aunts inside. Where was everyone else? Aunt Sophia smacked the back of Aunt Liz's hand with a wooden spoon. "Not touching the cabbage rolls." "Yes," Indigo drawled. Souls, hearts, and cabbage rolls. She was a creature of simple comforts. "You are going to overcook them," Aunt Liz said. "Focus on your chicken soup. I was making these rolls when you weren't even a swimmer in your daddy's crotch." Oh, could we not talk about sperm at dinner? Even Indigo recoiled inside of me, the thought of her precious cabbage rolls being sullied by semen not helping her mood. "When did you get here?" I asked Aunt Sophia. The wards had been clanging in my head all day long, but they didn't announce who was here, just simply that someone was. Sophia turned and dropped the spoon before pulling me into a hug that made my ribs creak. "My favorite grandniece is getting married. I came as soon as I heard the news." Wow, we hadn't made it a weekend. Wait, are the others on the way? I asked with a grimace. My house was about to be flooded with Robert's women. "Of course. Everyone's wrapping up what they have to do so we can get together and start planning." "You plan. I'll just turn up on the day." Sophia released me with a chuckle. 3 days from now, everyone will be here." Great. Aunt Liz smiled before opening the oven and pulling out the freshly baked bread. Yum. "You know what I was thinking," she said. "We didn't really celebrate Christmas." "On account of my tortured body and injured soul." "I know. I'm sorry." She spun around, her forehead crumpling. "Don't be ridiculous. We should have a Christmas redo since everyone's coming." That was a good idea. Gives everyone something other than my impending nuptials to fuss over. Maggie and Rebecca hurried down the hallway, their excited tip-tapping indicating they'd overheard and were making sure I didn't veto the idea. There was no need. I loved my family and had missed our closeness this season because I couldn't even get out of bed. "It's a great idea," I agreed, making everyone's eyebrows raise. Was I really that difficult? "I'll get the decorations back out," Maggie exclaimed, rushing off to make sure the house looked like a snow globe. The wards clanged and my heartbeat sped up. Hudson was here. I stuck my head out of the kitchen, finding him and Dave stepping through the door. His gaze caught mine and he smiled. Dave sniffed the air. "Your aunt is here." My lips twitched. Cabbage rolls were truly the way to anyone's heart. "In here, Dave," Aunt Liz called out. Hudson jerked his head. There was a thin folder clutched in his hand. I stalked toward him, passing Dave on my way. What had the principal brought me? "Let's go upstairs," he said after I'd greeted him with a heated kiss. "Later. I'm hungry." We both knew that if we landed in bed, we wouldn't leave until tomorrow, and I needed fuel. He smirked, his eyes dancing with amusement. "I need to show you something." I batted my eyes at him. "I've seen all your things, Principal."
As much as I want to show you the million things you haven't seen yet, Cora, this involves us keeping our clothes on. Sadly.
He ushered me up the stairs, and I rocked to a stop at the sight of my father sitting in my overstuffed armchair reading a popular fantasy book. He smiled at me and put the book down.
Principal, did you get it?
Get what? This felt like a trap. Hudson pushed on my back, leading me to the sofa. Lucifer stalked out of my bedroom. What the hell? Wait. How did you get inside my house? I asked. Lucifer smirked, holding up 2 cans of Diet Coke from my refrigerator. Help yourself, Uncle. You think your wards could actually stop us? Lucifer answered as he offered Abaddon the other can and took a seat in the other chair. Well, yes.
You are strong, daughter, but we are stronger.
So you've been fooling with me this whole time?
No, Abaddon answered. We have been learning and picking them apart with each visit.
I suppose I should feel comfort from the fact it at least slowed them down. Don't you have better and more important shit to do than to undermine me?
Not really, Abaddon replied. Most other things are boring and easy. This was at least a temporary challenge.
Is that a compliment? It was hard to tell with him. Hudson pulled out a piece of paper from the folder and laid it on the coffee table. I leaned forward, recognizing my grandmother's handwriting, and as I scanned the words, I sucked in a breath. This was the original pact she had tried to get the factions to sign between Leon, the king of vampires, Hudson, the ruler of shifters, and me representing the elementals. But Leon had thrown a tantrum and shredded it. Luckily for us, Hudson and Dave swapped it out with a fake, as they didn't trust my grandmother. I'd forgotten we had made plans to examine the pact for magic. Indigo was adamant she could understand the ramifications if everyone had signed as planned. "Can't you look at it?" I asked my father. He shook his head.
I'm not blood-related.
I frowned. But it's Indigo who is going to pick apart the magic, not me. My father popped open the can of soda and took a long drink with a sigh.
You need my power, but your grandmother's bloodline to see beneath the surface. If I look, it will most likely burst into flames or try to curse me with some pathetic attempt at control. Neither would work, but we'll have then lost the pact.
Lucifer waved his hand. When you are ready, niece.
If I do this, I want a double helping of cabbage rolls, Indigo bartered.
Fine. She pushed forward, and my body expanded to accommodate her shape. She rolled her eyes at my father. Don't antagonize the angel of death.
But it's so much fun.
We have different definitions of fun. Her hands grazed over the paper, and she hummed as the magic nipped at her fingers. I listened to her musings as she made conclusions without spilling the beans to everyone else. Then she retreated, allowing me to take control. Interestingly, she left behind some of her features. Sharpened teeth, elongated nails, and a heavy hum of power in my veins. The weight of what my grandmother tried to do settled in my chest, making it ache.
Anyone who signed this was bound by powerful magic to give Eloise access to their power and magic. Through you, she would have had access to the pack.
Cora, Hudson whispered. I glanced at him.
Yes. Why are you still holding that form?
Because I felt a little threatened, and even though he would never hurt me, I had 2 archangels in my apartment that I couldn't say the same about. I felt protected, stronger, and like I could hold my own. He saw all of that play out in my eyes and nodded.
Even if she had access to my and Leon's power, it wouldn't have been enough to fuel a revolution. This was going to be a little tricky.
Despite their supernatural status, other factions often rejected magic, meaning they neglected the logic of where their power came from. I dragged my lip between my teeth and winced at the sharp sting of my teeth.
The people throughout all the factions worship, revere, and trust their elected leaders. Okay, Hudson drawled.
Yes, Principal, I am getting to the point, but you won't like it.
With that worship comes power.
Abaddon sucked in a breath, having put the pieces together.
All elected leaders are powerful, Hudson said carefully.
My lips tipped up in a sad smile. He still wasn't getting it, or more likely he didn't want to get it.
There's something intangible about the power that comes from the masses, but it's undeniable that with supernaturals, it gives their chosen leaders strength. You draw upon it to ensure you have the mental and physical strength needed to rule.
Hudson's face went carefully blank, his eyes stark. I wrapped my hand over his and gave it a squeeze.
You aren't doing anything wrong, I assured him. You didn't ask for it, and it's not something you can stop. Even humans have the same phenomena. It's why people go crazy for rock stars and actors.
Hudson's lips pressed together.
The key to being a good leader is not using it for anything but guiding your people, and no one would question that about you, Principal.
He sucked in a breath. Lucifer leaned forward and spun the document toward him, scanning the words. He snapped his head up, a grimace distorting his features.
You were going to sign this?
He checks with me.
As her representative, yes.
He shook his head, his steely gaze locked on mine.
No, Cora, not as her representative.
He glanced at my father.
She meant you to sign this as ours.
Chapter 11. Weirdness isn't a competitive sport, but if it was, I would take gold. There was nothing more satisfying than supernatural drama I wasn't a part of. Unfortunately, that seemed scarce lately. If anything, I found myself in the center of it more often than not. I couldn't seem to catch a break, so I clung to those rare moments when the world wasn't ending and everyone's life wasn't being threatened in order to gather energy and strength for the next disaster, which was inevitably around the corner. I coveted normal life problems and challenges, like running out of tomatoes or needing to change the fire alarm batteries. I also enjoyed love life drama that wasn't my own. That was my excuse for why I was stretching my neck from my position on the sofa in the parlor to watch the mini disaster happening at the check-in desk. Dave and Hudson followed my gaze, and for once I found myself in the peanut gallery. Where was my popcorn? Rebecca stomped her dainty foot sheathed in a baby pink satin pump, which was a perfect match to her flowy sundress.
"You cannot do this!" she snapped.
Ezra, the leather-wearing shifter sex god, dangled a key in her face.
"Can't I?"
Maggie's wide eyes flicked between the pair. "He's paid up for 6 weeks," she helpfully supplied. Rebecca huffed.
"Give him his money back."
I gave Maggie a subtle headshake. Rebecca knew our policy. Unless Ezra broke one of the house rules, he wasn't going anywhere. If anything, it was she who broke them on a weekly basis, but she knew I would never throw her out. Unless she murdered someone. And even then, I would need the details before deciding. Rebecca tugged on the ends of her ice-blonde hair. This was priceless. How many times had I been outmaneuvered by Hudson, and she had grinned each and every time, like I was her favorite trash TV show brought to life. She pointed at the front door. "You can't stay here." Ezra leaned against the desk and smirked.
"The key in my hand says differently, Becca. So suck it up, because I'm going to be here, invading your space. You'll be seeing me morning, noon, and night." "Becca?"
She fisted her hands at her sides before relaxing her shoulders. Rebecca Lexington, crowned vampire princess of the United Kingdom, was in the house. Ezra was about to get served. "Then I hope you enjoy watching me flaunt my every conquest in your face." Ezra went preternaturally still while Maggie ran off to hide in the kitchen, sensing the danger. Dave and Hudson tensed, ready to jump in and restrain one of their own. Idiots. Rebecca could take Ezra with one hand tied behind her back. Ezra moved and placed his hands on either side of Rebecca, caging her against the desk. She gave him a slow, unbothered blink.
"Then you'll sign their death warrants. I might be patient with you while you come to terms with the fact that you are mine. But if you let another man touch you, I will kill him."
"You're being so dramatic," she drawled.
"No, baby. You tangled with a cat, and now you are mine."
I slid an amused look at Hudson. The entire scene looked like a rerun of my life and how he inserted himself into my space until I caved. Ezra tangled his hand in her hair and yanked her head back. My cheeks heated as he dragged his tongue down her throat. Her eyes fluttered closed, and a small sigh left her lips. "Oh, Rebecca, it's already too late for you." She lifted her hand, gripped his hair, twisted her body, and swept her heel-clad foot under his ankle. He clattered to the floor as she stood smirking over him. "Don't try playing me, Ezra. I'm no pushover." He tucked his hands behind his head and grinned as his eyes skittered up her legs. The position meant he had a perfect view up her dress.
"I don't want to play you, baby. I want to play with you."
She growled, fisted her hands, and flicked her gaze at us. "What are you looking at?"
"We'll need a schedule of full moons," Hudson muttered. "Your grounds are about to get very crowded with feral shifters trying to lay claim to their mates."
Rebecca pointed at him. "Not happening." Then she huffed at the smug shifter on the floor. "At least your room is at the other end of the hall from mine." He batted his long eyelashes at her.
"Oh, shit. Maggie kindly swapped my room around with the thruple couple. They appreciated the extra space."
Rebecca sucked in a breath. "She did not."
Ezra chuckled. "So if you even think of sneaking a man into your room, I will happily demonstrate just how serious I am."
Ezra glanced at me.
"You have the means to dispose of the bodies, right?"
I raised my hands and took a step back, shaking my head. I refused to be roped into Rebecca's drama. I couldn't catch a damn break. At that thought, the wards clanged, making me flinch. There was only one human that would visit me unannounced. The familiar engine rolled down the drive as Rebecca continued to argue with Ezra. The more incensed she got, the more relaxed he became. Were we like this? I wondered.
"Worse," Dave answered. "And there's no past tense, you still are. You could consider rebranding with all the relationship drama going on."
"You are part of said drama, so shut your mouth."
He grinned.
Oh boy. Dangerous Dave grinning was oddly terrifying. My world was only right when he wore one of his scowls. The front door swung open and Robert, the town's sheriff, swaggered inside and pulled up sharply at the sight of the arguing pair.
If I can't have visitors in my room, I'm going to have to opt for self-care, and we both know how loud I can get," Rebecca snapped.
Robert tilted his head like he was trying to understand why bubble baths and face masks would cause Rebecca to be loud. She doesn't mean that kind of self-care, Sheriff. Deciding to risk his life, Ezra grasped Rebecca's calves and, in a move that showcased his superior strength and balance, rose to his feet, lifting her into the air with him.
"Let me show you why I am always the better option than self-care, Becca."
Rebecca squealed as he took off up the stairs. Robert swung a thumb over his shoulder.
"Is that something we should intervene in?"
"No," we all chorused from the parlor as Rebecca's bedroom door slammed closed, cutting off her laughter. He nodded just as Harry came zooming in through the front window. I raised a brow at my ghostly sidekick, who had been mysteriously absent lately. Not that he answered to me, but given I was the only person he'd found that could hear him, he tended to stick close. I stood before Hudson got any bright ideas about carrying me off to our room. He quirked an eyebrow at me like he'd heard that thought. "Later," I uttered, before turning my attention to Robert. I'd known the sheriff for a long time. At one point, he'd shown some romantic interest in me, and if the principal hadn't already stole my heart, I might have entertained a relationship with the level-headed sheriff who took supernatural drama in his stride. "How can I help you this fine evening, Sheriff?" I asked. He stalked into the parlor and slid his ass into an armchair with a sigh. He looked weary. "Maggie, please bring some of Aunt Liz's homemade lemonade and a plate of those freshly baked cookies." Everything looked better with sugary goodness. I suspected Robert wasn't taking care of himself as he juggled the interesting residents of White Castle. Maggie emerged with my request and tilted her head at the sheriff as she stood behind him. "Is he okay?" she mouthed. I shrugged. I didn't think so, as Robert wasn't fond of dramatics. She frowned, reached out slowly, and put a hand on his shoulder before giving it a quick squeeze. Robert jolted in his seat like he'd been electrocuted. Maggie was initiating touch? Was the world ending? She snapped it away and ran off to the kitchen. Nope, all was restored. "There's some weird shit happening," Robert started after he'd demolished 3 cookies and gulped a glass of lemonade. I refilled it from the pitcher.
"There's always weird shit happening," Dave pointed out. "This is extra weird."
"About that," Harry said.
"Oh, no. I think we are being haunted,"
Robert said as he swiped his hand down his face like he couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. "Spirits aren't exactly big news. There's one hovering at your right shoulder as we speak," I told him. Robert didn't even turn to look like most people would. He grabbed the glass and chugged it down.
"But I can't see it."
"Him. Harry, to be exact," I cut in.
"Right, Harry. But can he make things move? Lift people's hair? Can he make people believe they are seeing walls of blood or sinking beneath the dark ocean?"
No, he couldn't do any of those things. Ghosts were unable to move things. People felt their presence on a fundamental level. Cold spots, the prickle on the back of your neck, goosebumps. But manifestations were extremely rare.
"Like Amityville?"
Hudson asked. Horror movie fan. Weirdo.
"Or Titanic,"
Dave added. Modern-day Laurel and Hardy. Robert didn't seem to hear us. He lifted his hand in front of him and turned it over like he was checking he was still here. "What happened to you?" I asked. He blinked and dropped his hand into his lap to focus on me.
"I have this recurring nightmare where I'm on a spaceship. I get trapped in an airlock and sucked out into space, right before my body implodes.
odd and terrifying nightmare, but I'm not seeing it as a prediction for the world ending. Hudson leaned forward.
Aliens?
Oh, for Robert shook his head.
That's not what freaked me out. Well, it's not the only thing. The nightmare I just experienced in the parking lot of the pit was.
You fell asleep in the car? I asked.
He looked exhausted. No, I was awake. But that's not why I'm sitting here in this crazy house spilling my weird encounter to almost strangers.
It's okay. We're good with weird here, I coaxed.
Understatement, Dave grumbled.
Robert lost a little focus in his gaze.
I was answering a call at the pit. Karen's adamant a customer slapped her ass.
Hudson shuddered. Karen was oddly terrifying for a human. Messing with her was like playing with fire. But I'd never known her to lie or spin tales. If she said someone slapped her ass, then someone slapped her ass.
I went over to calm everyone down, he stated. I reviewed the CCTV with her, and it 100% looks like someone slapped her.
But, Hudson asked, because there was most definitely a but in this but story.
Her skirt moved, and there was a momentary dent left on her cheek. But there was no one behind the bar but her. No one close enough to have reached over and committed the act.
My gaze lifted to Harry. He huffed. I am a gentleman, Miss Roberts. Even if I could, I would not put my hands on unsuspecting women. I have a wife. He blinked. I had a wife. If I'd found a way to cross the divide, I would be with her.
That's not what I meant, I told him.
Robert frowned.
She's speaking to the Spectre, Dave advised. You get used to it.
Do you know anything about it? I said softly. Harry straightened his tie like he meant business. I do. Tell me. It would be easier to show you. I squeezed my eyes closed and sighed. Looks like we're going to the pit.
It's line dancing night, Robert informed us.
Wonderful. My evening wouldn't be complete without a little synchronized dancing. Hudson clapped his hands with glee.
Perfect.
Wait, he liked line dancing? There was a wicked twinkle in his eyes that I was not enjoying one bit. Why me? Chapter 12. Who you gonna call? 2 shifters, a witch, a sheriff, and a ghost walk into a bar, and no one bats an eyelid because this is White Castle, where weirdness reigns. They might not explicitly know about the things that howl in the night, but the residents knew it was in their best interest to ignore the unexplainable. Karen, the pit's owner, who hosted everything from speed dating evenings to this diabolical night of synchronized dancing, greeted us with a scowl and an eye roll from behind the bar. I'd rather face a year of Maggie's cooking than be here, but for once I was glad the spooky events weren't taking place on my grounds. Silver lining and all that. Hudson's hand landed on my spine and pushed me deeper into the room of horror, while Karen eyeballed us and pointed to the large wire basket. Oh, no. You know the rules, Hudson. That was telling. He selected a pink cowboy hat with glittery silver tassels and plonked it on my head, ignoring the death glare I gave him. He selected a traditional tan one for himself and slapped Dave with a black version to match his chief of security's perpetual dark attire. Robert shook his head and tapped the shiny silver star on his shirt.
I'm on duty, he reasoned.
And you are in my bar on line dancing night. Wear the hat or leave, Karen said as she turned to serve a couple of 20-something-year-old men. I plucked out a turquoise hat with gold tassels and a rhinestone rim and placed it on his head. The color suits you, I told him with a smirk.
For once, I'm grateful I'm a ghost," Harry said. We each took a stool on the far side of the bar and waited for the lady in question to take a break from serving the thirsty residents of White Castle.
"We could pass the time on the dance floor," Hudson suggested.
I shot him a try it and die look. If he wanted to take his chances with the Singletons of White Castle, he can go right on ahead. He held his hands up.
"Fine. Can't even take my girl out for a dance."
"You absolutely can, but not here, and not line dancing." He flicked one of the silver tassels on my ridiculous hat and grinned.
"Fine. We're going dancing on our next date night."
I just walked right into that. Karen slammed 2 shot glasses down between us and poured us whiskey. "Drink. You're going to need it." She probably thought this was the height of weird for us, when really it was at most a 2 out of 10. I hadn't even seen any ghosts floating about, so perhaps whoever it was had passed over. I threw back the shot. The burn hit my belly, making my face scrunch into a grimace. "Gary, cover the bar for 5, Karen hollered. A tall, slim guy with dark hair and a wide smile stepped behind the bar and tipped his white hat at me. "Howdy, beautiful lady. What can I get for you?"
Hudson growled. "Nothing from you."
I rolled my eyes, slid off my stool, and followed Dave and Robert through the side door and into a small room which doubled as Karen's office and a storage room. The walls were either painted in the ugliest creamy yellow ever or had turned that way over time. Either way, a lick of paint would do wonders for the aesthetic. "These are your experts?" Karen asked Robert.
"That's right."
I slid a glance at Hudson and then Dave. We looked like a bunch of expert weirdos. Karen was more than aware of the supernatural community, but she hadn't dealt with me directly before, and was probably clueless to the elemental powerhouse in her midst, and that wasn't even adding in my angel of death daddy. An image of my uncle and father came to mind, and I grinned. Oh, that was definitely happening. She twisted her battered laptop around, showing us a black and white video of her working the bar.
"It happens at 8:08, Robert informed us.
I glanced at the clock. There was 1 minute to go. We all leaned in, including Harry. I squinted, staring at the pit's owner's backside, waiting for her to get felt up by a ghost. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
"There it is,"
Dave said as we watched a definite dent appear in Karen's skirt. She jumped around and started shouting at the nearest guy. He held his hands up, slid off the bar stool, and made a prompt exit. Karen glared at him, then glanced up at the camera before stalking out of sight.
"That's it?"
Hudson asked. I bit my lip. No, it definitely wasn't it. "Rewind it, please, to 2 minutes before," I requested. Dave did so, and I watched again, noting a very odd shadow. It wouldn't be unusual if it was still, but it was moving, and there was nothing responsible for it. "You see it?" Harry asked. I did, which was weird because ghosts didn't occupy this dimension, meaning cameras and videos couldn't record them. "Yeah, I wonder where it is now." Harry floated toward the door and stuck his head through the wood. He reappeared with a frown. "I'll take a sweep through the building and report back," he promised before zooming off. "Harry's checking," I informed the others. "Who's Harry?" Karen asked. Time to level with her. "My dead vampire ghost sidekick?" Her mouth opened, hung there, then snapped closed. "Aren't vampires already dead?" she eventually settled on. I knew I liked her. "No, but it's a common misconception,"
Dave replayed the video for a third time.
I don't get it. What are you seeing?
I pointed at the shadowy face lurking at the side of the bar, its reflection a haunting image in the mirror behind the bottles of alcohol.
What is that?
Hudson asked. It shifted and moved toward Karen, then pushed up against her, creating the indent we'd first seen. Harry burst through the walls. Pineapples! Really? We had a pineapple situation now? Shouts and screams broke through the thin barrier of the wall, and we took off running into the bar. The lights flickered above us, and the music playing in the background created a surreal backdrop to the ensuing chaos. People rushed for the exits as creepy shadow things chased the line-dancing folks of White Castle around. A smaller woman fell, and a tall, middle-aged guy scooped her into his arms and hurried toward the doors. "Someone's going to die. We have to stop this," I said. Hudson rippled next to me, and Dave smacked his chest.
What this situation doesn't need is a prehistoric tiger causing more hysteria.
A loud bang sounded out, making me jump and the rest of the room freeze. Part of the ceiling dropped to our feet as Karen, holding a smoking shotgun, shouted, "Everyone, calm the fuck down!" The scary, shadowy things paused and sort of melted to the ground like they'd run out of batteries. No, not batteries. Panic. It was like heightened emotions fueled them. Karen pointed at a couple of ranch owners, big, burly fellas who could scare the shit out of people with a single look. "Gary, Mike, open the fire exits and make sure everyone can leave calmly. If anyone tries to push or jump the line, knock them out. Beatrice, man the entrance doors and do the same. The rest of you, walk, don't run. If someone needs help, you will damn well fucking help them. Everyone stays calm. Everyone leaves healthy."
"But there are things,"
a guy shouted. There was a rumbling around the room, and the shadowy entities started vibrating with energy. They were definitely feeding off the panic. "You live in White Castle, and in doing so, you accept and expect that shit gets weird. Don't act like you haven't noticed. Nothing is going to hurt you unless you panic, and then I will be the one doing the hurting. So I repeat, walk, don't run, and be a decent human being." Everyone marched toward the exits, and within 5 minutes, the pit was empty. Nobody ran, nobody panicked, and the scary as shit entities scattered around the room waited behind and didn't follow. I'd never seen anything like it. Nobody else should be able to see them either. These weren't ordinary ghosts. Something was very, very wrong here. Harry caught my eyes and echoed my thoughts with creepy accuracy.
"There's something wrong with these spirits, Miss Roberts."
"Now what?" Karen asked, "because these things have already cost me a ton of money on my most popular night." The creepy shadows twisted as if they were facing us, which was a stupid notion given I couldn't discern a face. "Now," I said, glaring at the spooks, "we call the actual experts. Congrats, Karen. You've officially made it in White Castle. Your premises are about to undergo a cleansing." "Whoopee-fucking-do," she said. "Just clean up the sage when you are done. I hate that shit." She spun and stalked off, leaving the three of us blinking after her. Karen, it seemed, was a woman with secrets. I knew I liked her. Chapter 13. Only idiots and vampires taunt the universe. "What did you do?" Aunt Liz asked as she quirked a brow at the shadow creatures. Sebastian had driven her and my newly arrived Aunt Dana to the pit. They'd arrived less than 2 minutes ago, and I was already getting the blame. Dave and Hudson snorted in unison, making me narrow my eyes at the pair. "I did nothing," I snapped. "Why would any of this be my fault? Am I responsible for all dead shit? No. I yanked my phone out of my pocket and waved it around. If you want to know more, call my dad. He's on speed dial under favorite number 5.
Who is one? Hudson asked.
I rolled my eyes. Sebastian.
As I should be, my vampire best friend said.
He raised a brow at Aunt Dana, who was walking the perimeter with her arms outstretched.
So I'm number 2.
No, Dave is.
What? Why? Hudson growled.
It's based on who I met first and has nothing to do with importance or love.
So I'm 3.
Sure.
You are not 3, Dave helpfully added.
Uncle Lucifer is, Sebastian said with a grin. Hudson snarled, and the shadowy creature shifted. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. Stop antagonizing him. It makes them excited.
Swap me with the vampire, Hudson demanded.
Imagine your ego being so fragile that you feel threatened by a gay vampire, Sebastian needled. Seriously? I snapped. They were being ridiculous. Hudson folded his arms and lasered me with a glare, making Sebastian snort. I rolled my eyes, pulled up my contacts, and swapped them around. You can't do that, Sebastian protested. I'm your number 1.
Now whose ego is fragile? Hudson shot back with a smug grin.
I slid the phone back into my pocket just as the door to the pit slammed open and our resident alchemists tumbled into the bar. Rockhard glanced around and froze. Lenson, his partner in life, love, and magic, stumbled into his back with a curse.
What did you do?
Rockhard muttered, making everyone but me laugh. Why was it always my fault? I didn't have a monopoly on dead shenanigans. I did nothing. These things were already terrorizing the line dancing enthusiasts of the pit before the sheriff asked me to check it out. Lenson, the slim, slightly more flamboyant of the pair, glanced around. It's line dancing night? Damn, I missed it. Did you guys get hats? Did everyone but me come to line dancing? I pointed at the bar where we left our discarded hats. Somehow, battling shadowy creatures while wearing pastel cowboy hats was a step too far into weirdness. Lenson grabbed my pink one and dropped Dave's black one onto Rockhard's head with a wink and a quick kiss.
Where's Karen? Rockhard asked.
I swung my thumb over my shoulder toward the office she'd barricaded herself in. She said not to leave Sage around and to open the windows because she hates the smell. She does hate Sage, Lenson said with a firm nod. Just how many cleansings had Karen needed?
Odd problem for a woman that works with the constant smell of stale beer and sweat, Dave said.
That was my thought, but to each their own. Maybe she had gone nose-blind to the pit's permanent odor. Aunt Dana arrived from her sweep of the room and hugged Lenson and Rockhard with a carefree giggle. I miss you guys. She did. Why was everyone leading a double life? Since when was I the one who was transparent? Dave caught my eyes, and I remembered all the new secrets I was keeping from everyone I loved. Okay, so more like opaque.
What are they?
Hudson said with a jerk of his head at the dance floor, thick with slithering shadows. Dana's smile fell. Well, spirits, but not. Harry blinked at her. She has quite the insight. Now my normally clueless ghost was being sarcastic. He'd obviously been hanging around me for too long.
What does that mean?
Dave asked. Dana's brows knitted. They are definitely remnants of dead people. So they are ghosts, just less, Sebastian declared. Harry tilted his nose in the air. I resent the implication that ghosts are not people. I twisted my lips to the side. Next, Harry would campaign for ghost rights.
I think they are something that gets left behind when the soul passes through the light. Dave pointed at the ceiling.
Like the actual light?
No, the one you left on in your room after being up my sister's skirts this afternoon. Aunt Liz glowered at her sister.
I didn't think anything got left behind, I said in an attempt to prevent a Robertswoman argument. We didn't have time to clean up the bar if they got into it.
Dana broke eye contact with Liz and blinked at me. It's the soul dualism concept. One is associated with the body. It's what keeps us functioning, our hearts beating, and animates us. The other is said to be the timeless soul. It leans more toward reincarnation. It is what enters the body when we are conceived, and it leaves when we die. This is the free or wandering soul. She turns to face the shadows. These are, I suspect, the body souls.
If that's the case, why aren't there millions of them roaming the earth? Hudson asked.
Good question, and one I was about to ask. Dana presses her lips together. They stay with the body and are therefore normally scattered with the ashes or buried in the earth. They sometimes break free, often during violent deaths, or when the body hasn't undergone the typical burial ceremonies. These souls are responsible for hauntings and poltergeist activity. They can, when they are most sentient, reenact their final moments on this earth, leaving us with many death echo legends. Occasionally, some dark magic practitioner dabbles with reanimation, but all that does is push the body soul back in its meat sack. It's rarely done.
Because it's too hard?
Dave asked. No, because they stink, Dana said, with a look that questioned his intelligence.
Zombies? You are actually talking about zombies,
Sebastian said with a shiver. What is unusual is the amount of them that are here in one place, and the fact they seem to be keyed into emotion. I don't know how intelligent they are beyond that.
Can we get rid of them? Hudson asked. Because for once I agree with the vampire. Zombies are a hard limit for me.
I rolled my eyes. You are both being ridiculous. They scowled at me. A simple cleansing should sort it, Dana said as she looked at Rockhard. Did you bring it? Rockhard nodded as he opened his satchel and pulled out bundles of sage. He handed one to each of us, then lit his own. Dave held it away from his body and sneezed.
What do we do with it?
Just wave it around. We need to get the smoke into every nook and cranny.
No hocus pocus?
He asked. I shook my head. Leave the hocus pocus to us. We set our bunches alight and began walking around the room. I kept my focus on the shadowy remnants slithering on the floor. They recoiled from the smoke, which was a good sign. Perhaps our supernatural shenanigans were going to be relatively uneventful for once. Of course, we needed to figure out why they were here, but we could do that after we sent them packing. My aunts began chanting, and I followed suit, with Lenson and Rockhard joining us. Harry blinked at the smoke and recoiled. Best wait outside, I said to him. He nodded and zipped off out of the pit. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, but the remnants shrank and disintegrated, and we slowly cleared the room of them. The last words of the cleansing were uttered, and the final bits of sage burned. We opened the windows and let out the smoke and any remaining negativity, leaving the pit a clean space once more. Okay, so not clean, but cleansed of supernatural bullshit. I glanced around at my family and friends. The ghosts were gone, and that was what mattered.
That was easy,
Sebastian said, making us all groan.
What? It was,
he added, doubling down. Wonderful. You just jinxed it, I told him as I went to find Karen and tell her the happy news.
I don't believe in that mumbo-jumbo.
How? Aunt Dana asked. You are literally the mumbo-jumbo.
Jumbo, yes.
I rapped my knuckles on the office door, and Karen yanked it open.
Are they gone?
Yep, that was easy. I pinched the bridge of my nose and stalked back into the bar. Now that we'd put it out there twice, it would be a goddamn miracle not to receive backlash now. Not goddamn. Oh, hell. No, not hell. Jesus, I couldn't catch a break. Oh, wait. Forget it. If God was going to smite me, I'd go out in flames.
Cora?
My Aunt Dana asked.
Yes? You doing okay? You're mumbling a lot.
She's having an existential crisis, which isn't helped by assholes who can't learn to keep their mouths shut,
Hudson said as he squeezed my shoulder and guided me out of the pit.
All I said was it was easy, Sebastian grumbled.
There was a rumble of disapproval around me as we all swung open the door and spilled out into the parking lot.
You are all a superstitious bunch of supernaturals. You need to loosen...
He froze. Harry zoomed around the car lot.
Pineapples, Miss Roberts. Goddamn pineapples!
Slithering shadows saturated the parking lot. There must have been 50, maybe even 100 times more than what was in the pit.
This, asshole, is why we don't taunt the universe, Dana snapped.
Too late now. The universe heard the call and she came out swinging. Chapter 14. Everybody thinks they want to see a ghost, until they do.
We are going to need a lot more sage, Lenson grumbled. That only works for dispersing them from a building,
Rockhard replied. That was correct. So how does one rid a parking lot of ghosts? Carefully was the answer. If we fucked this up, they'd probably disappear into White Castle residence homes. Then we'd have a panicked town on our hands and some very energetic shadows who enjoyed grabbing asses. Karen's ass, to be specific. We could probably weave a quick spell to hide them from view so late-night wanderers don't freak out, Dana suggested.
Good idea, Liz agreed.
Do we have the 4 elements for a shielding spell of this size?
Rockhard checked. Every elemental learned those as a child. It was part of the 101 toolkit, so that we could cover our tracks quickly and protect our existence. But a shielding spell of this magnitude would require all the elementals here to feed it. I have water covered, I answered.
Air,
Aunt Liz said.
Fire, Dana declared.
And Lenson can cover Earth, while I stand in the center as your conduit,
Rockhard said. We spread out around the edges of the shadows, keeping our emotions in check to ensure they stayed chill. A few times I spotted faces forming in the swirling masses, their distorted features twisting my stomach. Rockhard picked his way to the center, grimacing as the shadows slithered around his calves and tested his emotions.
Ready?
Aunt Liz called from her position across from me. We all shouted our agreement. Harry, Sebastian, Dave, and Hudson stood in the pit's doorway with wary expressions. Rockhard began the spell, and we all followed, raising our hands and calling on the elemental power we were born with. Power flooded the area, spilling from the 4 elements that were a constant in our world, no matter your faction. The cool water kissed my skin with a caress, a steady reminder that the element was at my command. Fire shot from Dana's raised hands. Air wrapped around the water suspended above me, and the ground rumbled beneath our feet as Lenson dragged power from the earth. Rockhard took in our power and shouted the final words to conceal the shadows. The air shimmered, and then there was a loud pop before a burst of gold glitter exploded. My knees sagged as the weight of the magic left us, and I sucked in slow, deep breaths. When I looked up, it was to find the lot free of shadows. Oh, no. My gaze darted around. No Harry. He was next to Sebastian before the spell, and now he was gone. My brows lowered as I bit my lip. That wasn't right. A whisper of something against my ear had me whipping around, but there was nothing there.
"It worked," Rockhard said with a smile. "I can't see them."
"Nor I," Dana agreed, followed by everyone else here. They turned to stare at me expectantly. My hands fisted at my sides. "I can't see them." "What?" Liz snapped. "That's not right."
"Oh, shit," Sebastian muttered. "What about Harry?" Hudson asked, moving toward me.
I spun in a circle, checking for my ghostly sidekick, and shook my head as Hudson grabbed my arm.
"No one."
"What does that mean?"
Dave asked, stalking to meet us in the center.
"It should be just the ghosts here she can't sense,"
Rockhard said with a nod.
"For how long?"
Hudson asked. Lenson and Rockhard shared a look.
"Could be permanent."
"Unacceptable," I snapped.
"Can you reverse it?" Sebastian asked as tears gathered in my eyes.
Harry would be freaking out.
"Harry, I will fix this. I promise," I whispered.
A cool caress against my nape had me squeezing my eyes closed. I was aware of him, at least. It wasn't a supernatural disaster if we didn't end up in the town's pharmacy run by Lenson and Rockhard. They were good friends and the best spell makers in the country. I counted myself lucky to have them in my corner and not Eloise's. I sat on a stool in the back room as they fussed and debated the various permutations of the spell needed to unblock me from seeing the dead. It was a rash and stupid decision to involve me at the pit. If we'd paused for a second, the consequences would have been obvious. Hudson, Dave, and Dana had joined me, while Liz and Sebastian returned to Summer Grove. Dave twisted the lid of a glass jar filled with lilac paste and sniffed it. His eyes watered, and despite the seriousness of the situation, I found myself laughing at the nosy chief of security. He replaced the lid with a glare at me.
"A little warning."
I shrugged. You shouldn't stick your nose in other people's pots without permission, and doing it in a world-class spellcaster's mixing rooms? You should know better.
"At least we aren't in the underground pools," Hudson said with a shiver.
I didn't have the heart to tell him this was the prelude. Rockhard and Lenson were forming a plan, but they would execute it downstairs. It was the best way to contain the magic, and we didn't want to accidentally make everyone in White Castle ghost seers. "Okay, we have it," Lenson said as he tied his pretty pink apron on. "We aren't giving you the power to see spirits since you already have it. We just have to remove the block." "Makes sense," I agreed. "What's it going to cost me?" They never asked for money, as they had no need of it, but there was always a transaction. Lenson tapped his index finger on his chin and stared at the ceiling.
"Oh, boy."
"Spit it out. I have a sensitive ghost who needs me." Rockhard grinned as he dragged on his leather gloves.
"He wants to be in your wedding party."
"You already have guaranteed invitations. What do you mean?" "No," Lenson said with a shake of his head. "I don't want to come to the wedding. I want to be in the wedding." "You want to marry Hudson? I don't think Rockhard will be impressed." "I have the perfect position for you," Dana said with a little clap of her hands. My eyes narrowed. I'm pretty sure I stipulated a small and quiet wedding. She rolled her eyes at me. "Don't worry, Cora. All you have to do is turn up." That was a positive. I could manage that. "I'll send you the details," Dana added to Lenson. He nodded, looking far happier than I did at the thought of my impending nuptials. It wasn't that I didn't want to marry Hudson. I did. I just could do without the fanfare. Also, there was something niggling at me. So small, so inconsequential, really. He hadn't proposed. He'd sort of announced it, and I'd agreed. Fantastic. Cora, follow me. I slid off the stool and stared after the pair of spellcasters. Footsteps sounded behind me, with Hudson hot on my tail. Not surprising. I'd had to warn him about following me to the bathroom. The man lacked boundaries. But Dave and Dana were taking up the tail end of this little train, determined not to be left out. "What are you doing?" I asked at the top of the stairs, leading us into the basement filled with pools of water and crystals. Dave raised a brow.
"Where he goes, I go."
I pinched the bridge of my nose and let out an exasperated breath. "And I felt left out," Dana added. I sighed and dropped my hand. Looked like I had an entourage. Hudson hissed the second his feet hit the water. He hated it. Well, his prehistoric tiger hated water. Dave undid his leather coat, folded it, and placed it on the stairs before following us in. Dana's pastel rainbow maxi dress floated around her as we waded after the spellcasters, deeper into the flooded catacombs until we reached the central one.
"How does this work?"
Hudson asked curiously. It was a far cry from back when he saw all elementals as untrustworthy. Now he was mated to one.
"Everyone but Cora has a natural shielded state from the dead,"
Rockhard said as he tipped a blue liquid from a flask into a glass with a peach crystal.
"So we need to return everyone to how they were. It's a simple spell, really. We aren't trying to force nature to do something it wasn't already doing." "But the ghost problem is still happening, right?" Dave asked. "They haven't disappeared, we just can't see them."
Where was he going with this?
"Well, you could see those remnants because they'd separated from the wandering or free soul. Harry, for example, is not someone you can see because he doesn't exist on this plane,"
Rockhard explained.
"Can you make us see them?" Dave asked.
Everyone went still, and the temperature of the water seemed to cool a couple of degrees. Lenson tilted his head. Why would the pack's chief of security want to see ghosts? He had met Harry at the Serpents of the Dawn meetings, so it couldn't be simple curiosity.
"Leaving Cora to face these ghosts alone seems a little short-sighted. I'm just seeing if there is a way to support her."
Support or spy? Dangerous Dave strikes again, but his act fooled no one. "You want to see what she sees?" Lenson checked. "No, Dave, you don't. Trust me."
"Yes."
I groaned and massaged my temple. Rockhard and Lenson shared a look. "Tell them it isn't possible, please." Lenson frowned. "We can't give you the same power, as you aren't an elemental."
"But that's not her elemental power, is it?" Dave said as he folded his arms.
I glanced at Hudson. A little help? He smirked. Oh, he was in on this. Wonderful. "We could potentially filter it through Cora and into you, but it would mean you'd be a drain on her strength."
"Her angelic strength, not her elemental one,"
Rockhard added, like that was better. It wasn't. Indigo raised her head and eyeballed the spellcasters. They froze. "They want our power," she said. "No, they want to see what we see."
"That's easy. Tell the spellcasters to restore your sight, and I will do the rest without endangering your power."
I relay the conversation between myself and Indigo. Dave huffs but falls silent as Rockhard and Lenson work their magic. A quick cast, Some weird dark green paste spread on my forehead that I wasn't sure did anything besides make me look ridiculous, and they declared me fixed. I glanced around and found Harry hovering at the edge of the cave. His gaze caught mine. "You can see me?" he whispered. Warmth filled my chest, and I nodded. A wide grin spread across his face, and he flung himself at me, passing straight through my body in his excitement. I rolled my shoulders to shake off the weird sensation, making Hudson grin at me. We trudged up the stairs, dripping water everywhere. Lenson handed us a towel each and a cup of hot peppermint tea. Harry stared at me like I hung the moon and the stars. I felt the stab of guilt that I was his entire world. Perhaps expanding that to encompass more people was a wise thing for his mental health, and I wouldn't feel this constant pressure to interact and ensure he was getting the social support he needed to stay sane. Rockhard leveled me a stare.
"Can I give you a piece of advice?" "You can, but she's not great at taking it," Hudson interjected.
"Sure," I answered with a side glance at my mate. Rockhard rolled his bottom lip between his teeth.
"I think you should consider doing your family tree."
I snorted, along with Dana. "The Roberts family tree is well documented," Dana answered. Lenson's lip twitched. "Your females might be, but the males are a patchy account at best." With good reason in my case. "Why?" I asked.
"With what Eloise is trying to achieve, it might be a good idea to figure out who you could draw to your side."
My grandmother had been relentless in her quest for a gang of strong female offspring, which is why I have so many aunts. But did I know who their fathers were? No. Did they? Not sure. It was a fair point to raise.
"Lines are being drawn, Cora,"
Rockhard said, as he leaned forward with his elbows on his knees.
"It's time to find out who will fight for you."
"And who is against you," Lenson finished. Dana blinked. "It's coming, Cora. Your future, your fate, your freedom filled with death, darkness, and decay." My blood went ice cold. Chapter 15. In a baked goods competition, cookies reign supreme. My aunt had regular creepy insight sent to her by a higher power, but the fact she'd spoken the exact words Hudson had once uttered to me in a dream was a whole new level of freaky. When two separate people experienced something, it was no longer random, especially when the idea of it wasn't so far-fetched, since I was the embodiment of death. It seemed someone wanted to tell me something, but who? I doubted God used such vague messaging. Wait, no, that's exactly what he did. In fact, he was notorious for it. Is that what this was? Couldn't he just send a message through my father? It seemed overkill to come at me through dreams and my aunt's random predictions. No, I was missing something. Again. Hudson pulled up to the entrance of Summer Grove House, and the rear car doors opened and closed, leaving us alone. I just needed a minute to collect my thoughts. Hudson's hand threaded into my hair, and he twisted my head to face him.
"What's going on in that head of yours?"
"Nothing good." "I feel like we are missing puzzle pieces," I told him honestly.
"Is that why you went white as a sheet when Dana declared something utterly random, which, while oddly terrifying, really meant nothing?"
He caught that? Of course he did. In for a penny, in for a pound. It's not the first time I've heard those specific words. His gaze narrowed.
"Explain."
I gazed into those hazel eyes, full of acceptance, love, and respect. It was terrifying how they'd come to represent home in such a short span of time.
You said them once. I started.
I would have remembered saying that.
I tapped my temple. In my dreams.
He glanced at my forehead like he could see inside to the inner workings of my mind.
In what context?
We were on a burning field, and you warned me of what was coming. He squinted at me, and something passed over his gaze. What are you hiding, Principal? I opened my mouth just as my car door flung open and Sebastian stuck his head inside.
Dave says you can give us the power to see the dead.
I twisted my head to look at my best friend over my shoulder. Timing.
I agree. It's a great time to see the shit you can.
I huffed. Guess we were tabling this conversation for later. But we would be having it. I released my seatbelt and stalked after Sebastian, who was skipping up the stairs. Harry floated next to me, twisting his hands in front of himself. What's wrong? I asked. What if they don't like me? Oh, Harry. This kind, bright soul was nervous the cool kids wouldn't like him. Except we weren't the cool kids. We were, at best, a collection of weirdos. You have nothing to worry about, I stated, trying to reassure him as I entered the house and turned into the parlor. Oh, look, everyone was here.
I can't do everyone,
Indigo said with a hint of amusement.
Unless you want to feed me souls to power it.
She was a hopeful creature. Pity I was a realist. Not happening. How many can you do?
Souls? About 100 an hour if pushed, but I wouldn't recommend gorging after being practically starved.
How many people can you gift the sight of the dead to? She snickered in my mind. Everyone was a comedian lately.
3, but only if one is Hudson. He's our mate, so the power to lift the veil for him is minimal. The rest will take a little more effort.
I folded myself on the sofa, and Hudson joined me as my family and friends arranged themselves around the room to stare at me in anticipation. Did they all want it? So I can only give 3 of you this gift, but one of them would need to be Hudson. Sebastian rolled his eyes.
Bonus of sleeping with our girl is first dibs on her power. Mine, not yours,
Hudson growled. I didn't have it in me to negotiate a supernatural showdown right now. Pick, and do it quickly. I'm tired. They bickered among themselves as Maggie brought me a lemonade and cookies. I gave her a grateful smile. You don't want in on this? I whispered to her. She frowned. Goodness, no. I have enough to be scared about without welcoming ghosts into my mental headspace. I think you need to be fully healthy and sane to master it. We glanced around the room to take in the sniping supernaturals, and Maggie's wide eyes met mine. They are at least healthy, she decided. I snorted, and she ran back off to the kitchen. I rested my head on Hudson's shoulder and stifled a yawn. When I couldn't take any more of their bickering, I wearily pushed myself to my feet and clapped my hands to get their attention. I have things to do that don't involve listening to why you should have access to my power, so you have 30 seconds. Then I will give Hudson access and leave the rest of you out of it.
Each faction should have a representative, Sebastian declared. Seemed logical. You're just saying that because your competition is a precious princess who seems unbothered, Dave argued.
Sebastian shrugged.
It's a good and fair plan.
Rebecca's lips twitched. I am bothered, but since Cora's the death expert, I trust her to tell me if I'm the right person to carry this burden.
Why would it be a burden?
Dave asked. Rebecca twisted a lock of her blonde hair between her fingers. Think about it. Since Harry passed, his only interactions have been through Cora. That's a lot to put on one person. So this isn't about having the power to see the dead. It's about the responsibility needed to shoulder the burden with Cora, to help those who need guidance, and to have patience with the spirits who choose to stay behind. They'll be all up in your business morning, noon, and night. And that was why Rebecca was the perfect choice. Sebastian blinked like he hadn't thought of the negative consequences. Men were idiots. Bella padded into the room and sat in the center of the coffee table, giving herself a bath like she'd been waiting for spectators.
I don't have time for that,
Sebastian said as he plonked his ass in a chair. Rebecca smirked. I could represent the vampires in this situation. I do like her, Harry declared. Awesome. One more? I pushed. Logically, it was going to be one of my aunts, but none of them lived here permanently. Aunt Liz was probably the most present, given her relationship with the incensed shifter. I'll do it, Liz stated. Nobody disagreed, and why would they? My aunt might have an air of primness about her, but she was terrifying if you crossed her. What now? I asked Indigo. She lurched forward and took over my body without fanfare or permission. She was getting stronger. Those chosen need to retrieve a baked good from the kitchen. The three of them frowned, but shuffled off to retrieve an item. Bread, cookies, and a blueberry muffin. Not bad. Now, lift your left leg while balancing on the right. Aunt Liz glowered. Why? Because you need to have one foot in this dimension and the other with the dead. It sounded plausible. Hudson, Liz, and Rebecca did as she bade. Indigo glanced at Dave. You know something, Wolf. I think I can extend myself to include you. He grinned before running off and coming back with a box of breadsticks. I awarded him with a C- for his baked good choice. He lifted his leg and waited expectantly. Tilt your heads like this. She moved it to the right, and they all followed. Indigo, I warned. Shush, this is fun. Oh boy, sure it was, until they realized. With your right hand placed over your heart, repeat after me, she instructed. Rebecca's lips twitched. My vampire girlie had figured it out, but was having too much fun to stop it. I, state your name, Indigo said in a deadly serious tone. They did as she asked. Promise to uphold the ideals of the deceased. Aunt Liz narrowed her gaze as they repeated it. The deceased had no ideals. They were dead. Now that I have the honor of witnessing the afterlife, I will not break the 3 cardinal rules. 1. Always listen to the dead's demands. Harry bellowed a laugh. 2. At the witching hour, pay homage to the dead by singing their song of choice. They will inform you of it on a weekly basis. What the fuck? Hudson muttered. And 3. Never, ever cross the streams. Rebecca lost her balance and fell to the ground, laughing her ass off. Liz rolled her eyes and put her foot back on the ground, while Hudson's lips twitched. My mate found amusement in the fact my monster was a cult film fan. Dave scowled. Why is everyone laughing? Can you all see the dead? Indigo waved her hand in the air, and Hudson, Dave, Liz, and Rebecca's eyes zeroed in on Harry, who froze. That's a ghost, Dave whispered. An A+ for Wolfie, Indigo snickered. Don't forget your rules. Then she sunk beneath my skin and let me come forward. Harry straightened his tie at the attention. I am Harry Fort, he declared. Rebecca snorted. What song should we sing tonight? She asked. Hudson went to explain the joke to Dave, but I shot him a dirty look. Don't you dare. Your chief of security could do with being shown up once in a while. Harry pursed his lips. "You put a spell on me."
"Which version?" Dave asked. "I'm partial to Nina Simone's, but it's your choice."
I leaned into Hudson's ear.
"We'll tell him tomorrow. Don't spoil this for me."
He nodded with a twinkle in his eye.
"Your beastie has a mean streak. Don't I know it?"
A long sigh escaped my lips. I wanted a bath and to fall into bed wrapped in his arms. But there was something I needed to start. "I'll meet you in our rooms in 10 minutes," I told him with a quick peck on the lips. He frowned as I left the parlor and went downstairs, through my office and into the Roberts family vaults. I opened my personal one and retrieved the scrolls. I unrolled them, glancing at what I already knew. Lenson and Rockhard were correct. Our family tree included every single female, with only the occasional male added. Was it on purpose to conceal their identity? Or were they omitted through my family's arrogance, believing they were inconsequential past their genetic contribution? Time to find out. Chapter 16. Never Challenge a Witch. Sebastian poked his head around my office door and smirked at my cross-legged position in the middle of the floor, surrounded by open books and scrolls.
"Did you hear Dave at 3 a.m.? He has a surprisingly good voice."
I did. He went with Nina and could have butchered it, but I feel like the joke is on us with how well he sang.
"Are you going to tell him?"
Aunt Liz already broke the news. He was less than impressed. Sebastian smiled, like antagonizing the dangerous wolf shifter was an amusing pastime. He jerked his head at the floor, covered in writings and artwork.
"It's been a while since we did a study session," he said, stalking around my research.
I raised a brow. Our study sessions involved keeping people alive through modern medicine.
"True. So what's this?"
He narrowed his gaze on a hand-drawn picture of the ancient Egyptians removing organs before mummification. The dual souls thing Dana mentioned has been playing on my mind, and I want to understand it more. Those remnants came from somewhere. He leaned against my desk and folded his arms.
"You could always ask the expert."
"I am the expert," I muttered. "Who was more qualified than me in matters of death?" Oh, wait. He couldn't possibly mean...
"No, you are the daughter of the expert."
Yes, he could. My relationship with my father is a tentative thread. We aren't at the calling him for advice stage. And I'm not sure we ever would be. A sigh escaped from me. I really needed a more informed perspective on this, perhaps from someone who lived and breathed this kind of stuff. I should ask Dana if she knew anyone. Sebastian huffed.
"You haven't heard a single word I just said, have you?"
He was talking? No.
"Rebecca says your attendance is not optional at games night."
I groaned. I'll be up in a few minutes once I've put this stuff away. He left me sitting among a ton of knowledge, but none of it was helping. There was a niggling feeling that the pit's eventful spirits were part of some bigger plan. I had a lot of loose ends over the last few months, and they were all linked to the dead. I'd gone as far as I could on my own, and it was time to admit defeat and ask for help. I stacked the tombs on the shelf behind my desk and eyeballed the family tree I needed to finish. Another loose end. I filled in a few gaps with my aunt's knowledge, but my own bloodline was sorely lacking. My mother's father was a massive unknown, and only one person could plug that particular hole. I hadn't filled in my father's side, in case this fell into the wrong hands. I stared at my cell phone sitting on my desk and glanced at the ceiling. Time to make some calls. It was a gamble, but I was living with the motto of nothing ventured, nothing gained. I just hoped I was right. I stared at the tiny, tiled letters and moved them around in my mind. There was definitely an epic 7-letter word in there ready to decimate my enemies, but it was just out of my grasp. Wait. No, I didn't have a G. Damn it. You have the best poker face, Rebecca observed. My eyes flicked up to the stunning British vampire princess. Clothed in a red off-the-shoulder dress with her hair pinned back, she looked like every red-blooded man's dream. Dave snorted.
Her face might give nothing away, but her heart rate does.
I rolled my eyes. Good thing we aren't playing poker. Sebastian chuckled from his position in the window, where he was reading a book about politics. Human, not supernatural. How very boring. Fortunately for him, Scrabble was a limited-player game. I had suggested playing doubles, but my aunts apparently had more important things to do. Things I wasn't allowed to come along for. So the traitors had left me. Hudson leaned back in the chair across from me and folded his arms with a smirk. I learned the hard way not to play poker with this man. I always lose. Now we stick to board games, where my heart racing could be a good or bad thing. It was about as fair as it was going to get with a bunch of supernaturals with stellar senses. Harry floated over Hudson's shoulder. He has a Z and Q, Miss Roberts, but no U. My ghostly, suit-wearing friend was keen to see me win after witnessing a game of poker where I ended up naked very quickly. It was cheating, but I needed every advantage I could get. Of course, this only worked when I was the only person who could see him, and he'd already forgotten that status had changed. Hudson glanced over his shoulder at Harry.
Do you always help her cheat?
Harry floated back, and a flush filled his cheeks. Stop harassing my ghost. You use your supernatural senses to help you win.
It's not the same, Dave said.
I rolled my eyes and turned my attention back to the board, scanning the words scattered across it. Wait, there it was. Not 7, but 8 if I used the S from Rebecca's elopes. She got extra points for the themed word linked to weddings. I was studiously ignoring the topic she chose and avoiding any words that invited discussion around the nuptials I refused to entertain. Poking my tongue into my cheek, I placed my letters down. My 3 opponents watched with matching frowns as I formed the longest word yet.
Axismus? Dave said.
He tilted his head like he was trying to remember what it meant.
Use it in a sentence, Hudson demanded.
I shook my head. I'm not required to do that. You think it's made up? Rebecca asked him. They should know me better. Hudson stared at me so hard it was like being stripped bare to my soul. My heart pitter-pattered in my chest. Normally, that look preceded us getting naked. The idiot mistook it as panic for cheating.
I challenge,
Hudson declared.
You sure? Dave asked. You and Cora are neck and neck. If you lose, she will take the lead.
My lips twitched. Take the bait, mate.
I'm sure.
Fool. Dave pulled out his phone, and his eyebrows rose. That's right.
You lose, it's a word. What does it mean?
Hudson asked. I chuckled. It's the act of pretending to be unbothered by an object or invitation when the person actually desires it. Like a wedding, Rebecca sing-songed. I shot her a scowl. Or a certain persistent wolf shifter with the skill to make your pretty head spin. Touché. Maggie bounced into the room with a tray of homemade snacks. Oh boy, not a cookie in sight. My heart sank. At least nothing was glowing today. There was still hope they weren't too awful. An egg yolk wobbled on top of a piece of pink meat. I watched as it slid off the mini bun in slow motion, revealing something bright yellow on the base.
I stood corrected.
There was a separate plate for Rebecca, something wrapped in cabbage leaves. At least it concealed whatever concoction was lurking inside. Our plates had the deliciousness on full display. Dave snatched a fully constructed bun and popped it into his mouth. No outward reaction. Not that you'd expect anything less from the pack's chief of security. He took stoic and made it his god. Maggie clapped her hands. "It's steak tartare and mustard. Do you like it?" That didn't sound too bad, I thought as my hand stretched toward the plate.
Is the egg meant to be raw?
Dave asked. My hand paused, and I diverted to a chunk of tomato with mozzarella and fresh basil. She couldn't possibly have made those 3 simple foods taste bad. It was basically a Build-A-Burger. Maggie clapped her hands. "Yes, that's what Gordon Ramsay says." Chef Ramsay is her new guru. He would have a few choice words to say about the culinary delights in this bed and breakfast, but at least we could distract him with fangs and fur. Rebecca plucked up her cabbage roll and took a dainty bite. Slimy, thin, pale tubes slid out and dropped on her plate. Worms? No, she wouldn't have. "It's a Chinese recipe. I might have overcooked the bean sprouts." Bean sprouts made far more sense. Rebecca squinted at the cabbage roll before popping the whole thing into her mouth and chewing thoroughly. We sat and waited for her opinion. She ate the whole thing. That was a positive sign.
You are an affront to all vampires, Dave declared.
Rebecca still needed to drink blood. She would die if she didn't. If I had to guess, I would say she had been tapping the vein of the persistent shifter occupying the room next to hers. "So, do I get the job?" Maggie asked.
"What job?"
She worked for me, so who was poaching my teenage bobcat? "The wedding party." Hudson's gaze caught mine. I loved Maggie, but I couldn't have my married life being punctuated by her cooking. I didn't think the pack would forgive me, even if I saved their children from certain death. It could all be undone by a raw egg yolk. "You can't cook because you are in the wedding party, and I need my girls with me to fuss and make sure I am pretty all day long. Plus, Rebecca needs help with the bridesmaid outfits." This is what I call taking one for the team. Rebecca blinked while Maggie jumped up and down and clapped her hands. "Best news ever!" Then she ran off, leaving us with our trays of suspicious snacks.
"That was quick thinking," Hudson said.
Cora Roberts, mistress of fake it till you make it. "So, unless you have something magic going on with your 5 letters, I think Cora won," Rebecca said, bringing us back to the game. "Go me. And while we're on the topic of your wedding, have you settled on a date?" She raised her brow and gave me a pointed look. "This quarter, apparently," I said as I swiped the tiles into the little bag.
"You don't need to look so surly about it," Hudson said, sitting back in his chair. "You agreed to marry me."
"Did I?" He tilts his head and narrows his eyes.
"At the pack meal in the pit."
"Think, you idiot." "I agreed I was your mate."
"Which is the same thing as marriage in your terms. You know that."
I snapped the board closed. I didn't have the energy to explain to an alpha male how very different these cultural things were. He might be here in my house, living under my roof, but he wasn't being sensitive to how I would expect to find myself engaged. I glanced at my bare ring finger. It's not that I wanted a massive proposal on the top of the Eiffel Tower, but I would have liked a little less,
"You, woman, mine,"
and little more, "Will you be mine?" I stood, and Hudson rose with me. "I'm going to bed."
I have a few pack-related things I need your eyes on, Dave said, backing away.
Hudson eyed me with a frown. I spun and stalked toward the stairs. What was wrong with me? I didn't do emotional. I wasn't that girl. Strong fingers caught my wrist, and he spun me to face him. I was on the third step, so we were, for once, at eye level.
You changed your mind, he snarled.
I shook my head. No.
Then what's the problem?
I glanced toward the parlor at the supernaturals attempting to look everywhere but at us. They were failing. You never asked me. Hudson's eyes slammed together.
I did.
No, Principal. You did not ask me to marry me on my terms. You declared I was your mate and waited until I agreed before moving ahead with the wedding plans. He looked stunned for a hot minute, then started to drop to his knees. I grabbed his chin and kept him upright. No. He jerked his head back.
You're saying no?
Lord, give me strength. I don't want to be an afterthought. Do you have a ring in your pocket? A big speech about how I am your one true love? Did you think through the setting with care to make sure it was memorable? I looked around the house expectantly as he pressed his lips into a thin line. That's what I thought. I shouldn't have to ask for this, but we have different cultures, so I am trying to be upfront and honest. I leaned forward and pressed my lips against him in a soft kiss. His hands landed on my hips, and I withdrew. Let me make this clear, I said as I stared into his hazel eyes. I am marrying you. I am only marrying you, and I will only do this once. It's not a decision I have taken lightly. I am irrevocably in love with you, and that will last the rest of our lives. He smiled. Good. But, I continued. His smile fell. This wasn't an ultimatum. It was about principles. While I might not need flowers and fairy tales, I'm still a sucker for romance. Our engagement and the moment I said yes should be firmly implanted in a core memory. Right now, it's a cringe-worthy B-grade romance movie, complete with a scorned woman and disapproving family members.
You want extraordinary.
I deserve extraordinary from the man I love, and so do you. He dragged in a slow breath, nodded, and released my lips.
That I can do.
A genuine smile lit my face as I turned and walked up the stairs to our rooms. I'd laid down the challenge, and knowing Hudson, he was going to smash it. Chapter 17. Would you really want that peach cobbler? Everything was going swimmingly. I had a steady stream of uncomplicated patients who didn't require my sex therapist skills. Go figure. The bed and breakfast was full, mainly because of an increase in the number of long-term guests, but the smaller number of rooms we still had left were now booked out for the next 5 weeks. I could pay bills without obsessing over where next month's money was coming from. The world might be ending, but the power company wouldn't be cutting me off anytime soon. As I sat in the kitchen with my aunts Liz and Sophia discussing bridal bouquets, we decided on low pollen blooms due to my allergies. I felt accomplished, which was stupid given the universe's interest in kicking me anytime I got semi-comfortable. Of course, the moment I thought that, Harry arrived, appearing through the kitchen ceiling, to deliver bad news. I knew it couldn't last. Liz jerked back in her seat, making me chuckle at her expense. "Pineapples," he declared. "Is he partial to tropical fruit?" Liz asked. "Who?" Sophia asked, glancing around. Given she had met my ghostly friend many times in our super-secret club, she was acting brilliantly.
although her sight was limited to those meetings, so it was fair she wouldn't understand the context. "Harry," I said, gaining his attention while answering her question. "How many pineapples?" We'd been over this several times, but he still forgot. I needed a rating. "Can ghosts eat pineapples?" Sophia asked. "3, potentially 4, depending on the town's reaction," he stated, floating upside down between me and Liz. His hair didn't move, given he surpassed the laws of gravity. "What's happening in town?" Liz asked. He rotated to face her. "Headless beings. Very creepy." "Headless? Why me?" "Also, hangings," he continued. "They are hanging people in the town, and you can't decide if it's a 3 or 4 pineapple situation?" I said as I jerked to my feet. "Not living people," he replied with a huff. "Most hanging victims aren't alive," I pointed out as I leapt into action and collected my coat and keys. Aunt Liz followed me as I strode through the house. Dave and Hudson were back at the pack house, sorting some new mini-crisis out. I sent Hudson a text telling him where I was going, so if he was stalking me through my phone, he wouldn't freak out. Sebastian looked up from his phone, his gaze sliding over my coat, and he raised a brow. "Supernatural shenanigans?" he asked, ever so hopeful. "Yep, you coming?" He was already moving to the door as I opened it, and we spilled outside. I glanced over my shoulder at Liz. "You too?" I wondered. It wasn't like her to insert herself into drama. Not that she wouldn't come and help if needed. She shrugged. My day was a little dull. My aunt missed Dave and needed a distraction. We piled into Sebastian's SUV, and Harry launched himself into the rear of the car next to Liz. She slid him a curious glance. "Are you going to explain the fruit?" she asked as Sebastian sped out of my drive toward the town. Harry turned to face her. "It's our safe word." I pinched the bridge of my nose, realizing how that sounded. Liz slid me an amused glance. "You need safe words when dealing with my niece." Well, she ignored my other, more obvious cries for help. Now I sounded like a bad dom. "So you found a mutually agreeable word which would get her to stop?" I was going to murder Indigo for gifting these people the sight. "We decided on a pineapple rating in order to quantify how urgent the situation was." "I see. Help me." They lapsed into quiet conversation and ignored Sebastian's lips twitching throughout it. Everyone was having a hoot at my expense. He slammed on the brakes, and the seatbelt dug into my stomach as my hand hit the dash. What in the ever-loving... My eyes widened as a huge black horse came cantering down the road toward us, a cloaked figure on its back. He held a sword, and his severed head was tucked under his arm, grinning maniacally. "You see that, right?" Sebastian whispered. "That is very creepy," Harry declared. The phantom didn't slow down. It rode straight through the car, and the horseman laughed, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. It should be considered an omen when your resident ghost freaked out. We continued our journey into the center of town, stopping at the edge of the crowd gathering around the town hall. The residents of White Castle had come out in their masses to discuss their ghost problem. Nothing like a brief brush with the afterlife to bond folks. Robert stood on a raised portion of a wall with a microphone. "If everyone could calm down, we can put together a plan." I pushed open the car door and exited, joining the throng at the back, flanked by Sebastian and Liz. Interestingly, nobody seemed to see Harry. There was something different about these ghouls. They weren't your run-of-the-mill ghosts, and they appeared slightly more sentient than the remnants we'd seen at the pit. "This town is haunted!" a woman cried out at the front. "What are you doing about it?" There was a rumbling agreement in the crowd. Robert rubbed a hand down his face. What were they expecting him to do about it? Arrest them and send them back to the afterlife?
My daughter woke up to find her dolls moving around the house. It traumatized her, a guy declared.
I shuddered. Dolls were terrifying on a good day.
There's a monk in my kitchen guarding my peach cobbler, another one shouted.
Odd, even for a ghost. A cowboy on another horse raced through the crowd, his lasso whipping through the air. Everyone grimaced, but they weren't screeching and running. Wait, no, there went Mrs. Hill. The cowboy was clearly too much.
What about the witch? Can't she help us?
Frank, the town's fire chief, asked. Witch? What witch? Robert's unnerving gaze found mine. Oh, shit.
Maybe it's her fault they're here. If we get rid of her, they might follow.
Welcome to the 20th century witch trials. Sadly, it couldn't be overlooked that this was probably loosely linked to me, but they didn't know that. I can't live like this. There's an old woman's head with milky eyes in my refrigerator. Helen, the ex-school principal, snapped. I can't get my bacon without shoving my hand in her head. My phone dinged in my pocket, and everyone turned to stare at me. I slid out my cell phone and tried focusing on Hudson's message. Hudson,
stay safe. I'll be there in 20.
I was safe until your message drew attention. Maybe everyone had forgotten about me? I glanced up. Nope, the townsfolk had shifted to stare at me, not Robert. Great. I have a ghost problem too, I declared, trying to fit in and be one of them. Harry bristled. I resent the implication I am a problem. Liz chuckled softly. But you are good with weird, Miss Roberts, Helen said, pushing her way through the crowd to stand in front of me. I don't shy away from it, but I can't tell you what's happening here. I'm sorry. That was true, at least for now. What about her fella, the big dude with the scary eyes? Miranda, Helen's daughter, asked. You want Hudson to stare menacingly at the ghosts and hope he scares them away? I checked. So they are ghosts, Helen said as she folded her arms. Oh, well played. If you have a better theory, I'm all ears. Her eyes narrowed. Don't play coy, Miss Roberts. Your family has long been at the center of everything strange that happens here. You think we don't notice the larger-than-normal animals that roam the outskirts, or the naked guys that appear on the edge of your property? I told Hudson to stop shifting at Summer Grove House. Then there's him. Helen jerked her head at Sebastian. Whatever the fuck he's got going on, it's not a miracle skincare routine that has prevented him and his parents from aging a day in the last 5 years. I slid my glance to Sebastian. If they wanted to know if he sparkled in the sun, I was out. Sebastian straightened his tie. Oh, boy.
Your failing eyesight is painting me in a soft light, Helen, but I can assure you I age.
True, just at the speed of molasses. Helen huffed and pointed at me. You have a constant stream of strangers on your property.
Brothel, someone muttered.
Wonderful. Now I was a sexually deviant witch. Occupational consequence of owning a bed and breakfast, Helen. She fisted her hands at her sides. If we were in a cartoon, there would be steam pouring from her ears. You cannot fool me. I smiled at her like one might smile at a senile relative. I felt bad making her seem like she was insane, because everything she said was true. But we didn't need to add vampires, shifters, and elementals to this powder keg. One supernatural species was already a lot for them to deal with. I could try to at least help. I do, however, have some knowledge of the history of White Castle, as well as an understanding of various religious practices. I will meet with the sheriff and we will come up with a plan. For now, it's best you go home and rest. If a ghost has taken up residence in your house, stay with someone else." "Ignore them and they will go away? That's your master plan?" Helen snapped. There were mutterings in the crowd, a shift of tensions as people wanted to escape, take the easy road, anything to pretend the mysterious world of spirits wasn't currently infecting their town. Robert raised his microphone.
"You heard the lady. Back home. If not your own, find somewhere else. Town meeting here tomorrow at noon. We'll have a more defined plan then."
This was the thing about mass hysteria. People wanted to take the path of least resistance. Robert was leading them and warding off the rising panic with his calming but firm presence. The problem was that, come noon tomorrow, everyone would expect a solution. And Lord help us if one hadn't presented itself, because it would take divine intervention to prevent the folks of White Castle from descending into madness. This was a tiny taste of what my grandmother was hoping to achieve, which led me to a simple yet obvious conclusion. What have you done now, Eloise? Chapter 18. How many ways can you tap a vein? I shot Hudson a message informing him we were done in town. Harry stayed behind to report on anything weird. Well, weirder. Robert followed us back to Summergrove House, as this conversation needed to be had among sympathetic supernatural ears. The Helens of this world would have an apoplexy if they knew they lived next door to a family of bear shifters and bought her groceries from a married pair of vampires who'd been alive more years than they'd had hot dinners. The human populace operated best in the dark. I opened the door with Sebastian, Liz, and Robert hot on my heels and skidded to a halt. What on earth? A shirtless Ezra pinned a trembling guy by his throat to the wall, his feet dangling off the ground, while Ezra wasn't even breaking a sweat. Green rolled over his eyes. Another cat shifter. Not good. Rebecca, clad in a turquoise silk nightgown, leaned against the wall with an eyebrow raised. To someone who didn't know her, she looked like she couldn't care less, but I knew better. Behind that angelic blonde head was an apex predator, born and raised to be regal and lethal. The fact she chose love over violence didn't make her less capable.
"I warned you," Ezra snarled. "Take another man to your bed, and I will make mincemeat of him."
"We didn't make it to the bed," she responded, as her eyes flicked to mine before returning to Ezra. Her jaw ticked for a moment before she relaxed it. "Oh, Rebecca, what mess have you engineered? Do I need my shotgun?" The wards in my head clanged, and Hudson's familiar SUV rumbled down the drive. Good. The terror of Tennessee could sort out this mess. Ideally with no breakages. There was an intense stare-off, and then my mate's boots hammered up the steps behind me.
"What did he do?"
Hudson asked as his warmth covered my back. A shiver went up my spine as his hand landed on my hip.
"He dared to try to bed her," Ezra snarled.
"Can you break this up?" I asked. Hudson sighed and moved past me. Yes, there we go. The big bad was here. Hudson turned and strode into the parlor. "What are you doing?" I hissed as Ezra tightened his hold on the guy's neck, who was turning a concerning shade of red. Hudson glanced at me over his shoulder.
"He warned her. She knew there would be consequences."
My hands fisted at my sides as Liz and Sebastian joined him. "They are not mated."
"I wouldn't say that too loud right now,"
he said as he folded himself into an armchair in the corner so he could view the escalating situation with a faint smile. I suppose he would intervene if it turned lethal, right? He folded his arms and tilted his head. No, he would not be intervening. I switched my focus back to the hallway situation. Hey, take it outside. I have a strict no-violence policy in the house. Break it and you'll be out of here faster than a cat dodging bath time. They ignored me. The white furry menace decided to join the spectators and appeared from the stairs. She glanced at the dueling duo and padded off into the parlor. Ezra glared at Rebecca, and the corner of her lip twitched. I needed sustenance, she said in her soft, lilting voice as she stretched out her hand and checked her nails. You know, blood, being a vampire. So now I'm warning you. Touch my food and I'll skin you alive and make myself a nice furry rug. I'll provide it. She rolled her eyes. Been there, done that. You're a little watery for my taste. Oh, shit. Ezra released the poor, unsuspecting shifter and threw him to the side. He gasped and stumbled toward me. He glanced at the stairs like he was debating making a break for his bedroom, or worse, hers. Outside, I warned him. Run, while you can. He at least didn't ignore me and stumbled out of the door and disappeared. Awesome. Now that no one was in imminent danger. Cora, my beautiful niece, Lucifer drawled. I poked at my boundary wards. Still there, still active, just ignoring the devil at my door. Fantastic. If you need blood, you will take it from me, and me alone, Becca, Ezra said, crowding her against the wall. Her eyes flared, and my muscles tensed to intervene. I won't warn you again. Next time you go for someone's throat, I'll take their heart. That's not the artery I prefer to pop, Rebecca taunted. Shut up. Please, for my sanity, shut up. Ezra slammed his hand against the wall. Kudos to the incredible workmanship of my home that it didn't crumble. His other hand moved to grab her throat. My feet powered forward, and then I was running in the air due to the giant arm banded around my waist that had hoisted me off the floor. Rebecca, in a move so fast and fluid I couldn't even follow it, threw Ezra to the floor and rested her dainty foot on his chest. Never put your hands on me in anger, she said, calm as a cucumber. Ezra smirked, put his hands underneath his head, and gazed up at her like she was his entire world. I knew you liked me. She huffed and stormed up the stairs. He glanced at us. I think I'm in love. Shifters, I growled, tapping Hudson's arm. Let me go. You sure you won't get violent? He uttered in my ear. Only if you continue to hold me like a child. He chuckled and released me. I spun to face my uncle. What are you doing here? He jerked his head at the stairs leading down to my office. Fine. I stalked forward, glancing at Ezra. Go make sure my vampire princess isn't hungry, I snapped. Also, the house rules state that if you break it, you buy it. That goes for everything, from vases to my guests. He snorted and jumped to his feet without putting his hands on the floor before disappearing up the stairs in a blur. I ushered the devil, my stupid mate, and Sebastian into my office. No Liz? I checked, finding my aunt had stayed upstairs. She is checking in on Maggie after the big shifter power display, Sebastian said as I closed the door, sealing us inside. I spun around and found my uncle in my chair and the other two men in my patient ones. All righty then. I dragged the last chair over from the corner and parked it between the angel, the shifter, and the vampire. Quite the party we were having. What's up? I asked. I had questions of the spiritual kind for him, so may as well get my devil bank account in the plus. The alternative was asking my father, and that was less appealing.
"I paid your grandmother a visit," he drawled as he cast a glance around my office. "And," Hudson growled. She was a little surprised, but that might have been her naked state with shampoo running down her face while in the shower. I shuddered. Why? Just why? I could have lived a very happy life without that visual. What happened? She tried binding me to this realm. It was an impressive but clumsy attempt, and the execution was sloppy. I felt a tickle deep in my... I held my hand up. Nope. Spine. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Anyhow, Lucifer went on, I think I have more of a handle on what we are dealing with. Good. Maybe we can draw this shit show to a close, Hudson said. Lucifer's gaze flicked to him, then back to me. Oh, no. Eloise has made a deal, he said. She's a political badass, emphasis on the bad, but that means deals aren't unexpected. Who with? I asked. A demon? The president? The latter made little sense. As far as I knew, he was human. No, Cora. Eloise has awakened Dawn. I blinked, hoping for someone to wake me, or alternatively for him to crack up laughing and then tell what my grandmother had actually done, because there was no freaking way she was this stupid. Lucifer stared at me, and as the seconds slid by, my hope died. Who is Dawn? Sebastian asked. A god, Lucifer answered. Like the god? Lucifer shook his head. No, the god you are familiar with is a different entity. He exists in a different construct. She cannot be this stupid, I whispered. This isn't a good thing, Hudson asked. Aren't gods inherently good? I shook my head. No, just like humans, each god has different personality traits and flaws. There are just a lot more consequences when they throw a fit. And Dawn is? I closed my eyes as a shudder ran down my spine. The Irish God of Death. Chapter 19. If you think ghosts are scary, now is the time to exit the story. Don't say I didn't warn you. Throughout history, different cultures had worshipped thousands of gods. Some were as fantastical and real as Santa Claus, while others, not prominent in our modern-day world, still existed. Dawn, the Irish god of death, was one such being. Rumored to have once been a mortal who pissed off the goddess Eru, she sent him to his watery grave at the bottom of the ocean and bound him to the House of Dawn, where souls were collected. And so was born the god of death. Nowadays, the one true god idea dominated religion, but that didn't mean the ancient gods had disappeared. They were effectively in retirement. They didn't sully themselves with the squabbling of humanity these days. However, Dawn being involved made sense, and it was bad news for us. Celtic gods were brutal, powerful, and, if memory serves, utterly nuts. Sitting alone in my office, I stared at the wall, trying to understand how Eloise would have gotten a direct line to a god. The book. Damn it, the Red Dragon. She'd tracked down the powerful grimoire in order to perform spells to drag demons from hell and siphon their power. She must have stumbled upon something powerful that allowed her to contact a god who would normally obliterate her. Gods weren't known for their patience, which meant he must have wanted something. To come back?
Ugh, I had more questions, not less. I hated gods. Wait, no, not you, God, just the other ones. Your god buddies. And now I was speaking to a wall like it was the burning bush. There was a clatter upstairs as my family prepared for our delayed Christmas dinner redo. I was semi-regretting it, but our lives couldn't be full of death and despair without a little light. We'd go as nuts as dawn, and then we'd all be doomed. My office door swung open, and Dangerous Dave swept in, a storm of dark leather and brooding expression. Was it too much to ask to go back to a time when the worst we faced was a weird shifter death? "What's up?" I asked. He wasn't someone who came for small talk.
"We need you to examine a death at the pack."
My shoulders dropped. Okay, weird wish to make come true, grandfather. I swung my feet off my desk and grabbed my bag, double-checking I had some sugar. How long had it been since I'd done a retro read? It was like dusting off my true magic, a familiar thing that needed nurturing, and I'd neglected it. Nothing a mysterious death couldn't solve. "I'm ready," I said with a nod before striding up the stairs with the pack's chief of security on my heels. Aunt Liz hurried down the hallway. "Where are you going? Everyone will be here, and the parsnips need peeling." I glanced over my shoulder. "My scalpel skills are needed elsewhere. I'm sure Maggie can handle a peeler." Aunt Liz huffed and parked her hands on her hips. Dave spun around, grabbed my aunt, and kissed her senseless. It was so passionate I was stuck between staring like a creeper and running for the hills. Before I could decide, he let my dazed aunt go and ushered me out of the house. I sighed as we scrambled into the car and launched onto the road.
"It's not what you think,"
Dave grumbled. "Are they dead?" I asked.
"Yes."
"Do you know why?"
"Not exactly."
"Then it's exactly what I think. So stop blustering and let's go."
"Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you."
The trees ruffled in the unseasonably warm winter breeze. The late afternoon sun was beginning its descent and rewarded us with a palette of pinks, peaches, and purples. In contrast, the scene before me was unnatural, a study in violence colored in blacks, grays, and crimsons.
"I warned you,"
Dave muttered from my left.
"How insistent were you?"
Hudson snapped from my right. I stared ahead, trying to understand. "How can you not understand why they're dead?" I asked. Dave squinted at the carnage.
"Don't confuse the why with how. How they died, clearly through limb and organ loss. Why? Well, that's a mystery given we can't see anything missing."
The only thing missing was my sanity. With a long-suffering sigh, I snapped on my gloves and strode into the middle of the field. "I didn't even know you kept cattle," I said. Hudson pointed at the pile of bloody white feathers.
"Hens."
Dave jerked his head at one of the largest piles of remains.
"Cows."
Then he pointed at a smaller, mangled mess.
"Goats and sheep. I spotted a few rabbits in here as well,"
Hudson added. "Bunnies? Seriously? Who or what would attack bunnies?" I bent over to analyze the wounds. Large, messy, determined. 20 minutes later, I rose from my crouched position and peeled off my bloody gloves. If I had to make an educated guess, I would say a human inflicted the wounds. I told Dave and Hudson, who stayed to watch me work.
"That's not possible,"
Dave said.
"One human couldn't achieve all this. There's no trace of gunpowder, so they must have used blades."
"No blade did this," I told them. "The wounds aren't clean enough. Hands and teeth made these."
"For what purpose?"
Hudson asked. I placed my bloody gloves into a plastic bag and sealed it before dropping into my work case. I don't know. My gift is normally reserved for the human variety. I don't get reads off of animals, so this is a long shot. What are you I knelt and placed my bare hand on the largest victim, a tawny cow whose entrails littered the ground. My vision went black. Not so long after all. Except I wasn't in a cow's mind. The fever swept up my spine, and I rolled to my side. When would this end? The pain, the exhaustion, the clinging to life. Just let me go. I was ready. Where was God? I needed salvation in the arms of the Lord. Maybe then I could be at peace as I followed my beloved into the afterlife. Bloodshot eyes stared back at me from my reflection in the full-length mirror positioned against the wall. My once golden hair that glistened in the sunlight hung limp over my reddened face. Bloodied cracks lined my perpetual pink, plump lips, and my breath rattled in my chest, the oxygen fighting my lungs for dominance of the infection which would claim my body. Lottie, my beautiful daughter, sat on a stool in the corner, weeping silent tears as she read from my favorite book. Her lips moved, but I couldn't focus on her words as my lungs seized one final time. Black dots decorated the edge of my vision, and I begged them to suffocate this pain. They answered my call, and the pain-filled world bled into the past. I jerked awake, finding myself in the arms of a terrifying yet beautiful angel. His feathers were so stunning it hurt to look at him. He smiled down at me.
Time for you to wake, Sarah. You have a new purpose.
No, I was happy, at rest. I had done my time in the world, fought my battle with the devil, and won the contest for my eternal soul. I shook my head. No, leave me here. I want to stay.
I have chosen you for my army.
His voice was a smooth symphony, coaxing yet demanding. What army? I asked.
You will see.
The ever-present warmth bled from my limbs the farther we retreated from the light. I wanted to claw my way back. My heart wouldn't cope with being away. Tears sprang into my eyes, and I struggled against him. He clutched me tighter. Then, boom, I was beneath the ground. The dirt pressed in around me, the sodden earth filling my nose with a combination of life and death. I could feel the worms moving against my skin. I was buried. No, no, no! Panic clutched my chest, and I fought the bonds of nature. A clawed hand wrapped around my stomach and yanked me from the suffocating space before forcing my soul into a shadow. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't a shadow. It was a vessel, one which would consume me. I fought, clawed, scratched, screamed, and begged to escape its clutches. It won, and a dark hunger enveloped me. One that burned my stomach until all I could think about was how to feed it. Blood, destruction, death. I scented their life force on the air and felt their heartbeats in my chest. Thump, thump, thump. Pain rattled my ribs. I needed to stop their hearts. Tendrils of my power wrapped around those vulnerable, beating organs.
Cora, a masculine voice snapped.
I needed to destroy, create suffering and chaos. My soul longed for it, and it was the only way the painful banging in my chest would cease. Power flooded my veins, and agony arched my spine.
Flesh tore, and I gasped as my eyes flicked open to meet the hazel gaze of my mate. He knelt in front of me, his hands cupping my face.
"You back with us?" Indigo asked with thinly veiled amusement.
"Yes."
"Good, because there's only room in here for one bloodthirsty, soul-sucking being, and I called dibs."
She sunk back into my mind, and the wings on my back sagged under the weight. I'd never carried them without her power before. Damn, they were heavy.
"You need to release us," Dave growled.
Release them? What was he talking about? Hudson's thumb stroked my cheek.
"Our hearts, Cora. Release our hearts."
My eyes flew wide. Oh shit! I dropped the invisible grasp I had on them, and they both blew out a relieved breath. My body slumped forward, and I smiled at my mate. "Sorry about that," I whispered. "I need a little sugar." That retro read had done a number on me. Dave thrust a juice box with the straw already in at me. I took it with a grateful smile and swallowed the entire thing in 30 seconds. He swapped it out for another one. 3 juice boxes later, and I had fought off the rising tide of unconsciousness. That was progress.
"What happened?" Hudson asked.
I recounted the vision, the memory, the feelings, everything.
"So you got a read off the animal she killed?" Dave asked as he folded his arms. "That's new."
I scowled at him as Hudson helped me to my feet. The world tilted for a moment before righting itself.
"Why kill them in the first place?" Hudson asked. "Seems a little much for one woman."
Except she wasn't a woman. She'd been dead a long time. She was undead, unnatural. She was an entity guided by a powerful presence, one strong enough to rip her soul from heaven and shove it back onto earth. I think, I started before drawing in a steady breath. I think we are dealing with zombies. Chapter 20. If I show you what's in my heart, will you crush my dreams or nurture them? Worried shifters eyed me with distrust as I entered the pack house. My intervention in their children's fate had run out of currency quickly. You could spend your life doing good deeds, and all anyone would remember was the one bad thing. It was part of how we were wired. The negative feelings infiltrated our core memories so much easier than joy and happiness. But that knowledge didn't mean I wasn't feeling hurt and annoyed at Hudson's people. I wasn't responsible for this. If I was, I would hold up my hands and admit it, but they couldn't lay this travesty at my feet.
"That was no animal attack," Gordon snarled. "I couldn't smell anything but death."
There was no fooling a shifter's nose. Hudson folded his arms and leaned against the side of the sofa I sat on.
"You're right, but you need to stop looking at my mate like she is responsible."
Gordon pointed at me, and Indigo perked up. Great. My soul-sucking alter ego was eyeballing an alpha as a snack. That was all we needed.
"Wherever she goes, death follows. First the spiritual influx in town, and now this. You can't tell me it's a coincidence."
Benedict leaned forward.
"What is your explanation, Cora?"
Norbert shook his head. "She doesn't need to explain anything. She wasn't here and isn't responsible. So use your anger and fear to fuel the hunt. Something has come on our lands and slaughtered our cattle. That is the something that needs your focus, not the woman our leader has chosen to love and rule with." I didn't want to rule anyone.
I was happy in my small world of guest house tasks and small-town medical issues. The fact I'd fallen for one of the faction leaders meant I was dragged into the forefront of the political landscape. I knew it and accepted it, but it didn't make me hate it any less. I couldn't keep hiding behind Hudson, though. For this to work, I had to step up to the role I never wanted. There are forces at work beyond anything we have seen or faced before, I started. Hudson's hand squeezed my shoulder in silent strength. I met each of the Alpha's eyes before continuing. My grandmother wants to out our existence to the humans and position herself as our de facto ruler. There was a round of curses and grumblings. I waited for them to quiet down, twisting my fingers in my lap. Here goes. She tried to command the factions with a spelled pact, which failed because no one signed it. She also tried to siphon power from demons, which also backfired on her. "And now?" Kira asked. I met her gaze. Now she is in cahoots with a god. Silence blanketed the room.
God? Like the God? Benedict said with a laugh.
No, not the god we pray to. A god of old. Dawn. Norbert swore. Well, that was new. The doc was unflappable, but he clearly had knowledge. "Who is Dawn?" Gordon asked. "The Celtic god of death." Nobody moved, and they collectively held their breath while it penetrated that we were dealing with a deity. We couldn't ignore the enormity of it. Whatever was coming, we were severely unprepared.
"So what do we do?"
Jesse asked, breaking the shock. My eyes closed for a second. They weren't attacking me for being the granddaughter of our greatest enemy. They didn't go for my throat because my blood relation caused the chaos threatening their way of life. No. Instead, they asked what we could do. My throat felt tight, but I swallowed the knot back down and released a breath. I'm going to try to get her to see reason, to stop this before any more lives are lost, I told them.
"Eloise isn't known for her diplomacy, or backing down," Jesse responded.
No, she's not.
"So what makes you think you have a chance of stopping her?"
I'm blood, I whispered. My skin burned at the remembrance of what that had meant. She lost any commitment from me on the floor of that torture room.
"So what? You beg your grandma to stop this nonsense, and if she refuses to back down, then what?"
Gordon asked. A sad smile tilted up my lips. "Then I kill her." I jogged down the stairs, my red tea dress swishing against my calves. I'd gathered my hair into a loose knot at my nape and chose some family jewelry to mark the occasion. The house smelled of roast turkey and all the trimmings, making my stomach rumble. The shifters had required a little more explanation around the animal slaughter. Dave advised me to avoid using the word zombie, which I complied with, as they were already freaked out enough. But I was at a loss as to why those killings had happened. What was the purpose? Was there even one? A reenactment of The Walking Dead didn't happen every day, so maybe it was a test? Perhaps Sarah was my grandmother dipping her toe in the zombie water. I shuddered to a stop outside the parlor door and scowled. "Hey, no TV, it's family time," I snapped as I strode between Dave and Hudson to grab the remote. Hudson snatched it away and moved out of my way. "Watch," he quietly demanded. There is nothing on that TV that means more to me than spending the evening with the people I love, eating too much turkey, and entering a carb coma. A familiar female voice, firm but alluring, filled the room. I froze and stared in horror as my grandmother stood on a podium alongside the presidential candidate, who was a popular favorite to rule our country.
I can't thank you enough for coming out today. I am delighted to announce that Eloise Roberts will be joining me on the trail as my VP.
The news headlines swept across the bottom of the screen, reinforcing the fact that my grandmother was set to become the next Vice President of the United States. How had she managed that? Weren't there rules? Votes? Things? I shook my head. She had a god in her pocket, so the rules didn't apply. He wasn't bound by the same constraints as the rest of us.
That's concerning, Dave muttered.
Concerning? Concerning? No. This is my grandmother moving her final pieces onto the board. She's now in the position to usher the world into a new era, one where she styles herself as the savior of humanity and the ruler of the factions. This is not concerning, Dave. This is a fucking disaster. Aunt Liz and Aunt Sophia ambled into the room, glanced at the TV, and continued on their journey to the dining room. No TV on family dinner nights. You know the rules, Liz said.
Wait for it. Wait.
She froze, the bowl of veggies in her hands trembling as she took 2 steps backward and absorbed the headline. Fuck, she snapped. What are you doing, Mother? Hudson turned off the TV and spun to face me.
This can wait for one night. We can eat and drink like a normal family who isn't balancing the fate of the world. For one night, we can eat apple pie and joke about ordinary things, like the fact Maggie washed the sheets with a red sock.
She did? I had pink sheets? My lips twitched. Hudson grabbed my hand and led me into the dining room. My aunts were all here. Liz, Dana, Stella, Anita, and Sophia. My chosen family also surrounded the table. Maggie, Rebecca, Sebastian, and Ira, who was a last-minute addition. Harry floated next to Rebecca, seemingly taken with the vampire princess, compounded by the fact she could see and communicate with him. Even my damn cat had taken a perch in the window and was eyeballing the partially carved turkey. "Shall we say grace?" Ira asked. I snorted, and Aunt Liz's lips twitched. But you know what? Grace wasn't about calling down the one God. It was about vocalizing things we were thankful for. And in this climate, we needed to hold tight to those. "Why don't we say one thing we are grateful for? I'll go first," I declared. Hudson raised a brow at me.
Okay.
"Thank you, universe," I started, because that seemed like a catch-all that avoided pissing off any one deity in particular. "For the strength I have found in opening up to those I trust. Thank you for grounding me in their love and acceptance." Sophia sniffed. "Don't cry. That would start a cascade, and I'm too hungry for that." Dave leaned forward and stabbed a slice of meat.
I am thankful for juicy meat.
Okay. Liz snorted. "And I am grateful that you took a vow to protect my niece." "He did what now?" My head jerked to Dave. He popped the turkey in his mouth and groaned. "I am grateful for the yarn sale," Sophia said. This was giving me whiplash. Maybe we could set up a grateful meter? Silly or serious, pick a lane. Maggie tucked her hair behind her ears. "I am grateful to Cora for taking a chance on a scared teenager." My heart swelled. Sebastian smirked.
I'm grateful for my father being an unaccepting bitch, which finally gave me the excuse I needed to leave that house and live my life how I want, without judgment.
The wards in my head clanged, and the doorbell rang 10 seconds later. That was quick, which meant it was my father or uncle, and they had decided to be polite rather than just invade my house, as they had both proven the wards were no obstacle. Unless it was... Nope, I refuse to think about that right now. I shoved my chair out and hurried to the door. I swung it open, and my father grinned at me, thrusting a golden-wrapped box into my hands.
For my daughter.
Oh, we said no gifts, so no stress. He strode inside, and Lucifer appeared behind him.
I want nothing in return, Cora. A father should be able to give a gift to his daughter without receiving that look of suspicion.
I shook the box gently. Something rattled inside.
I wouldn't do that too hard, Lucifer advised with a quirk of his brow.
I frowned. Do you know what it is? He nodded with a smirk before joining my father at the table. I placed the box down on the front desk and escaped back to the dining room. Someone had pulled 2 chairs up, making room for the archangels, who were filling their plates with the feast set before them. Hudson's hand squeezed mine.
You invited them? He asked.
I nodded. I did.
That was awfully kind of you.
Kind, no. But prudent, yes. We had a god problem, and no one could convince me that gaining 2 archangel allies was a bad thing. I smiled softly and noted he placed a little of everything on my plate, heavy on the stuffing and parsnips. Something settled in my heart that he knew what I would enjoy the most. My gaze fell to his plate. Did I know the same about him? I think so. Meat, roast potatoes, and honey-glazed carrots were his favorites. We fell into relaxed conversation and enjoyable food. I shouldn't be waiting for the other shoe to drop, but I couldn't help it. I glanced at the clock as my family and friends joked and smiled. This was everything I needed. I glanced at Hudson. Love. Then Rebecca and Sebastian. Friendship. Maggie. Protection. My father. Strength. My aunts. Support. My ghost. Adoration. My uncle. Wit and humor. My damn cat. Snooty indifference. The wards rang inside my mind and through my chest. Hudson frowned.
Someone is here.
Dave jerked to his feet, and Aunt Liz tugged his arm, shaking her head. Sit down. Here goes nothing. I rose from my chair, swallowing thickly. Hudson was a step behind me, a silent, protective presence at my back. After wiping my palms on my dress, I swung open the door, just as a man in an impeccable suit opened the rear door of the idling car in the driveway. Elegant legs appeared first, followed by her familiar form. Her lips curled into a smile, one that didn't reach her eyes, and my heart beat with an erratic rhythm. They said if you stared your fear in the eyes, you could overcome it. I wasn't just testing that theory, I was banking my life on it. She traipsed up the stairs and smiled at me. I returned the smile on reflex. Good evening, grandmother. Chapter 21. Only polite conversation at the dinner table. Leave your talk of world domination until coffee and mints. Sometimes bright ideas were so wonderful they made you feel you were on top of the world. Other times they were just idiotic. The jury was still out on which camp this fell into. If I was a betting woman, I would say the latter. I escorted Eloise into my dining room, the eyes of the room ranging from shock to anger. Lucifer looked a little amused, but he was ever the outlier. Abaddon quirked a brow.
This is quite the surprise, Cora. You really did invite everyone.
I needed information from her, and we weren't really in the tea and cake stage of our relationship anymore. Dave grasped his fork tighter, and I could see him weighing up the many ways he could kill her. I held up my hand. Before you get murdery, she's bound to me for the evening. You kill her, you kill me. It was my idea. She knew everyone here would place my life above hers. Plus, I wasn't ready for her to realize we knew about Dawn. Aunt Liz growled at her mother, as did all my aunts. But Liz seemed a little unhinged at that moment. Maybe it was Dave's influence. Hudson, ever the gentleman, offered my grandmother his chair while he placed himself at the end of the table, creating a barrier between myself and Eloise. Maggie found a clean plate and put it in front of her. "This looks lovely. You're doing?" Eloise asked with a look at Liz. We all pitched in, like families should. I hadn't pitched in at all. "Apologies for my lateness. I had a last-minute video meeting with Gareth." The presidential candidate. She was testing us to see if we'd heard her delightful news. No one reacted, and that was answer enough for her. "You know the rules," I said. "No shop talk and no drama." "Are veiled threats allowed?" Dave snarled. He was white-knuckling that fork like he was weighing up if I should be sacrificed. "Depends on how veiled they are," Sophia mumbled. "Eloise is a little thick-skinned, so unless you pitch it just right, she won't even notice." My grandmother stared down her nose at her sister. "I wasn't aware you were in the country." Sophia grinned. Ah, Eloise was monitoring her passport. I suspected my aunt traveled with Lucifer Airways, which meant she'd go undetected. Clever. I enjoyed Eloise being on the back foot for once. It made for a pleasant change. "How is the pack?" Eloise asked Hudson as she took the first bite of her meal. Everyone else followed suit, but in slow, measured bites while they side-eyed my grandmother like she was an unexploded bomb. "Restless," Hudson answered. Okay, we were down to one-word answers. "They don't enjoy the fact you tried to ensnare them with a spelled pact. That's below the belt, Eloise, even for you." My grandmother didn't miss a beat. "So you discovered the magic. It would have gone so much easier if you'd signed it. Then all of this could have been avoided. But you just had to make it difficult." "Wanting freedom isn't being difficult," Ira said as she passed Sebastian the turkey plate. Dave eyeballed it and snatched 2 slices as it went past his nose. "You would still have maintained your freedom. There's no need for dramatics." Rebecca snorted, a very un-princess-like thing to do. "You might have given them the illusion of freedom while you maneuvered everyone, but it would have been just that, an illusion." "I thought we said no shop talk," I snapped. I needed Eloise relaxed to get the information I needed. Everyone looked suitably chastised and started eating again. Lucifer's lips twitched. It's rare that I am the least hated person in the room. I rather enjoy it. Eloise's hand froze with a forkful of mashed potatoes near her lips. "I haven't forgotten your last visit," she said. "I still owe you for the scar." Scar? My gaze scanned my grandmother. Nothing but perfection. Where and how had he scarred her? Ugh, I didn't care. "How goes world domination, Mother?" Dana asked. Anita scowled at her younger sister. "Slowly, but I'm getting there," Eloise said. Abaddon clamped his hand around his wine glass. "It never works out well, trust me." "Agreed," Lucifer added. "Try ruling a small country first as practice. That way you can iron out the kinks before expanding your empire." Life coaching by Lucifer. My grandmother smiled. "I already have.
The elementals were my testing ground. I've cut my teeth on ruling the strongest faction." There were murmurs of disagreement around the table. "It's not a pissing contest," I snapped. "I said no shop talk. World domination, death, ruling, presidents, politics. None of it is welcome at my Christmas table. Don't like it? Then leave." Harry floated around the dining table, his eyes focused on Eloise as he circled us. "I don't trust her." Rebecca smirked but said nothing. Wise woman. It was best not to remind my grandmother about the spirits that could see and hear everything she did. This was also part of my plan, one which Harry had reluctantly agreed to. Eloise was about to be haunted. "You have commanded quite the room of powerful allies, granddaughter. I am proud." Spare me. After she had her pet torturer gut me, I no longer sought her approval. "I'm awash with giddiness at your praise," I deadpanned. Her brows furrowed. What did she expect? "You know, we were talking about the importance of family," I said. Careful, Cora. This was like poking a beehive and hoping to score honey instead of venom. "Family is very important. Genetics make you who you are," she agreed. Not exactly. I had ended up relatively normal, even though I had the blood of a tyrannical narcissist and the angel of death in my veins. Exactly. I would love to know more about my mother. Eloise froze for a breath and then continued to eat. The supernaturals around me knew I was asking for a good reason, even if they were clueless why. "What in particular?" I shrugged. What was she like as a child? Her favorite food? Which subject she enjoyed? What books she liked to read? Did she dance, go to concerts? You know, normal stuff I could ask my aunts, and already had. Eloise had a blind spot, however, and I was playing into it. She recounted the many ways she knew my mother, but also revealed so much more, like the fact she didn't know her at all. Not a surprise, since Eloise had birthed children for power, not to nurture. Abaddon frowned at me. "What are you up to?" I barely suppressed the squeak. He could speak in my mind? His lips twitched as my aunts cleared the table and dished up the apple pie. All the while, my grandmother continued her monologue about how well she knew her own blood. "Don't interfere." He glanced between me and Eloise. Raising my spoon, I pointed it at Abaddon. "I know so little about him, but he's not exactly an open book. I'd love to know even more about the Robert side to help me plug the gap." Abaddon pressed his lips into a thin line, and Eloise nodded like she was better than an archangel. "Well, your great-grandmother, as you know, was an expert spellcaster that altered the curse placed on our bloodline, so that the firstborn of each generation would drain their father's magic and life force. But you seem to have found a workaround for that little problem," she said, looking between me and Hudson. This was my opening. "Did you stay with my grandfather long?" Eloise shook her head. "No. As you know, all your aunts have different fathers, and your mother was no exception. I couldn't risk the curse." "That was wise of you. Did you pick them specifically?" "Careful, Cora, careful. Honey, not venom." She scoffed. "Of course. I am not fooled by a pretty face and notions of love." "No, because you wouldn't know love if it slapped you in the face. No risk there." She jerked her head at Liz. "Her father was a renowned air elemental from France." Liz didn't react, but I could sense all my aunts soaking in their mother's words. My grandmother went through my living aunts, confirming she had genetically planned each of them to cover the 4 bases of the elementals. My grandmother had birthed herself a quad, but failed to nurture them,
So instead of mindlessly following her, they hated her. But that left a burning question, and I just had to hope I'd laid enough groundwork for this to seem a natural extension of the conversation. And my mother? Eloise pressed her lips into a thin line. A mistake. That stung. She glanced at me, reached over Hudson, and patted my hand. But all mistakes have silver linings, and that was you, Cora. She glanced at Abaddon. Never in my wildest dreams did I think your mother would seduce an angel. I underestimated her, but I guess that's my mistake, given I had underestimated her father. What do you mean? He almost had me. A wistful smile appeared on her face, one I've never seen her wear before. I was done with children. I had my 4, and I had no time or desire for a connection beyond that. But, gently, Cora, make it seem like her idea. She smiled in full. I guess with where we are, there's no need for secrets now. I am posed to rule this world, so what's the harm? I'd love to hear about it, I coaxed. She nodded. Your grandfather wasn't an elemental, Cora. In fact, he wasn't anything special at all. He was a human. A strong but utterly ordinary human. I think I let my guard down because he wasn't a threat. He couldn't hurt me or steal what power I held. He was safe. And so for a short time, I let myself believe in love. She chuckled like it was a ridiculous notion. Did you fall for him? I wondered. She shook her head. For a time, perhaps, until I realized I was pregnant. Then I had to make decisions. Pregnancy can make us weak. She tilted her nose up and stared at me. Remember that, because the hormones play havoc on your body and mind. They make you think you are not the most important thing on Earth and fool you into putting your child first. It all disappears once they are born, though. Wow. Did you leave him? I asked. No, I killed him. And any notion that my grandmother had a heart evaporated. Who was he? I whispered, because deep down I was holding on to hope that perhaps I could meet him. It was a wild dream, anyway. She sighed. No more, Cora. The meal is drawing to a close. Perhaps it is time to discuss why you invited me. Maggie jumped up and helped Ira clear the dishes. The rest of the supernaturals stayed firmly in place to listen to the end of our conversation. I folded my arms and leaned back. Are you aware of the ghost problem in White Castle? She tilted her head. Ghosts are everywhere, granddaughter. Be more specific. There are a very large number of them, and they have shown themselves to the living. Her nose twitched. Ah, so she knew what that meant, but not why they were here specifically. They are remnants, she stated. Ugh, tell me something I don't know. I'm aware their numbers have increased lately. Yup, because you are responsible. No one said it, but we all thought it. However, there shouldn't be a concentration of them, and they certainly shouldn't be here in White Castle. Well, they are, Dave snarled. No snarling. She doesn't respond well to it. As if she could read my mind, Liz elbowed him in the ribs, making him grunt. Eloise gazed at the wall like she was trying to make sense of the information. Just remnants or something else? She finally asked. Aha, so she was responsible for the zombies. I am 100% positive zombies weren't the technical name, but until I knew better, it was the best I had. What else is there? We already have a town of terrified residents, Hudson asked. How terrified?
I blinked.
What did she mean, how terrified? They were being harassed by ghosts. They were scared shitless.
Wait. No.
What did you do? I asked. They weren't half as scared as I would expect. White Castle might be good with weird, but mass poltergeist activity should have caused a riot. People should be trying to burn down the town, not holding town meetings. My grandmother smiled like she was super proud of herself. You think of my previous attempts as failures, granddaughter, but every single step I've made has played out perfectly. My ruling will be so much easier with the populace muted while I restore order. If I'd completely removed their fear, they wouldn't seek a solution. But I also wanted to avoid bloodshed, at least where I could. How? She shook her head and stood. Thank you for dinner. Nobody moved to escort her out of the door. She scowled before turning on her heel and striding out into the night. The door clicked shut behind her, and the wards let me know when she left my premises. Harry blinked out of existence.
Where did the ghost go?
Dave snapped. My lips twitched. Oh, Dave, you have much to learn. Harry just attached himself to my grandmother. He's haunting her, and now we have an insight into what the bitch is doing.
Diabolical, Lucifer said with a grin.
My father stared at me and voiced the words he'd spoken in my head.
I hope you know what you're doing, daughter.
Cora Roberts, mistress of optimism and master of deception. Harry sped back into the room and slammed against the wall. The clock wobbled and fell onto the floor, making us all jump. Well, that didn't go according to plan. Chapter 22. Stolen moments should be treasured. I should have known my grandmother would ward herself against ghosts, given she was dabbling in the afterlife and manipulating the second souls left on Earth. I felt so very, very stupid for thinking otherwise. My father stretched out his legs and cradled his steaming mug of hot chocolate with all the trimmings as we sat around the fire in the parlor.
I'm sorry, Miss Roberts, Harry said for the umpteenth time.
Abaddon lasered him with a look.
Stop apologizing for something you have no control over.
Harry froze. My father never spoke to him, so his words had more of an impact. Hudson wrapped his arm around my shoulders and drew me close to his side.
What do you think she's done?
He asked. I shrugged, trying to piece together all the moves my grandmother had made into a bigger picture. She wasn't known for embellishing the facts. She'd indicated everything she had done had led us to this moment, so it would be prudent to unpick the reasons. I don't know, but I can't overlook the fact that White Castle's residents became more incensed when the school board lowered the age at which they introduced sex education in schools than about their ghost problem. She seemed shocked that there was a hot spot in White Castle, Aunt Liz said. I agree, I responded. So why were they here? Me? It didn't make sense. Harry said there wasn't a special pull to me, and there weren't ghosts lined up on my property line looking for a moment with the daughter of the Angel of Death. Then again, my wards kept all the dead folks but Harry out.
How many are we talking about?
Abaddon asked.
A few hundred, Dave answered. Maybe more.
My father tilted his head and pursed his lips before taking a sip of the hot chocolate and coming away with a whipped cream mustache. Lucifer raised a brow, looking amused, but nobody said anything. Do you have any idea why they are drawn here? I asked, trying not to stare at the white foam. Someone should tell him.
There are several possibilities, Abaddon said. If Dawn's involved, weird shit will happen, all of it linked to death. His very presence in the world will unbalance it, given he hasn't walked the earth for centuries. That kind of power will have a ripple effect.
Wonderful. We had a rogue deity wandering the world, creating chaos.
Why White Castle?
Dave asked. Abaddon's eyes caught mine.
He will know about Cora through Eloise, and she will no doubt have confided in him. He wouldn't stand for secrets.
Wait, do you know him? I asked. Abaddon nodded.
I know all the ancient gods. Just because they're inactive doesn't mean they simply disappeared.
Is there a retreat for retired gods? I smiled a little at the thought of all those gods sitting around a pool sipping margaritas.
Not exactly. They just no longer play in this realm.
Everyone froze as that sank in. One realm at a time, Cora. The thought of worlds beyond ours was too enormous to comprehend. Perhaps when my grandmother wasn't hell-bent on altering the future of this one, I could poke at the others.
So Cora is responsible for White Castle's haunting?
Dave asked. Aunt Liz slapped the back of his head, and Aunt Sophia pointed her crochet hook at him. My grandniece might dance with death, but she is not responsible for a mass group of remnants. Dave scowled and rubbed his head while Hudson snorted. Are there any other reasons? I asked, because blaming my heritage is rather convenient.
I agree, Sebastian said. Eloise and Don would actually benefit from keeping this from us for as long as possible.
Abaddon narrowed his eyes like he was trying to pick through all the possibilities.
Then there are only 2 reasonable causes left.
Which are? Rebecca asked. She'd been quieter than normal, almost subdued. Was it Ezra that was getting to her, or something else? I needed to make time to speak to her.
Well, Abaddon started. One could be that someone else sent them here to warn Cora, who would then draw us together. It's a warning. Perhaps someone in the Order, or maybe one of Don's followers.
I grimaced. Don has followers?
A small sect, yes. You mentioned a ghost came to you from Peachtree to tell you of the atrocity there?
Ice slid down my spine. Yes, Caleb. Abaddon nodded.
I'd suggest paying them a visit. They're located in Ireland, as one would expect. Take your mate in case things get ugly. His prehistoric tiger will give them pause.
Looks like we were going to Ireland. What's the second option?
Sometimes, when spirits gather in a particular area, it's to witness something, like an apocalyptic event. Or maybe he's planning on a visit.
He? Dave asked. I stared at my father, meeting his unnerving gaze.
You did extend a dinner invitation,
Abaddon said with a shrug, making my stomach flip.
But he sent me with his apologies, as he had a prior engagement. I don't manage his diary, so I'm not sure where he is. However, souls often feel his presence and intent, resulting in a gathering of the deceased. They are drawn to the light, and he is the light.
Oh, shit. The house was quiet. My family and friends had retreated to their rooms or returned to their homes. Hudson watched me clean the already spotless parlor. I had too much nervous energy. Everywhere we turned, there was another powerful being. I was surrounded by entities that played with our lives like we were pawns, and it was suffocating. Hudson caught my wrist as I moved to go back in the kitchen. A spot of wood polish would help the dining table shine. He drew me to his chest and wrapped me in his arms, his fingers gently gripping my chin as he tilted my head back to stare into my eyes.
It's 3 a.m, Cora. Time to come to bed.
But I'm not tired. It was the truth. I had all this nervous energy bombarding my body, and it needed to be burned off. Maybe I should go for a run? He pried the mop from my hand and placed it against the wall before threading his hand into my hair and tugging it back. His lips caressed mine and chased the icy dread away.
Come to bed,
he coaxed as he began unbuttoning the front of my dress while walking me backward toward the stairs.
I have so much to do, I whispered.
The refrigerator still needed organizing, and the pantry checking for outdated food. My heels hit the stairs, and he guided my body back.
Come to bed,
he said again. I shook my head. Bed is where sleep happened, and I had so much to do. The house needed to be perfect. Hudson's hands gathered the hem of my dress, and he sank to his knees as he raised it slowly.
Come to bed.
No.
Then I guess I'm going to do this here on the stairs where anyone can find us.
Do what? His hands yanked my knees wide, tore my panties in two, and pressed his tongue against my core. My hands threaded in his hair as my mind went blissfully blank. Yes, I whispered as I raised my hips to meet him. I needed this. He gripped my waist and pinned me to the stairs as he teased me relentlessly. I need to come. He chuckled against my inner thigh and nipped it lightly.
And I need you to come to bed.
A door opened above us, and footsteps padded along the creaking floorboards.
Seriously, it's not even a full moon, Sebastian whined. Get a room.
A door slammed closed. I stared at Hudson, and we both burst out laughing. Fine, bed. He didn't need another invitation. He swiped my torn panties in one hand, scooped me under my butt with his other, and ran up the 2 flights of stairs, covering the distance in seconds. My body flopped onto the bed with a bounce, and he ripped off his shirt. Buttons bounced off the walls as he tore his jeans down his legs.
Get naked, Cora. Now. It's a beautiful dress, and I'd hate to ruin it.
My dress and bra hit the floor in seconds, and he climbed over my body with a lethal look in his eyes.
Time to show you how cats do it, he promised. You'll need to funnel a little of Indigo's power.
I already was, because Indigo was wide awake and very interested in what he was doing. He kissed me deeply, his tongue tangling with mine, and I grew restless underneath him.
Stop teasing, I growled.
He grinned, all teeth, all male, all cat.
This is part of the package. Teasing is in our nature, so get used to it.
I scowled at him. He chuckled, flipped me over onto my front, and put his hands under my belly to draw me to my hands and knees. Now we were talking. He nudged my thighs apart wider, a little wider still. Then his hand collared the back of my neck and pressed it to the soft pillow. I opened my mouth to protest the vulnerable position, but then his tongue did something magical between my legs, and I lost the ability to talk coherently. "Hudson," I groaned as he pushed me toward the cliff edge with ruthless determination. He was done teasing, and all I could do was hang on tight. My hands twisted in the comforter, and I raised my ass higher. Heat raced down my spine, and pleasure burst from my core. A scream tore from me, and his teeth latched onto my clit, extending my release with a perfect bite of pain. His hand steadied my hip as he tore his mouth away and thrust inside of me, stretching me with a sudden force while I was still spasming, putting me right back on the edge. How did he do that? I tried to rise up on my elbows, but his hand pinned my neck to the bed as he powered inside of me until I'd taken all of him. He paused, letting me feel the stretch.
You good?
he checked.
My mate was dominating, bossy, and impossible, but also loving and caring. It was intoxicating being the center of his world.
I'm good.
He tangled his hand in my hair and yanked me backward, my legs spreading wider as he brought me to his lap, his chest to my back. My hands rested on his thighs as he scraped his teeth down the side of my neck and across my collarbone.
Ride my cock, Cora, he murmured, his hot breath along my neck sending a shiver through me.
My legs slid wider for purchase, and I rose before sinking down on him.
I was so close.
My fingers skimmed my clit, but he grabbed my arms and twisted them behind my back, holding my wrists prisoner inside one of his hands.
Naughty little witch, that's mine.
I gritted my teeth and tensed my muscles, making him growl.
Learning to play.
I grinned as I rose before sliding down slowly with a small twist of my hips that made him curse.
Fuck, do that again, he groaned.
I did, alternating between slow and deep, hard and fast, and no discernible rhythm, which kept him on the edge as I learned to play with a cat.
Can you take a little more? He growled against my ear.
What?
More, Cora. Can you take me?
I froze, feeling him pulse in the most intimate of caresses. But I was sitting flush against him, and he had one hand flattened against my lower stomach, keeping me pinned to him.
Yes,
Indigo roared in my mind. Her power released fire in my veins, and Hudson jerked in shock.
Tell me to stop if it hurts.
How much more? My mouth fell open as the sensual pressure arched my spine. He was growing inside of me, inch by glorious inch. I gasped, and he held me tighter.
You okay?
I nodded, because words seemed like an impossible feat.
Good,
he said as he pulled free, spun me around onto my back, and slid back inside my body all in a breath. He smiled at me as I wrapped my legs and arms around him.
You've been holding out on me, I accused.
Didn't want to scare you. You flatter yourself, Principal.
Hold tight to that conviction.
His hands gripped my ass, lifted, and then sunk me down. I reveled in him, in his passion, his pain, his power. It was all-encompassing and all mine. We got lost in the carnal dance, our beasts taking playful swipes at each other as we fell into our own world. I would give anything to stay with him in this moment. He laid me back and took me slowly, drawing out our pleasure before we both came with a roar.
Mine,
he snarled so loud the windows rattled. He buried his head against my neck and rolled us to the side. Still connected, still very much full. He stared at me like I was his sun and stars, and I gifted him with trust and my heart. We had to steal these moments and keep being selfish with them. If we didn't, we'd go mad. You had to cling to the good times to shore up your defenses against the bad. Mine, I uttered before I lost my fight with sleep. Chapter 23. Be Still My Beating Heart. I snuck up on my unsuspecting prey, marveling at my silent approach. If I didn't already have a job with a secret covert organization, this untapped skill would totally get me hired. I avoided the creaky floorboard in the hallway. The sounds of my family in the kitchen faded out as I put one foot in front of the other. My gaze narrowed at my quarry sitting in the window, surveying the gardens bathed in the early afternoon sunshine. This had to work. I'd tried so many things already, and while my life was full of so many unsolved mysteries, this felt like one I should be able to solve. Almost there. I pounced, emitting a screech loud enough for cartoon heads to pop. Bella twisted her head and blinked at me. A thunder of footsteps sounded behind me as my family and friends came to witness my failure. I pointed at the white, furry menace. "You are not a normal cat, so stop acting like one." She lifted her paw and started giving herself a bath. Harry flew into the room a few seconds later, brandishing a frying pan. "I'm here, Miss Roberts, to defend your honor." I dropped my head to my chest and sighed. Wait. That was an actual frying pan, not a ghostly one. What in the fresh hell was happening? Sebastian arched a brow from his position on the sofa. "Do you all see the flying frying pan?" He checked. Why was no one scared of me? "Yes, it's Harry's," Aunt Liz replied. Sebastian nodded like it was normal, just as Harry moved the frying pan in a swooping motion like he was trying to spank my invisible foe with a kitchen utensil. "Would a knife not have been more prudent?" Rebecca asked. "Stop trying to help me." Harry frowned. "Knives are very dangerous, Miss Lexington. You know how many people end up in the emergency room with accidental stabbings? I didn't want to risk hurting myself." Oh, the irony of a dead vampire worrying a real knife was going to add to the real-life emergency room statistics. I glared at Bella before spinning on my heel and marching through the gang of supernaturals to my kitchen. It seemed my cat would remain an enigma. Rebecca, Maggie, and Aunt Liz filed in after me as I grabbed the salad items from the refrigerator. I needed something to occupy my mind while we waited for Aunt Dana to get back. She had a contact within the sect and was trying to arrange a meeting. Apparently, turning up unannounced and uninvited to a death cult wasn't wise. I aggressively chopped the lettuce, peppers, and tomatoes before tossing them into a glass bowl. Could I persuade Aunt Liz to make her broccoli and cheese quiche to go with the salad? I paused, my eyes scanning the counter. What was I missing? Oh, right, cucumber. After dragging the wrapper off it, I ran in under the faucet and picked up the knife. My mouth opened to inquire about the quiche when powerful hands gripped my shoulders and a deep voice shouted, "Boo!" I squealed and spun around, brandishing the cucumber in one hand and the knife in another. The cucumber smacked Hudson's chest and flung out of my hand onto the floor. "What are you doing?" I growled. He grinned. "Demonstrating how one sneaks up on a cat." "That menace is no cat." Said cat strolled around the corner, took one look at the cucumber, and exploded into the huge demon version of herself I've seen exactly once before. She was about the size of a lion, with silver eyes, curved ears, and wickedly sharp teeth. "Oh my God," I said. "Are you seeing this?" Given everyone was staring at the terrifying feline, I assumed they could. "What is she?" Aunt Liz asked. "Complicated," I answered, lowering myself into a crouch. Bella snarled at the cucumber. I reached out and plucked it from the floor to hand to Hudson. She plonked her ass down just as Harry floated into the room. She hissed at him, and he raised the frying pan, brandishing it over his head. Rebecca reached over and grasped the handle, just as the boundary ward sounded. Company. Just what this situation needed. "I'll just hold on to this," she said. Harry smiled at her and released his weapon. Another poor man who was under her spell. Dead or alive, they didn't stand a chance. I inched forward, and Bella's wary gaze seemed to bore into my soul as she watched my approach. The sound of the front door opening reached us, and Bella swiveled her head at an impossible angle, letting out a low growl before racing toward the door. Hopefully that wasn't a random guest, because being greeted by a demon cat wasn't in the Summer Grove ethos. We at least waited until they'd booked and paid before releasing the weird. Dana strode in just as Bella dived around her legs and disappeared outside. Ugh, I wanted to figure out what she was. Was that too much to ask? Dana blinked. Should I leave the door open?
No, she'll come back when she's ready, Hudson answered from behind me.
I sighed. I guess the mystery would persist a little longer. Dana pointed at the present my father had left, diverting my attention from furry mysteries. Are you going to open that? I eyeballed the box with a frown. What did Daddy Darling gift his only daughter? He was a little late for driving lessons and my first car. Dana huffed. If you don't, I will. My aunt wasn't good with secrets or surprises. If I open it, are you going to tell me about the God of Death's sect? She nodded once. Absolutely. I rolled my shoulders and strode to the box. It couldn't be anything bad, right? He was an archangel. Maybe it was something cute like a mini angel statue or a special edition Bible. I grabbed the ribbon between my fingers and tugged the bow loose. It fell away and I lifted the lid. Glitter exploded in my face and shimmered in the air, making me stumble back and cough. My father glitter bombed me? Seriously? It could be worse. Oh no, wait. The sparkly substance dissipated, revealing a glass-enclosed heart. My eyes rolled to the heavens as I breathed in, held it, and released it. That was definitely a humanoid heart, and it was still beating. Well, that was novel. You didn't get those at Macy's on sale. Snacks. I approve, Indigo purred. Of course she did. What is it? Dana asked with a little bounce. I grabbed the dome-shaped case and lifted it free of the box. She froze. Hudson snarled. Aunt Liz cursed. A small note was tacked on the top.
The beating heart of the hound who dared to touch my daughter. Unfortunately, he still breathes, most likely through a deal with Dawn. But rest assured, the pain he felt was very real. Happy belated Christmas, Father.
I blinked. My father had tried to kill Michael Glaister as a Christmas present to me. I was more freaked out about that than the heart thumping strong and steady in front of me. After carefully placing it back in the box, Rebecca peered over the edge with a look of disdain. It smells like death. It's a heart that no longer exists in a body. What did you expect it to smell of? Vanilla and cherries? No, but it's alive, still beating, she said with a raised brow as I replaced the lid. And? It should smell fresh, yet it stinks like utter and complete death.
It's a wonder we didn't smell it before, Hudson replied, his voice deep and growly.
I had never felt more happy that I lacked supernatural senses. I think the glitter bomb released it into the world, Dana added. I glanced down at myself and tried dusting it off. Nope, not shifting. Wonderful. This shit stuck around for days. I'd be finding it a week from now in the weirdest of places. People who used glitter in cards were in league with the devil. Figures his brother would see fit to shower me with it. The sect, I prodded as I strode into the parlor. Dana followed me, followed by Aunt Liz. I stumbled to a stop when Aunt Sophia appeared from downstairs. Why was my great-aunt in my office? I narrowed my gaze, and she flapped a hand at me. Don't look at me like that. My scissors broke, and I needed them to finish the sweater. You could have tried the kitchen. She rolled her eyes and sat in an armchair. You don't mix culinary and craft scissors. That's unsanitary.
But getting them from a doctor's office is okay?
Did you use them to cut someone open?
Well, no. She snorted.
Then stop stalling and let's hear Dana's news, unless you want to explain the glitter.
I turned my pleading gaze to Dana. She folded her hands in her lap and glanced at Hudson, Liz, Rebecca, Sebastian, Sophia, and then me, making sure everyone was listening.
The upshot is they will meet with you, she said.
Well, that was easy. Something had to be right. Great. When? I asked. She grimaced.
Today.
I beamed. Excellent. The sooner the better. Why was no one else excited? Nothing ever went our way, so we needed to be thrilled over the smallest of wins.
They will meet you today at their premises.
It's not unusual that people want to meet on their home turf.
In Ireland, Dana reminded me.
I rubbed my temple. How had I forgotten?
Today? Ireland? Was that even possible?
It was, what, a 9 or 10 hour flight, plus they were ahead of us, meaning even if we left right now, we wouldn't be there until tomorrow morning. They'd set us an impossible task. Wonderful. How is that even possible?
Well, you have a few friends who can.
Dana snapped her fingers.
Zip-zap you around.
I did?
Family, not friends, Aunt Sophia added.
I glanced around the room. Who was holding out on me? Which family member could literally materialize from one place to another in the blink of an eye? Who? Hudson growled.
No.
Sophia smirked.
Uncle Lucy, of course.
My head dropped back and I groaned. No good could come of involving Lucifer with the god of death. It felt like I was waving a massive red flag in front of a bull.
How do we get hold of him? Rebecca asked.
I side-eyed my aunt, who was happily finishing a crocheted sweater. I have his email, I muttered. True, but that wasn't how I'd contact him. My aunt arrived before me, confirming my suspicions, directly seated at the table despite her having left after me. I wasn't complaining. I enjoyed the trek up the hill, as it allowed me to gather my thoughts before tangling with the devil. Despite him clearly not being the big bad, he hadn't earned his reputation by being a sweetheart either. Even if my giggling aunt had hearts in her eyes for him. I glanced at the sky, which was darker than normal, and my skin pebbled as the breeze touched my arms. I reached the top of the hill a moment before Dave and Ira. Harry wasn't here yet, but his transition into this little haven could be a struggle.
What's with the moody ambiance? Ira asked as she folded herself into her normal chair.
There wasn't any food today since it was an emergency meeting. Lucifer glanced at the sky with a frown.
His presence is being felt.
He who? I snapped. There's a lot of he being bandied around these days. Please be more specific. And before you say a god, again, I implore you to specify. Lucifer quirked a brow as Harry shimmered into existence, completing our gang.
Dawn. He's the bringer of night and hoarder of souls. He is affecting the different planes of existence by stretching his power. Gods, any of them, alter the fabric of the universe. Where they go, reality warps until it becomes the new norm. The remnants you are seeing on Earth, the fact our ghostly friend here can affect matter, shows he's getting stronger.
Is this new? Ira asked.
Lucifer shook his head. No, I've felt Dawn getting closer for months. Being the lord of the underworld, I am perhaps a little more sensitive to the changes this particular god brings.
Dana got me a meeting with his special little sect, I said.
Lucifer's eyebrows rose.
You're going to the House of Dawn. That didn't sound so bad. Better than a scary sect of doom and death. Sophia nodded. But she needs to get there today. Lucifer grinned. Oh, really? Dave pointed at him. That's your supervillain smile. Put it away when you are looking at my principal's mate. Aw, I knew you liked me, I said with a chuckle, making Dave roll his eyes. Lucifer kept his grin in place while Ira leaned forward. So you are going to meet Dawn, the god of death, she checked. And nobody is worried about this. Not the god of death, Lucifer corrected. There are several of them, enough for a baseball team, but not a gospel choir. That was a weird analogy. But he is the only one hanging around and causing havoc, I answered, and he's made some sort of deal with my grandmother, protecting her from being killed. Ira nodded. So you are going to reason with him, a god of death? That was ridiculous. You couldn't reason with gods. No, I'm going to try to reason with his little group of worshippers. What? You don't think it's a trap? I snorted. It's always a trap. But we won't get anywhere by sitting on the sidelines, hoping my grandmother comes to her senses and sends him packing. Even if she did, he wouldn't leave now. He's too invested, Lucifer said with a frown at the sky. He's here for the long haul. Great. Wonderful. Excellent. You are making grumbling noises, grandniece, Sophia snapped. Speak clearly or shush. I pressed my lips together. Why are you covered in glitter? Lucifer asked. Dave and Sophia snorted. Ira shook her head. It's impolite to ask a lady about her state of dress. I'm not. I'm asking about her decoration. The belated Christmas gift my father brought me last night contained a glitter bomb, in addition to the still beating heart of an enemy. Ira stifled a laugh, and Sophia snickered. I thought he looked extra proud of his gift. You'll have to forgive him. I can't remember the last time my brother bothered to get anyone a present. Lucky me, I got the special cookie. I'm still confused about why the meeting was called early, Ira said. Sophia swung her crochet hook between me and Lucifer. She needs a ride to Ireland, pronto, along with her mate to provide protection. I have air miles, Ira said with a frown. Oh, if only that was a solution. I sucked in a breath because the devil was going to make me ask. Uncle, would you take Hudson and I, via whatever wonderful magic you use, to get us to Ireland quickly? His lips twitched, and he steepled his fingers together. Say please. I gritted my teeth. Please? On one condition. Dave stiffened while Ira darted a nervous glance between us. Tell me. I want to officiate your wedding. Chapter 24. What did you expect? Skulls, blood sacrifices, and dungeons? When dealing with a group of individuals dedicated to a god of death, ensure you have brought a gift. Not just any gift, the right gift. Luckily, Lucifer had insider knowledge, and that was how I found myself clutching a black bag containing a raven feather quill and an onyx-carved inkwell. Sadly, my uncle vetoed my idea of regifting the hound's beating heart, so it remained sitting on my desk, carefully contained in its glitter-covered glass case. I considered trying to stab it, but if Abaddon said it was being kept alive by a god, then I decided it was best to not interfere, particularly as we were about to enter said god's domain. The House of Dawn was an 18th-century, stone-pillared mini-mansion.
Runes carefully carved around the doorway hinted at the magic inside, and had either stood the test of time or were regularly checked and sharpened. Power drenched the entrance, making the hairs on my nape prickle in awareness. Even humans would get a weird vibe and give this place a wide berth. "I'll return for you both once you exit the house," Lucifer declared. "How will you know?" I wondered. He shrugged. "Your god is not the only all-knowing being in existence." With that little gem of knowledge, he disappeared. Hudson lifted the heavy wooden knocker and sighed. "For the record, I am less than impressed regarding your deal with the devil." "Me too, but what would you have had me do?" He glanced at me. He looked good. Handsome, capable, dangerous. Mine. "Say no and offer him something else." "Like?" The door swung open, halting the brewing argument. A being in a floor-length, black hooded robe stood before us, their face hidden in shadows, making it impossible for us to discern their features. They stood perfectly still, like a statue. "Hi, I'm Cora Roberts, and this is my mate, Hudson Abbott. We have an appointment?" I sounded stupid, but I didn't have time for a silent standoff. My world had tilted on its axis, and I needed to right it before I publicly tied myself to the male beside me. I snapped out my hand and offered them the bag. A gift. No one could fault my manners. The cloaked figure floated back, ignoring my offering. That wasn't creepy, not one bit. Hudson threaded his fingers with mine and tugged me forward into a circular entrance hall. The warm, polished wooden floor was a stark contrast to the clean, white walls, while lit candles dotted the fireplace mantel and floor. As far as death sects went, this wasn't half as bad as I expected. The figure continued to float backward through an arch and down a corridor. Hudson and I shared a look. Guess we were following them. We stalked forward, side by side in a show of strength. The hallway curved to the left, and the figure sped up, disappearing around the corner. We quickened our pace and encountered shadows darker than a cloud-filled night. When you'd battled darkness, you no longer feared it. Light couldn't contain evil or banish evil. It merely illuminated atrocities, making them easier to see. Those brave enough to bear all in the light were terrifying. They were confident in their abilities, assured they would win. Those were the ones to watch. Hudson stiffened as we sank into the shadows. "Kitty afraid of the dark?" "That's not the first time you said that. No, I am not afraid of the dark. Only what's inside it." I chuckled. If the House of Dom wanted us dead, they would have already embroiled us in battle. Lucifer had given me a crash course in the group's history. Unlike other similar organizations, the dwindling members were born into their roles, not recruited, and had the freedom to leave if they so chose. Their numbers had become so insignificant that most people had forgotten they even existed. Their job was to keep the House of Dawn alive by supplying it with the souls of the departed. However, despite its affiliation with death, the sect didn't have a reputation for violence. They were a little morbid, perhaps, but it was their god that led their lethal intent, not the members themselves. Effectively, the sect were the people who kept the lights on while their master was away. Faint light appeared in the distance, morphing into an open doorway the closer we got. "Ready?" I whispered to Hudson. I'd already read him the riot act about keeping his growling to a minimum. He nodded once, and I stepped over the threshold and froze, my mouth falling open. Gone was the shadowy Gothic vibe, and in its place was a room with pale blue and cream themes. An overstuffed U-shaped sofa surrounded a large square wooden coffee table, and a roaring fire made heat wash over my body. In the far corner, a large flat-screen TV played the latest season of a well-known raunchy Regency show. The only thing out of place was the cloaked figure. They lifted their hands and unbuckled the clasp at their neck. The heavy material fell to the floor, revealing a tiny woman dressed in bright pink capri pants and a white tank. Her blonde bob framed a heart-shaped face with piercing blue eyes. She grinned at us. "Sorry for the theatrics," she said in a soft Irish accent. "Got to keep up appearances." A door on the opposite side of the room opened, and another 6 people piled inside. Men and women ranging in ages from early 20s to late 60s. Each bore a wide smile as they draped themselves around the room. They dressed in everything from jeans and sweaters to short, flirty dresses.
"This is not what I expected," Hudson said.
An older guy, sporting a thick head of silver hair and a matching beard, waved at the space on the sofa opposite him they'd left free for us.
"We can get our ceremonial robes if you'd prefer, Daughter of Death," he asked with a twinkle in his eye.
I took the offered seat, but Hudson remained standing behind me with a reassuring hand on my shoulder, showing me he had my back. "Cora is fine, and no thank you." His gaze lifted to Hudson.
"We are honored that the principal has accompanied you today. Warm greetings to you both."
Hudson grumbled something behind me I couldn't make out. Was he speaking a different language? I tipped my head back and stared up at his smug face. The guy who seemed to be in charge answered in the same choppy language, and both of them chuckled. What the fuck was happening? I narrowed my eyes as Hudson's thumb stroked the side of my neck in reassurance.
"Later," he mouthed.
I huffed and tore my gaze from his. The blonde-haired, petite woman bounced onto the sofa next to the old guy. They had the same eyes.
"Took you long enough," she said with a clap. "Can't believe you're finally here. I'm Delira in Exira."
My brows knit. I got here on your impossible timescale. The other part of her words I couldn't understand.
"No, silly. We've been calling you for months."
They definitely hadn't. I tilted my head. How?
"Peachtree. We sent Caleb to you."
My mouth dropped open. Damn. My grandmother wasn't lying when she said everything was connected. We'd been looking at this all wrong, like individual attempts at a hostile takeover, when it was, in fact, a coordinated and consistent attack. The older guy side-eyed her.
"This is Liza, my granddaughter, and she tends to let her mouth run away with her. I'm Killian, the high priest of the House of Dawn. Don't let the title scare ya. Nobody gets sacrificed these days."
Good to know they had moved with the times. Were you responsible for the burned eyes in Peachtree? It was something that kept me awake at night, not knowing who or what was the cause. He nodded.
"Yes, but they were already dead. You were supposed to follow the trail to us."
"A phone call or email would have sufficed," Hudson said.
Killian cocked his head.
"True, but eyes are the windows to the soul. Do you know how powerful they are?"
You use the eyes for what? Soups? Spells? The surrounding folks rumbled with laughter. I shook my head. Actually, don't answer that. 2 more people entered the room with a tray full of cups, saucers, and a steaming teapot. Watercolor flowers decorated the delicate bone china, with no skulls in sight. I was a little disappointed. Liza bounced back to her feet, reminding me of Maggie as she began pouring the tea into cups. "Sugar? Milk?" "Just a little milk for me," I answered. Not that I would drink tea prepared by a group of people who worshipped a god who was fueling my grandmother's evil plan. That was just asking for trouble.
Same, Hudson answered. He hated tea.
I waited until Liza stopped fussing and settled back on the sofa. We have a ghost problem in White Castle, and I think it might be related to your god returning to Earth.
Everyone froze. What did I do? Commit some kind of weird faux pas?
Killian blinked once, twice.
We normally wait until after tea for in-depth shop talk.
Called it.
Apologies. I am on a tight timeline. Ghosts are haunting my town, and I need to figure out the cause.
They would have to put up with the fact I was being rude, because I didn't have time for pleasantries. However, I could maybe smooth the way. I lifted the black bag and placed it on the coffee table.
A gift, I said, hoping Lucifer hadn't led me wrong.
I had added my own inside there. Killian grasped the bag and pulled out the long black feather. He smiled, and I breathed a relieved sigh.
Raven feather, and a fine specimen.
He grasped the onyx inkwell next and nodded.
Thank you so much, Cora. These will make a fine addition to my desk.
He frowned at the paper-wrapped parcel at the bottom of the bag and emptied it onto his lap before carefully prying it open.
Cookies! Liza exclaimed. Oh, chocolate chip, my favorite.
She grabbed one and bit into it, trusting they were nothing but yummy treats. I wished I had that kind of faith in the world. She dispersed the cookies among the rest of the members of the sect, each making happy noises. Thank you, Maggie.
Your ghost problem isn't specifically anything to do with us, Killian answered once he decided enough tea had been drunk. A rise in spirit activity is to be expected with Dawn's return.
They all made some kind of ceremonial sign over their hearts as he said his name. I understand that, but you aren't responsible for the concentration of remnants?
Killian grimaced. Remnants? Goodness no, nasty creatures. We deal with the wandering souls, not the lesser soul left behind.
But those are the ones responsible for things like poltergeist activity, right?
I checked.
Killian nodded.
That's correct. From what I understand, Eloise is using her newfound power to fuel an uprising and cause panic. But as to your hometown-specific problem, I don't know what to tell you.
Which left us with the final, terrifying conclusion. They were gathering to witness a visit.
You're being awfully candid when you serve the being responsible for this crisis, Hudson remarked.
I agreed. They weren't even pretending to be in the dark. Killian spread his hands apart.
Our place is not to question Dawn's decisions, only to be the intermediary communicating his wishes.
And his wish is to have the world in chaos? Liza snorted.
Dawn couldn't give a shite about humans.
Killian glared at her. Okay, so there were some things they would rather not share. Liza was the weakest link, and I needed to remember that.
My granddaughter is mistaken. Dawn might not have been present for a long time, but that has nothing to do with a lack of concern. He is simply indifferent to the squabbles of mankind. If a god got involved every time someone did something utterly stupid, we'd be overrun with deities, and no one wants that. You can feel the effects just one of them returning is having.
So why make a deal with Eloise at all? I wondered.
Killian shrugged. You'd have to ask him.
I suppressed the shudder. No, thank you.
However, we are willing to back you in a fight against Eloise, Killian said.
Everyone stilled. Cookie crumbs were forgotten, the last bits of tea left to dissipate their heat. Forgive me, Killian, I said carefully. But you serve a god that is the source of my problems. Why on earth would you reverse course? Isn't that working against him? Something wasn't right. I was being manipulated, and I didn't like it. Gods can change their minds, Killian said carefully. The deal with Eloise is unbreakable, but if I had to guess, he wasn't aware of what she was going to do. She is protected, invincible to most power right now, but it won't last forever. Don made a poor business decision? I wasn't buying it. But accusing these people of misleading us wouldn't result in them continuing to be so pleasant and candid. For what price? Hudson asked. Good question. Killian's icy blue gaze narrowed. A vial of your blood. I jerked back. Why? Angel blood is a precious commodity. So they knew what I was? I'm not an angel. Half-angel is still very powerful, especially since your father is an archangel. What for? I asked. Killian smiled. Nothing that would hurt anyone. That's a broad statement, with the potential for numerous loopholes. We don't mean you any harm, Cora, Liza declared. I nibbled on the inside of my cheek. What kind of backing are we talking about? Cora, Hudson snapped. Indigo raised her head and peered at the people before us. Each and every one of them recoiled. For a sect that worshipped death, they sure were twitchy around me. Let them take it, Indigo purred. Lesser beings can't harness the power within it, no matter what their plans are. Good to know, I guess. Hudson was silent after having heard her statement. Killian pressed his lips together and frowned. In a war, we will fight beside you, with you. You are what? 10 people? How is that helpful? What power do you hold? I asked. Killian nodded and rose. Follow me. I glanced at Hudson, and we both strode after their leader through the door. We descended a steep, spiral metal staircase, deeper and deeper into the earth. A few others followed behind us. When the stairs ended, we found ourselves inside a chilly antechamber, lit with fire torches attached to the walls. Now this was more like what I had expected. He flung open the door, and we followed. Hudson swore, and I froze as at least 1,000 pair of eyes turned to watch us from the hundreds of church pews. Give me a vial of your blood, and I'll give you an army, Killian declared. Chapter 25. At least death has my back. What did you do? Lucifer snarled as he reappeared to collect us. The devil was mad at me, my mate was fuming, and my family was going to curse me, literally. But sacrifices had to be made. Eloise wasn't pulling her punches. Plus, it was time to allow my monster to lead. Hudson huffed. Later. Let's get home first. Lucifer grabbed our arms, and we materialized inside Summer Grove House a moment later, my wards brushing up against me in a familiar caress. I pulled away and swung around to march up to my rooms for a little respite. The disapproving males in my life were weighing my already heavy soul. I needed to breathe. My foot hit the first step, and then muscular arms looped around my waist and picked me up. I growled as Hudson walked me back to the parlor. Dave, Rebecca, Liz, and Sebastian joined us. Rebecca raised a brow at Hudson's manhandling of my body. You want me to deal with him? Indigo asked. Did I? Not yet. Lucifer jerked a finger in my direction. Tell me why I smell blood magic. Liz snapped her head in my direction. What did you do? Everyone was a critic. I folded my arms on top of Hudson's, looking ridiculous being held off the ground. What I had to do. The House of Dawn didn't simply grab a needle and tap my vein like a normal bloodletting. Nope. Killian was a mage, and his specialty was blood magic. Where elementals had an affinity for an element, mages with blessed bloodlines could learn to command blood, shadows, the weather. Their only limit was the power in their DNA. Killian could literally make blood bend to his will. The second I agreed, he'd drawn it from my flesh. It was 10 times more painful and left no marks. The sudden intrusion had left me gasping on the floor, and Hudson snarling at 1,000 mages.
She gave them a vial of her blood, Hudson snapped.
Willingly? Aunt Liz asked carefully. I nodded. They are powerful mages. Their dwindling numbers merely a false rumor. With 1 vial of blood, I bought us the support of an army that will march against Eloise. I'm still here and nobody died.
Yet, Lucifer snapped. Call her father, Dave said. Maybe he can talk some sense into her.
It's too late, Liz replied. She gave it willingly. Did you at least specify terms? I lifted my chin. The promise of no one getting hurt.
That's a loose condition and you know it, Hudson growled.
Indigo fed me power, and I dropped my weight, sliding my feet to the floor. I twisted my foot around his ankle and elbowed his stomach. Caught unaware, he landed on his ass. I spun to face him. Remember who you chose as your mate. I am not a woman who will pander to your every need. I will not sit meekly by while the big, bad males fight my battles for me. If you need that, then this will never work, and you would be better off having Mercy in your bed. His eyes narrowed.
Don't deflect your poor choices with barbed words, Cora. You are better than that.
Poor according to whom? The devil? The principal? My mate? Tell me why I should not take every advantage we can get to defend against and defeat Eloise Roberts. Explain to me why walking away from 1,000 powerful individuals posed to fight with us is a good choice. He snapped to his feet and reached out a hand toward my face. I batted it away. Don't touch me. My skin was itchy, like something was crawling beneath my flesh. Hate, pain, death.
Hudson froze. Sacrificing yourself won't solve our problems. You can't stop her by making rash choices.
Watch me. I spun in a circle, catching the eyes of the stunned people I love. Like it or don't, it's done, so you can learn to live with it or leave. The need to retreat burned in me, and I made it a whole 2 steps before my father appeared in front of me. He cocked his head as he swept his gaze down my body.
You are in pain.
My eyes stung. I was always in pain. No lecture about stupid choices, I snapped. He shook his head.
I understand it.
My shoulders sagged.
Don't credit her decision, Hudson growled.
My father lifted his gaze and stared at my mate. Power flooded the room, and Indigo sighed in the heavy presence like she was stretching her wings.
You would do well to remember who my daughter is, Principal. She's fire and death. No mage can command her blood. It is effectively useless to them unless they want to die. The first time they try to use it, they will understand her true force isn't in being half angel.
What does that mean? No, I've gone down enough crazy roads lately. I don't care. It was still ill-advised, Lucifer said carefully, like he was trying to decipher the meaning behind Abaddon's words. Good luck. Let me know if you figure it out. Right now, I needed a bath, followed by my bed. I was done with this day. I was done with my family. I was just done.
Cora, Sebastian whispered. We worry because we love you. Everyone here is just trying to make sense of what is happening. Try to understand it from our point of view.
Rage ignited in my veins. Seriously? My best friend wasn't backing me? He'd witnessed the worst moments of my life. How could he not understand that these risks were necessary?
I spun on my heel. Energy crackled down my arms and zapped my fingertips. My skin was tight and stretched as power rippled under my flesh. Sebastian held his ground. Idiot vampire. Tell me, Sebastian, at what point is the risk worth it? When someone I thought I loved betrayed me for the promise of financial gain? Or was it when my grandmother pimped me out to the factions? I tapped my chin as I circled him. Could it have been a turning point when Eloise ordered Michael to tie me to a metal floor, gut me and pour acid down my throat? No. There won't be a next time with her. If she doesn't get what she wants from me, I will die. So don't presume to know what lengths I will go to end this woman. She might be blood, but she burned that bond when she betrayed me for power. Sebastian swallowed hard. That's what I thought. I spread my arms wide. Unless anyone else wants to weigh in on how I handle my trauma, I'm going to bed. Hudson took a hesitant step toward me, and I pointed at him, stopping him in his tracks. If you value your life, you will give me some breathing space tonight. His jaw ticked. Tough shit, Principal. I am not a weak woman. It's time you understood who you've tied yourself to. Boundaries needed to be set, and I wouldn't tolerate people calling me stupid without considering the whole picture. Was the deal ill-advised? Perhaps. But I would never be at the mercy of anyone again. Not friendship, not blood ties, and not even my heart. The inky black expanse of sky surrounded me. The stars my guiding light as my untethered soul soared through it. Here I was whole, the missing fragments of my psyche slotting back into place. My fingers brushed through the cool, misty puffs of clouds, joy filling my heart as I dipped and spun, a peaceful smile spreading across my face. Who needed the chaos of life when death was an intoxicating retreat you never wanted to leave? "Stay with us," a tinkling feminine voice coaxed. "There's no pain here. You can be free." Free? That sounded tempting. I couldn't remember the last time I felt that. "Cora, snap out of it," a snarling woman's voice said. It was my voice, but also not. I stole the pieces of my soul to rebuild my world, one beautiful star at a time. "Mate," my inner voice snapped. No mate, no worries, no pressure, no pain. Just no. Soft, warm fur caressed my fingers, chasing away the comforting clouds. Sandalwood and spice blanketed the scent of night-blooming flowers. I breathed it in. I was air and light, while he was earth and ground. My eyes snapped open. A huge, hot tongue swiped my cheek and over my ear. I rolled onto my side, coming face to face with Keverin. Except it wasn't just Keverin, it was also Hudson. He hadn't separated, and I could see the apology burning in his gaze. "I'm still angry with you," I whispered. A mournful groan rumbled in his chest. I threaded my fingers into his fur. "Don't give up on me," I pleaded. "I know I don't always get it right,
that I sometimes act before I think."
He blinked, and I scooted closer, burying my head against his neck and letting my first tear fall. They came in a sudden wave, and my chest ached as I sobbed. Muscular human arms encased me, holding me tighter. He held me while my world fractured into 1,000 pieces. He didn't utter words of comfort or belittle my pain, just held me. Hudson showed up when I pushed him away. He risked my wrath because he felt my pain. When I was at risk of letting go, he came. How could such a decent man love such a broken woman? Against the odds, I'd met my perfect match. No matter how hard I pushed him away, he would always be there. Something heavy lifted from my chest, but what was revealed made me shudder. I was not okay. I hadn't been okay for some time, and if I had any chance of beating my grandmother, then I needed to be at 110%. Tomorrow, I would stop hiding. Tomorrow, I was going to see my therapist and heal. I fell back into a dreamless sleep, wrapped inside a man that had become my entire world.
Chapter 26. You can't run from your nightmares. They aren't bound by the same laws as you and I. It was a well-known and documented fact that men believed they were superior in certain things. Finding the correct batteries for remotes, wallpapering, recycling, and parallel parking. It was our job as women to let them believe these things, meaning that we were relieved of completing these tasks. They thought they were asserting their male prowess, but we knew it allowed us extra time in the bath. But this, something that has been commonplace since the 1970s, this was the world's biggest joke.
If you place the plates too close together, then the water can't get to them.
Hudson coached me and Rebecca like we'd never successfully loaded a dishwasher.
"Huh, never thought of that," Rebecca said, looking like an ethereal princess in a floaty lemon sundress and white cardigan.
I shot her a look, and she winked at me. Dave grabbed the cutlery rack and moved the knives, forks, and spoons around.
Also, make sure you arrange these handle side down and organize them by utensil for ease of unloading.
"Wow, that's genius," I responded.
They were both utterly clueless as they schooled us, two women who had been running a guest house for years on domestic chores. My wards gripped my mind. Pushing against them, I winced. What the hell? They released with a pop, and I jerked to my feet. "What was that?" Rebecca asked. She felt it too? Oh, that couldn't be good. I hurried out of the kitchen with the rest of them on my tail. My front door swung open and Aunt Dana stepped through. Her honey blonde hair was swept up behind a pink and silver scarf. She grinned at me. "Sorry I took so long. I decided I should probably move here while you tackle your therapy."
"This is your therapist?"
Hudson asked as he came to stand next to me. Aunt Dana tilted her head. "I have an affinity for healing psychic pain."
"Plus, it's not like I can just spill my darkest secrets to anyone," I reminded him, before turning back to her. "I don't think I have a spare guest room for you. I would if my stables hadn't been flattened by my father proving a point. Maybe he could rebuild them as a present, instead of, a beating heart. At least the glitter was gone."
"Oh, no, that's fine. I have somewhere to stay."
Dave peered out of the window.
"There's a house on your lawn."
I strode past Dana onto my porch to find her house in place of the stables. That explained the wards. I had a sentient home on my grounds, and my wards were testing its intent. "I could have found you somewhere to stay," I told her.
"No need. Besides, he gets grouchy and lonely if I'm gone too long."
The house has feelings? Dave wondered. Just when I thought we'd hit our weird shit meter, you go and take it to another level.
I glanced at him. In all fairness, this isn't my weird shit, it's hers. Aunt Stella and Anita will stay with me, Dana said. You guys have lives. I don't expect you to drop everything. She snorted and crossed her arms. Cora, 1, we love you. 2, this isn't just your mess. Eloise is our mother. This is a Roberts mess. A tiny amount of weight lifted from my heart at those words. I didn't realize I had been carrying around the pressure. I couldn't do this alone. It was bigger than me. However, first, I needed to get healthy. Where should we do this? I asked. It was time to stop running from the nightmares haunting me. I sat on my sofa in my apartment, with Dana on one side and Hudson on the other. Dave balanced on the arm of the chair Aunt Liz perched on, and Rebecca took up the other chair. Sebastian leaned against the wall, while Harry floated next to him. Tell me again why everyone is here to witness my pain, I grumbled. She took my hands in hers. They are your grounding points. Taking a soul journey is a little tricky, and the call of the eternal plane can be rather seductive. Your soul is fractured. The nightmares, the pain, the lack of completeness comes from it nudging you to glue it back together. Once you do that, everything will feel so much better. I dragged in a breath and released it. Soul journey, fractured pieces, glue. I totally got this. First, everyone should drink the tea, Aunt Liz instructed. Dave grimaced at the lukewarm herbal tea. What does it do? Opens your mind, Dana replied as I gulped mine down. That wasn't too bad. Why? He asked. Dana huffed. We have to be open on the psychic plane to support Cora and tether her to this world. Just drink the damn tea, Hudson growled before downing his. They all followed suit. My mind swirled as I glanced around the room. A faint, pure white light with a hint of blue glowed around Hudson. I blinked, but it only got brighter. I turned back to Dana, finding her also bathed in light, but hers was comprised of calming pinks and peaches. Why is everyone glowing? Dave snapped. Oh, so it wasn't just me then. Cool. Your mind's eye is opening, and you're seeing people's auras. It's a good sign, Dana said. Now shush, I need to concentrate. She grasped my left hand and placed it on her left shoulder. Then she did the same, so we were identical. Heart to heart, she whispered as her eyes fluttered closed. Body to body, soul to soul, guide this child so that she may once again be whole. My eyelids drooped and my heart thumped slower, calmer. My breathing deepened, and I let myself experience everything. The faint hint of vanilla from the candles in my bedroom, the hum of the dishwasher, the rustle of the wind against the window, the scurry of the wildlife in the garden. It was stunning. It made me feel small but connected to something intangible, a force that weaved around all living matter in the universe. Good, Cora, Dana said. Now go further, beyond what we can see with our eyes and hear with our ears. Focus on what's behind it. I squinted, and the world shifted like a glitch, another plane of existence that was parallel to ours. I reached out, my hand skimming the light, which fragmented into a million pieces like stardust. So pretty. Deeper, Dana coaxed. I blinked, and the world went utterly dark.
Panic clutched my chest as I faced the nothingness. This was where my nightmares existed. It was the evil that had stolen parts of my soul and held them hostage until I grew a pair of balls and came to claim them back. "You got this," Hudson uttered. "I got this." I took a step into the abyss and surrendered to the storm. My screams vibrated around me, blood-curdling, agony-induced screams. A door on my left materialized, and as I reached for it, I paused, feeling the horror awaiting within. I swallowed down my terror and flung it open. A red-haired little girl, no more than 5 years old, sat in the middle of the floor with her head in her hands, crying as she rocked back and forth. I circled her before kneeling down in front of her. "Hey, you okay?" I asked. Her crying got louder. A familiar woman stepped out of the corner and pointed at the child. "You are an abomination. If you hadn't been born, he never would have left me. All I did was love him, and you stole him from me." "Mama?" I whispered. I didn't remember her ever being this angry or chaotic, but then again my memories of her were pretty fragmented. Her gaze flew to mine, and she tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. "You grew up." I squeezed my eyes closed and fought back the tears. "I still love you, Mama. I understand you weren't well. You were in pain. You caused my pain. I was a child. You were a monster, but I leashed her. I pushed her down until I had the perfect, pretty daughter." "She did what?" "This is where your soul first fractured," Dana said, coming to stand next to me. "It might not be something you remember, but this was the first and most significant break." "What do I need to do?" Dana shook her head. "You needed to see this, but when we go on a soul's journey, it's better to start with the most recent and work our way back." "Do I have to experience it all?" I didn't think I could. "No. This isn't a simple fix, Cora. The goal is to be open to the healing. We jumpstart the process." "Will you stay with me?" She shook her head. "Not me, but one of us will be here. Come on." She tugged me out of the room and away from my younger self, still crying on the floor. I vowed to come back for my inner child. As soon as I stepped back into the abyss, Dana disappeared, and Liz took her place. We were inside that glass cage, the familiar nightmare of my torture taking place before us. Aunt Liz sucked in a breath. "I will never forgive her," she declared as she grabbed my hand. "We will protect you, Cora, and hold you together until you are strong enough to do it yourself. But I vow to you, she will pay." I squeezed my eyes closed for a minute before forcing myself to watch. "She stole something from me in here." "Then claim it back." "She's my grandmother. She should have protected me." "You're right, but that doesn't make you unworthy, Cora. It's not your failure, but hers. Stop bleeding for this woman. She will never thank you for it. You cannot earn her love because she is rotten. She isn't capable of it. So claim it back." There was the echo of a roar and the thunder of feet. My family, my friends, my mate, they came for me. They risked life and limb to rescue me. I held on to that love and dragged into my body, clutching it tight, and closed my eyes, banishing the shadows this horror had caused. I felt it, the tiny piece of my soul I'd reclaimed. There was more here, but this was the start of the road to processing the horror that happened in this room. Small steps.
My eyes flicked open, and Hudson and I were in the back of a car. It was dark, and in the front sat our doppelgangers. "Don't do this," my identical self murmured. I could feel my heart breaking all over again. My Hudson grabbed my hand.
I was so fucking stupid.
My lips twitched. Yes, you were. But I understood why this happened. He'd panicked and decided we weren't worth the political cost.
"I'm sorry," he rumbled.
"I know. I don't understand why this was something that damaged my soul. I accepted your apology and forgave you. We moved on."
"Still, I betrayed you here. I broke your heart and crushed our fledgling relationship with one stupid decision. I'm lucky to have won you back, and there isn't a day that passes that I don't regret making you think you came second."
I sighed. He was right. It was a betrayal I was still nursing. But this was the man I loved, the man I was going to spend the rest of my life with. I gulped, and my heart stuttered for a moment before synchronizing with Hudson's. He let loose a long breath.
"The mate bond," he murmured. "It's fully formed."
I felt it, stronger, more tangible than ever. It would only grow from here. He turned my face to his and kissed me slowly.
"Thank you for trusting me, Cora."
My eyes flew open and he was gone. Now I was on the floor of my lab, and Dave stood across from me, staring at Mary, the battered wolf shifter he'd brought me to heal. His accusations echoed through the room, blaming me for what had happened to her.
"I had no right to blame you," he growled.
I snapped my head to the side, finding him next to me.
"You carry enough guilt in your soul for the world. You didn't need this as well."
All deaths weigh on doctors. We learn to compartmentalize, but it doesn't mean we don't feel each and every one.
"But I blamed you."
I clutched his hand. "Do you still?"
"No."
I sucked in a breath, leaned my head back, and closed my eyes. I could sense my strength, but also exhaustion.
"Tell us the numbers,"
my ex-boyfriend snarled. I shook my head and refused to open my eyes. We'd skipped to something I wanted to face even less than my grandmother. This was my first attempt at a relationship outside of my family, and I'd gotten hurt, scarred. It had broken a trust inside me only Hudson had succeeded in mending. So I didn't need to be here. I didn't need to see this.
"This haunts my dreams too," Sebastian said. "I'd never seen someone in so much pain before. So much heartbreak inflicted by someone you put trust into."
I shook my head and let my tears fall.
"Open your eyes, Cora. Let's banish this together. It's time."
My lips trembled as I found the last of my resolve and flicked open my eyes. I bore witness to my torture, and I didn't blink once. I let every emotion flood my veins, relived every lash, felt each scar forming, but I did not blink. I faced my fear, and in doing so, I won back a part of me I thought died in this basement. The world darkened before transforming into my living room, where we all stood in a circle. "I'm done," I choked out. I couldn't take any more, not right now. "You did good," Dana said with a smile. "Now for the tricky part."
"What's the tricky part?" Dave snarled.
Getting back."
"What?" Hudson growled. "You don't know how to get us back?"
"No, I do. Everyone just hold still," Dana said. "Stop resisting," Aunt Liz said.
"I can't help it," Dave grumbled. "She's tugging on my soul, and it sounds like she doesn't know what she's doing."
"Got it," Dana said. Then we were sucked out of this plane and back into reality. I opened my eyes. Since when was I sitting on the armchair next to Aunt Liz? She turned and frowned at me. "Why are you sitting over my shoulder like that, you overgrown mutt?" I squinted. My eyesight was a little blurry. Must be from the tea. "What?" Hudson suddenly stood upright and spun in a circle. His movements were a little too graceful. What on earth was he doing?
"Well, this is different. I feel hungry for meat," he snarled.
That was an odd thing to announce.
"Oh, shit," Sebastian uttered. "Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit."
"What's wrong?"
He pointed a finger at a woman. Wait, no. He pointed his finger at a woman who looked exactly like me. "I told you not to resist." My twin snapped to her feet. "What did you do?" Sebastian looked around at us. "We're in the wrong bodies." Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine hearing that sentence not only spoken, but spoken truthfully. Hudson's hand landed on his crotch.
My, Principal, you are packing something insane down here. No wonder Cora screams your name every night.
"Rebecca?"
"Hey, hands off my man's junk."
He turned to me and winked. "Honestly, I'm not surprised by this turn of events," Dana's body said as she placed one foot on her opposite knee and leaned back. I choked and shielded my eyes.
"Close your legs. I do not need to know what panties my aunt is wearing."
"Cora?" Dana said with wide eyes. I nodded. "You Freaky Friday'd us," Sebastian said from Liz's body. "Sister, put us back," Rebecca said. "Aunt Liz?" I massaged my temple. "This is very confusing." "I can feel your hearts pumping like a siren call," Rebecca, a.k.a. Liz, said. "It's distracting." Harry, who had been quiet until now, floated forward.
"Everyone gets a soul swap but me?"
"This is not something you want to be a part of," I advised. It was very disconcerting.
"Why is the wolf inside our body?" Indigo snapped. "And why is the vampire inside our mate?"
"We need to hurry this along before my alter ego loses her shit," I advised. Sebastian shrugged. "I could try, but I might make it worse. Best to just let nature take its course." Dave shook his head. I had great hair. Shiny, wavy, thick. "Fix it, now." Sebastian scowled. "Our souls want to return to our bodies. I believe with a little patience everything will be fine." "How much patience?" Liz asked. "A day, maybe 2. We just need to lie low until then."
"Awesome. We get to sleep like this,"
Rebecca said with a smirk.
"You don't get alone time with that body,"
I snapped. She pouted. Hudson pouting was not a good look.
"Fine. Guess we are sleeping together."
"Until we are back to normal, no one leaves the house. No shenanigans, no guests, no stupid shit." My wards clanged. Whoever that was needed to leave, unless it was my father. Maybe he could put us back? We sat in silence for a couple of minutes, trying to will our souls back. It didn't work. Someone knocked on my apartment door. "Cora, we have guests." I squeezed my eyes closed and rose. Damn, the world looked different when you were tall.
"Coming,"
I said. Dave rose in front of me. "Sit down." Oh, right. I slumped back on the arm of the chair with a huff. Dave could handle Maggie. He swung open the door. "What is it?" he snarled. I never snarl.
Maggie sucked in a breath. Tone it down, Dave.
Sorry, it's, the hormones. I snorted, and Maggie giggled. We have guests.
We don't have any spare rooms, Dave reminded her.
Oh, they aren't for you.
Rebecca grimaced. Why was she making that face?
It's Rebecca's parents. They've flown in from England to see her.
My head fell into my hands, and I groaned. Worst timing ever. Chapter 27. If it walks like a princess, talks like a princess, and acts like a princess, it must be a princess. Dave, Rebecca, Liz, and I descended the stairs, meaning they were seeing me, Hudson, Rebecca, and Dave. We left everyone else in my room, because this was complicated enough. Try not to speak much, Rebecca told Liz. They hate me, and I hate them. They want me to fall in line and marry some stupid, silly little prince. I ran and have been ignoring them since. Actually, you've been in hiding since, I added. Ugh, we should just claim I'm out or dead, whatever works, Rebecca griped. I paused on the landing and turned to face my friend, who was trapped inside the body of my mate. You knew this day was coming. You've been avoiding them for long enough. It's time. I love you and believe in you. Everyone here has your back. This is so weird, Dave said. I shot him a glare. You need to pretend to be the powerful owner of Summergrove House. Don't give an inch, because they will try to bully you. Dave grinned. I never looked like that when I smiled. It was menacing. Maybe there were benefits to having dangerous Dave in charge while we dealt with Rebecca's parents. Let's do this, I said. I pushed Aunt Liz out in front of us. It could have been worse. Dana could have taken over Rebecca's body. My youngest aunt couldn't pull off a stoic vampire princess. Rebecca's parents waited in the parlor by the fireplace, while two tuxedo-wearing vampires stood by the door. Bodyguards? Made sense, I guess, that vampire royalty needed protection, unless it was a display of wealth and power. Whatever their purpose, it would be to detain Rebecca, and if they dared to try, then I would happily start an international war. She was my people, and I protected my people. Rebecca's mother had her nose turned in the air like we smelled nasty. She was a slightly older and pointier version of Rebecca. Same blue eyes, same blonde hair, same dainty build. She wore a stiff yet elegant red shift dress and classic black pumps. Her father was taller than his wife and wore a navy three-piece suit like he did it every day. He effortlessly pulled off the timeless look, so much so that if his photograph was taken today, people wouldn't be able to tell which century it was from. Dark lashes framed his green eyes, and he looked like he spent time outside in the sun. Mother, father, Aunt Liz said, what brings you here? Caroline Lexington narrowed her gaze. You abandoned your manners when you left your family and country. I arched a brow at Rebecca. How did that question constitute no manners? Please sit, Dave said. I'll have refreshments brought in. Bryn Lexington made a shoe gesture like Dave, a.k.a. me, was his servant. Dave looked at me, asking permission to put Bryn in his place. I shook my head. This situation was delicate enough. It would take more than that to rattle my cage. Dave muttered something and took off into the kitchen. We need to speak to our daughter alone, Caroline declared. Not happening, Rebecca replied, folding herself onto the sofa with far too much grace. Principal, this is not your problem, Bryn snapped. Rebecca snorted. You are in my country, in my mate's house, threatening one of my mate's best friends.
This is most definitely my problem. I live here, just like everyone else you see around you. You are on our turf. You are in our home. You are here uninvited. I urge you to spit out whatever you came to say so we can return to our rather uneventful evening."
Rebecca was channeling her inner beast, and I was 100% here for it.
"Does your pet dog need to be here for this?" Caroline sneered at me.
Pet dog?
"Oh, she means Dave."
I arched a brow and folded my arms. Luckily for me, Dave was known to be a man of few words.
"Careful, Caroline. He bites," Rebecca said with a smirk.
Dave came back into the tense room, with Maggie following behind him, carrying a tray of homemade lemonade and cookies. I had to force back the irrational urge to grab the plate of cookies and shout, "Assholes don't get cookies." Dave grimaced as he took a seat next to Rebecca, and she slid her arm over his shoulders. Oh, this was priceless. Realizing this wouldn't be as easy as snapping their fingers, the Lexingtons took a seat on the sofa and eyeballed Liz. Maggie twisted her hands together before running off back to the kitchen.
"It's time for you to come home, Rebecca," her mother said softly.
Okay, so we were going to go about this all differently now. You've had your wild years and gotten it out of your system. Now you need to return home and do your duty.
Liz shook her head. "I'm happy here. I'm never returning."
Bryn sighed.
"We're relying on you to marry to ensure our ties with Europe remain strong. You aren't safe here. There have been rumblings in the community."
He glanced at Dave. Oh, shit. "What kind of rumblings?" Liz asked. Bryn pointed at Dave.
"Her grandmother is trying to take control, and you're on the verge of a civil war. The prudent thing is to come home with us today so we can protect you."
"Pimp me, you mean?" Bryn scowled.
"You are behaving like a child. Marriages have been used to create ties between families for centuries. Your sister managed it just fine."
"And I don't begrudge her that. But my life is here now. I have friends, family, and people I love."
"Love is a fickle and fleeting emotion. You cannot form a lifelong bond because of love," Bryn argued.
I felt sorry for him. People who'd never had it didn't understand it, and that was okay, but he would not rip away my friend from her happy place.
"Eloise Roberts is about to rain down chaos. It's for your protection that you should return to us now," Caroline said.
There was no love among these three, not a kind word or warm feeling. It was no wonder Rebecca sought it out in partners.
Liz leaned forward. "I am exactly where I need to be, with exactly who I need to be. I like myself here. That's more than I can say for who I was back home. Family isn't a right, it's a gift, one you did not treasure until I slipped through your grasp. So turn around, take your British bullshit back home with you, and leave me in peace."
Bella stalked into the room, glared at the vampire royalty, and jumped into Dave's lap. What on earth? She never picked me. She turned her head and winked at me. She knew. The scary, weird-ass feline knew our fucked-up souls were in places they shouldn't be.
"I am not leaving here without you," Bryn said while pushing himself to his feet.
His muscles twitched like he was about to make a grab for her. Dave moved fast, blocking him with my tiny body, but it was the look of pure menace on his face that made Bryn Lexington freeze. I needed to practice that look in the mirror. It would get me out of so much. "No," Liz said, poking her head around Dave.
"Rebecca Charlotte Lexington," Caroline said.
Her middle name was Charlotte?
"You will get in that car now."
Everyone stayed silent, and the air grew heavy as we waited for the first person to break. Caroline sighed. "Haven't you bedded enough riffraff?" She leaned forward to swipe a cookie, and I lurched out of my chair, grabbing the plate away. She reared back in shock.
"Mothers who call their children whores don't deserve cookies."
"Leave, Mother," Liz said. Bryn glowered at me. "This isn't over." Dave pointed at the door. "Don't make the mistake of thinking you are welcome again. My wards will skin you alive if you try to return." I could make that happen. Caroline stood, and the pair stalked out of my house, the door swinging shut behind their bodyguards. No one spoke until the car left the property.
"Well, that was unexpected,"
Rebecca declared. "Did I handle it okay?" Liz asked.
"Perfectly,"
Rebecca answered. Dave slouched back on the sofa. "I hate being in this body. You are too small."
"We can't all be lumbering 6-foot mountain men."
Footsteps echoed on the stairs, and Ezra turned the corner. He tilted his head at our group, stalked over to us, and dropped his lips onto Liz's. Oh, shit. Dave jumped up and threw a punch at Ezra, knocking him on his ass. More footsteps pounded down the stairs as Hudson stood up and pushed Dave over. Ezra cupped his jaw.
"What the actual fuck is happening?" "Everyone needs to stop kissing each other. Stop punching each other. Just stop,"
I shouted as the rest of the soul-swapping group joined us. Hudson moved over to me. "You okay?" Ezra's mouth dropped open at us. I get that. It looked like Dana was cozying up with Dangerous Dave. "We swapped souls," I explained to Ezra. He tilted his head. "Cora?" I nodded. He shook his head and glanced around the room, settling his gaze on Rebecca in Hudson's body.
"Becca?"
She pouted.
"How did you know?" "Call it a hunch. So who was I kissing?"
"Liz," Rebecca said. Ezra grinned.
"Meaning Cora's body is housing Dave. Hence the punch."
"Yep," I said.
"How long for?"
he asked. "A day, maybe 2, Dana informed him. Ezra jumped to his feet.
"The real question is, who is sleeping with who tonight?"
He eyeballed Rebecca.
"I'm not averse to a little kinky shit."
"Don't I know it," Rebecca mumbled.
"No kinky shit with my mate's body,"
I snapped. How would that even work? Never mind, I didn't want to know. I pointed at Rebecca.
"You can sleep with me."
Ezra smirked.
"Again?"
Dana smacked the back of his head.
"No."
He chuckled.
"So Liz sleeps with me?"
"No!" Rebecca and Dave shouted.
"Well, there's not enough beds for everyone to sleep alone, so we need to figure this out."
"And I am not sharing with Sebastian," Dave stated. "Don't flatter yourself. You're not my type." Everyone started arguing about a solution. Maggie stood in the hallway, slack-jawed. I waved her over.
"We had a soul mishap, and we are all muddled up," I explained. "I'm Cora. Dave is in my body."
She sucked in a breath. "That's why you were mean in the kitchen before." I was going to murder Dave, slowly.
"Everything will go back to normal soon. But tonight, we need a solution so nobody kills anyone."
She grinned and raised her hand like she was in class. "I have an idea." Oh boy, the teenage bobcat had a plan. We were saved. Chapter 28. Embrace the weird or go mad. I snore. I couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was because my body was being invaded by a big shifter. Wow, I snore loud. I rolled over and came face to face with my aunt's face.
Tell me that's not how I sound when I sleep.
Hudson grinned. I could, but lies are not a good foundation for our future. Rebecca butted her ass against my back and grumbled.
Alexa, turn the lights on.
The vampire princess spoke nonsense in her sleep.
This is impossible, Sebastian grumbled from Rebecca's other side. There has to be a different solution.
We were sleeping on the parlor floor like children having a slumber party, minus the snacks, giggles, and cheesy movies.
We need sleep, I reminded him, in case my grandmother launches her war tomorrow.
Let's not put that out into the universe, Hudson grumbled.
That would be bad timing, Aunt Liz agreed.
Dana and Dave were the only ones getting any sleep. The birds outside sprang into their morning wake-up call, their excited chatter about the sunrise lost on the grumpy supernaturals. If anything, it pissed me off that they'd clearly had a good night's sleep while I had watched the shadows on the ceiling dance. Now I was jealous of the birds. I put the heels of my palms against my eyes and sighed. It was no use now. Sleep would have to wait. I crawled out of the pile of bodies and stood, stretching my arms toward the ceiling as I worked out the kinks in my back. Hudson tilted his head. "Where are you going?"
I need to pee, brush my teeth, and start my day.
There was so much to do, and pretending to sleep on the floor wasn't achieving anything. I spun on my heel and stalked out of the room. The height difference was still a little disorienting. I made it up the stairs and into my apartment. Shower and toilet first. I unbuckled my belt and pulled down my zipper. Huh. It seemed Dangerous Dave preferred going commando.
Oh no.
Nope.
Fuck.
I ran down the stairs and into the parlor where everyone was still lying around. Hudson's brows rose at my semi-undressed state. What's up? So many things were up that shouldn't be. I pointed at my crotch.
That.
Hudson blinked. Explain.
I need to pee, and it's just there, semi-erect. Why is it doing that?
I was a doctor, so penises didn't freak me out. But this was Dangerous Dave's penis, and I wasn't touching that.
It's morning, Hudson drawled.
Right, but it's still interested.
Sebastian snorted.
It's not something we can control.
I swiped a hand through my unfamiliar hair.
I need one of you to come hold it while I pee.
Not me, Sebastian jumped in. Hudson sighed. I would prefer not to hold my best friend's dick while my mate pees out of it.
Me too, buddy, but would you prefer your mate touch your best friend's dick?
He jumped to his feet and gave Dave a shake. The snores cut off.
What's wrong? Are we back?
Dave snarled.
Yikes, he was a grumpy morning person.
Cora needs to pee, and she's scared of your semi-erect dick.
It's morning.
I knew morning wood was a thing, but I underestimated how common it was. Right, but she needs to pee. Fine, Dave snapped and stood. He frowned at me and jerked his head at the stairs.
This should be fun, Sebastian said,
his voice tinged with laughter. I froze and spun halfway to the next floor, finding a little train of nosy supernaturals in my wake. I pointed at Dave.
Just him.
Hudson folded his arms, and I rolled my eyes.
You can wait on the sofa.
He tilted his head as he played through the different scenarios, then nodded once. My bathroom wasn't big enough for 3 people to aid one penis in achieving relief.
Spoil sport, Sebastian grumbled.
A minute later, Dave and I stood in the bathroom staring at his dick.
Can I just stand over the toilet and aim without touching it?
I asked. Dave pinched the bridge of his nose in a very Cora-like gesture. No, that would be like peeing out of a tube, man. I screwed my face up. Messy. Exactly. So I'll hold it and you just pee. I undid the zipper and frowned at it. It twitched. Dave rolled his eyes and moved behind me. Lift your arms up. I obeyed, and he reached around and grabbed his penis, aiming it into the toilet. Nothing happened. You need to release it, he grumbled. Right, that would be a me thing. Hudson chuckled. Not helping, I shouted. I concentrated on waterfalls, free-flowing fountains, and ocean waves. Nothing. Even for you, this is a new level of weird, Dave said. Think of downing a cup of coffee, followed by a glass of juice and then some water. The pressure increased, and I relaxed as a dribble began. Put a little more effort in. I don't want urine all over my hands, Cora. I did, and sighed as the pressure decreased. Done? He checked. I nodded. Yes, thank you. Good. Now we will never speak of this again. I spun and whacked his stomach with the penis I was responsible for. Can you put it away? Also, who doesn't wear underwear? That invites chafing. He snorted as he zipped me up. It's a preference your aunt enjoys. Ew. Indeed. Now tit for tat, Cora. I wear underwear. Sorry. He arched his brow and nodded at the toilet. I also need relief. Oh boy. Lunchtime came and we were still trapped inside the wrong bodies. Regardless, I had meetings to attend. Luckily, if our souls decided to revert, Dave and I would be in the same place, so the secrets of the Serpents of the Dawn would continue to be protected. I stepped through the tear in the fabric of reality and gasped at the sky. Gone was the sunshine and heavy scent of flowers, and in its place was a bubbling storm that blotted out any light. That wasn't a good sign. I climbed the hill toward the table. Ira raised a brow at me and Dave as we took our seats. Right, we were in the wrong chairs. Aunt Sophia chuckled. Liz called to explain your little predicament. My niece needs to learn not to meddle with soul journeys. You'd think she would have learned her lesson after the last catastrophe. Dana had done this before? Figures. I'm not following, Ira said. Lucifer appeared in his seat and grinned at me. Niece, you are wearing the wrong body. Ira's mouth popped open as he turned his attention to Dave. Dave shrugged. I was an innocent bystander who got caught up in weird shit. Sure he was. I folded my arms and shifted my legs further apart while trying not to think about the chafing. Nobody could pay me to take these jeans off to cover up Dave's penis. If he wanted raw genitalia, then that was on him. Why didn't you call me? Lucifer asked. I narrowed my gaze. Why would I call you? He rolled his eyes. Hello, my business is souls, and it didn't occur to you to drop me a line so I could fix this. No, I had considered my father, but not Lucifer. Relying on the devil more and more seemed like the road to ruin. I can put you back now, he said. I shook my head. No, everyone back at the house is muddled up. It'll be weird if Dave and I swap back. Yes, Dave drawled. That's what will appear weird. I shot him a look. You want to tell them how you had to hold your penis this morning? Sophia paused her crocheting, her lips twitching. Yes, Dave, tell us more, she said. Ira tried to hide her laugh behind her hand. Fine. After this, we'll return, and I can sort everyone out at the same time, Lucifer stated. That was a relief. I'd had enough of being Dave. And anyway, I need to move into your house temporarily. Wait, what? No.
Are you remodeling your home or something?
No, but I have dealt with the most urgent business in hell and delegated the rest to my second. Right now, this situation with Eloise and Dawn needs my full attention.
Find somewhere else to stay,
I said. I've already paid for my room. I would kill Maggie. It should not be necessary for me to explicitly state that we did not rent rooms to the devil. Anyone could figure out that was a poor business decision. What happened with the House of Dawn? Ira asked. I grimaced.
Dawn isn't really interested in Eloise. I believe using her was a means to get back to Earth.
She's leaving out the part where she gave them a vial of her blood, Lucifer supplied. My great-aunt smacked the back of my head. Stupid child! You know better! That's what I said, Lucifer added.
That was the price for standing with us against Eloise,
I said, rubbing my head and scowling back at her. What? 10 wannabe wizards? That was a poor exchange.
No, 1,000 powerful mages.
Sophia's eyes widened. See, it wasn't so stupid after all. My sources tell me my sister is going to make her move in the next 2 days, Sophia explained.
What about the zombie thing?
I asked Dave. I hadn't forgotten that their pack lands had been the target of a remnant gone wrong. Dave tilted his head. No more reports. That was good. Small wins and all that. Zombie apocalypse sounded so much worse than just a normal apocalypse. Harry shimmered into existence, looking a little frazzled with messy hair and a loose tie. That was practically disheveled for my spirit friend.
What happened to you?
I asked. He grimaced. I was checking on the town. Nothing new to report other than the residents continue to take it in their stride. The remnants themselves are subdued, apart from the odd one or two who take issue with the fact I have both of my souls.
They tried stealing your soul? I growled.
Harry floated a little higher. They tried but failed. That was a concern. We didn't need ghosts trying to steal souls.
Did your sources say anything else?
I checked with Sophia.
Like how, when, or where?
The why was a moot point. She was a narcissistic bitch. Sophia snorted. No, but it might interest you to know there are 2 camps in the Order right now. Go on, Dave said. Sophia put down her crochet and gave us her full attention. One is the blindly loyal followers of Eloise. They believe she can do no wrong and would throw themselves off a cliff if she demanded it. And the other? Ira asked. Sophia glanced at me. The other is a quiet rebellion, but they are gathering numbers daily. They are dissatisfied with the direction Eloise is taking. They don't support this route into a brand new world manipulated by her.
Seems like they have some common sense, I replied.
Sophia nodded once. Indeed, but they lack leadership and direction. Oh, no. There's no one else in the Order capable of leading? Dave asked with a frown. There are plenty, but none powerful enough to stand against Eloise. It would be a suicide mission. So they need an elemental strong enough to do so, Ira said carefully, as everyone slid glances my way.
Spit it out, I snapped. There's enough cloak and dagger shit happening in my world, so if you have something to say, just damn well say it.
Joseph Langley is leading the rebellion, Sophia replied. Joseph was capable but no match for my grandmother. And he's requested a meeting with you. They want to elect Cora as the new Order leader, Lucifer said with a chuckle. My head tilted back as I stared up at the moody sky and sighed. I was a bed and breakfast owner, doctor to supernaturals, and occasional murder mystery solver. Not a leader. I didn't want that pressure. There was enough going on.
They do, Sophia confirmed. It's a bad idea, I said. I am a half-angel with a deity problem.
Lucifer stood and leaned his hands on the table to stare me in the eyes. The king of hell was in charge, not my uncle.
You are an elemental who commands 2 of the 4 elements, and the daughter of an archangel with unfathomable power you haven't even begun to understand or tap into. You house the factions and unite them in the fight of their lives. You are a medical doctor. You are mated to the strongest shifter this generation has seen. The only person who doesn't believe you are capable is you. You are a force of nature, Cora, and God help whoever stands in your way once you realize your own strength. The world will kneel at your feet and shudder in surrender. So stop clinging to the life you once held. It's gone.
I swallowed the knot in my throat.
I'm worried I will make the wrong choices. That's why you have us, Lucifer said. Trust us to guide you. Trust your mate. Trust your family. Trust your friends. You have enough checks and balances in your life to navigate the darkness without falling into it. It's time, niece. No more hiding.
Chapter 29. Cherry Aid is the new cola. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Lucifer turned up on my doorstep and, with a sweep of his hand that I was pretty sure was for show, not necessity, put our souls back in our correct bodies. Then he swiped the key from Maggie and disappeared into the bedroom the throuple had vacated. I was officially full, and that situation wasn't looking to change anytime soon. I stepped out of my home and made the brief journey to Dana's house. The door swung open of its own volition and greeted me with a quiet groan. It seemed it was a little pissed at being moved. I found my aunts in the dining room, all of them, arguing over what was that? They all stopped talking, and Dana and Anita edged closer together to block my view. That wasn't suspicious at all. "What are you doing?" I asked as I took a step to the side. They mimicked me, and I narrowed my gaze, folded my arms, and arched a brow. Aunt Liz sighed. "We're planning your bachelorette party." "So why all the cloak and dagger?" "Because it's a surprise, silly," Dana said with a scowl at Liz. Liz snorted. "You can't keep a secret, sister, so don't look at me like that." I didn't agree to a party. "You don't need to. You're getting married, and it's a rite of passage," Anita said. "One I shall not be partaking in." "Listen here," Dana snapped. "We aren't getting married, and you are our only niece, so suck it up, Buttercup. We're going to do all the bridal shit because it's our only chance to do so." The door cracked open, and Rebecca and Maggie came in with arms full of decorations. Pink decorations. "Busted," Rebecca muttered. "Not you too." Indigo rose to peer at the scene. "Is this a meeting of females?" "Yes." "Am I invited?" "I'm pretty sure I am not, and that means neither are you." I felt her pout. "Shame. I'll save my contribution to your nuptial celebration for the party." I pinched the bridge of my nose. I was outnumbered. Rebecca quirked a brow. "I am emotionally damaged by my parents' visit, and this will help me get over it." "I'm pretty sure Ezra can help you get off. Over it." She scowled. "Don't deflect by speaking of that overgrown, possessive cat. He has issues." I grinned. "Then he is in good company." Dana put her hands on my back. "House, please escort Cora outside." A phantom wind picked me up, opened the front door, and gently deposited me on the lawn before slamming the door. I huffed as I jumped to my feet and spun to face the house, wagging my finger at it. "Is that any way to treat your host? You are on my land." The ground beneath my feet rumbled, and the lawn rose, swept me off my feet, and pushed me toward Summer Grove House. "That is very impolite," I snapped. Hudson and Dave came to stand on the porch.
"Is she speaking to the house, the lawn, or spirits?"
Dave asked.
"We can see spirits now,"
Hudson reminded him.
Dave tilted his head. "Sadly, that was the only option that didn't make your mate sound insane."
I clenched my fists, and I swore I heard Dana's house rumbling with laughter. Rude.
"Where are all the girls?"
Sebastian asked as he joined them. I swung my thumb over my shoulder as I jogged up the steps. "Over there, plotting my doom."
"She means bachelorette party,"
Hudson supplied. "You knew? Traitor."
"I did. It's about time you let people pamper you a little."
I pushed past them and into the house. Would be fine if I had actually been proposed to, I grumbled under my breath.
"What was that?"
Hudson asked. "Nothing, sweetheart," I sing-songed as Lucifer came down the stairs, looking nervous. Why was the devil nervous? Anyone? This could not be a good thing. "He's coming," Lucifer whispered. "He who? Be more specific. There are a lot of he's happening around here, given all the women are over there plotting my demise." Lucifer frowned. "What?"
"She means bachelorette party," Dave said as they joined us in the house. "She's being dramatic."
Lucifer pulled the cuffs of his suit jacket straight and checked his tie before eyeballing the now closed front door with a look of determination I'd never seen before. Harry suddenly appeared, looking 6 shades paler than usual. He opened his mouth, snapped it closed, then disappeared through the ceiling. Dave and Hudson watched him go, and then leveled me with a look. I shrugged. A hush settled in the air. The clock froze, and the normal electrical buzz ceased like we'd had a power cut. The hairs on my arms rose, and I fought the panic swirling inside my gut.
"What is that?"
Dave wondered, glancing around. I swallowed as a gentle rap sounded against my door. Lucifer nodded at me. "You should answer, Cora." My feet were as frozen as this house. I blinked. Lucifer gave me a little shove. "It's never wise to keep him waiting." I sucked in a breath and tried to remember my uncle's little speech from earlier, reminding myself I was a force to be reckoned with. I glanced down at my worn jeans and washed-out sweater. Should I change? No, I didn't want to present a lie. My hands fisted, and I took the few steps to the front door while the men surrounding me stared. I opened the door and came face to face with the most revered being in the world. Should I bow? Curtsy? Genuflect? He looked to be somewhere in his late 40s, with dark, shortish hair, sporting a sprinkling of salt and pepper on the sides. He was clean-shaven, tall, but not extraordinarily so, and his sun-kissed skin looked like he'd come from a weekend in the tropics. He wore a pale gray t-shirt, which matched his eyes, and a pair of navy jeans with a well-known brand of white sneakers on his feet. I didn't burst into flames. No fire rained from the sky, and the world appeared to keep turning. He opened his arms. "Cora," he said, his honeyed tone deep but warm. I'm not really a hugger,
but refusing him wasn't a choice. I stepped into his embrace and sighed as my heart settled. Tears pricked at my eyes. He held me for a few minutes and absorbed all my pain, worry, and doubt. He took it without judgment, without reservation, and with no demand for anything in return. I didn't realize how much weight I was carrying until he unburdened me. He rubbed my back as he soothed my soul.
Your maid is getting anxious, granddaughter. Should we go inside?
My mate? Oh. I pulled myself away and swept the telltale water from my eyes before spinning around to face the 3 males waiting with gaping mouths. After we stepped inside, I closed the door and gathered myself.
Father,
Lucifer said in a flat tone, but I heard the worry, the hidden need for his attention and praise. He smiled at my uncle and opened his arms again. Lucifer licked his bottom lip and stepped into him, and he winked at me over Lucifer's shoulder.
We have much to discuss, son. But for now, let's start easy with Cora. No need to scare her off with all the family drama. She is the epicenter of family drama,
Dave said. He blinked a few times, like he couldn't quite understand who was here. He released Lucifer and stepped back.
I would love a cool drink.
I have iced tea or homemade lemonade. Soda, too, Lucifer added. I'd left that off because if it was an illicit substance in hell, I assumed it wouldn't be a welcomed offering.
Do you have any cherry-aid? It's been years, but I indulge every now and then.
I do. I jerked my head at Hudson, who was still staring. Hudson, come and help me in the kitchen, please. Uncle, could you show our guest to the parlor? I grabbed Hudson's hand and dragged him down the hallway and into the kitchen. Hudson's eyes lost a little of their glaze.
That's
God, yes.
And he just said
that I'm his granddaughter.
And he hugged you.
Yes.
He's
a lot. Can you grab the emergency cookies from the top shelf, please? He moved as if on autopilot and plated a selection of flavors while I gathered some iced tea for myself, lemonade for Dave, and cherry-aid for the rest of them.
What do we call him?
Hudson asked as I moved to step out of the kitchen. I tilted my head and pursed my lips. God seemed a little formal, Gramps a little informal. Big G was probably not hip.
Adon is fine,
a disembodied voice declared.
Right.
Sees all, hears all. I hurried into the parlor, with Hudson trailing after me. I placed the tray of drinks down and took a seat on the sofa. Hudson joined me. Dave, Lucifer, and Adon had taken the armchairs.
Thank you for the invitation to your belated Christmas celebration,
Adon said. You're most welcome.
He smiled. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come, but you can count on me for Thanksgiving this year. Easter gets a little busy.
Understandable. On account of his son dying and being risen. The white furry menace appeared and blinked at Adon. I expected her to make a run for it, but instead she padded over and leapt onto his lap.
My, aren't you a beautiful thing?
He rumbled. Bella kneaded his thighs with a deep purr and settled into her loaf of bread pose. What an absolute flirt. No one was safe. Vampires, shifters, humans, angels, and now gods.
My son tells me you are to be wed.
I glanced at Hudson. Come on, big man. Time to impress the in-laws. Hudson froze, and I sighed. We haven't set a firm date, but yes, soon. You are, of course, invited to that as soon as we decide on a date.
and have an actual proposal.
That would be most welcome. I haven't been to a good wedding in centuries.
I grimaced. It might not be in a church. He waved a hand at me and collected his glass of red fizzy soda.
The act of becoming married varies across countries, factions, and time. Your union is yours and no one else's. Where and how you say your vow should be important and reflect the two lives coming together and the future you want to share. Just because you aren't at a traditional altar doesn't make your marriage less than a pair who say I do in a cathedral.
Hudson relaxed next to me. That's what he was worried about? God forcing us into a church?
I'm pleased to meet you,
he finally settled on, like we hadn't been here for several minutes.
Adon chuckled. Sometimes it can take the mind a few beats to catch up.
He took a sip from his glass and smiled as he closed his eyes.
Amazing.
His eyes flicked open, and he looked at the plate.
Are those lemon cookies?
I slid Lucifer an amused glance. Yes, please help yourself. Adon picked one up and bit into it. He hummed.
Please tell Maggie these are the best cookies I have ever tasted.
What an endorsement. We all grab a cookie because it seemed the polite thing to do. Not that I am not grateful to meet you, but why are you here? I said. I didn't want to offend him, but I was also curious. Adon's gray eyes found mine, a wealth of knowledge shifting behind them, the answers to every question in the universe at the tip of his fingers.
Your existence has caused a stir among my angels. Because they are judgmental purists, Lucifer said.
Adon smiled and tilted his head in acknowledgement.
I agree, there are those among your kind that still fail to understand time has moved on. It is a cultural change, and those take time. However, Abaddon has made it clear they will face his wrath if they try to harm her.
So my father was telling the truth that he put a protection order out on me. Color me flattered.
I wanted to ensure they knew she was also on my radar, so no one gets any bright ideas.
God and the angel of death were in my corner.
Why? Lucifer said. There have been Nephilim before, and none warranted this attention from heaven.
Adon finished the last bite of his cookie.
None of them had her bloodline.
None were elemental? Dave asked. Adon narrowed his gaze and then flicked it to me.
No, he said slowly. None of them were elemental.
While his words rang true, the fact he meant something else wasn't lost on me. I could ask, but if he'd wanted to share in front of everyone, he would have done so. I would either have to wait to get him alone, or I would need more answers about my family tree.
I'm afraid this is just a fleeting visit. Do you have any advice regarding Dawn? Hudson asked.
Adon frowned.
There's an unwritten rule among us. We don't interfere unless it is our own getting attacked.
Hudson leaned forward.
Cora is your own. But no one is attacking her.
Hudson's mouth slammed closed.
If we went to war every time a god did something we didn't like, your world would be a decimated wasteland. Trust me, it's better if I don't interfere. Not even when your greatest creation is being threatened? Dave asked. Not even then.
Adon gave Bella a scratch behind her ears before lifting her off his lap and onto the floor before standing.
Cora, Lucifer, see me out.
His tone wasn't a query. It was a quiet demand. I rose to my feet and gave a subtle shake of my head to Hudson when he tensed. Lucifer and I followed Adon outside and closed the door. Adon glanced at the cloudless sky.
Lucifer, I forgave you centuries ago. If you want to come home, then we can put a rotation on the burden of hell. You have my number. God had a number?
Adon slanted me an amused glance.
You want advice, Cora?
I do. He squinted like he was doing a complex mathematical equation.
Be sure of your chosen mate. Secure the bond before you head into battle. And when all seems lost, remind yourself his heart beats for yours.
That wasn't cryptic at all. Thank you? He chuckled, leaned down, and placed a kiss on my forehead.
Stay safe, Cora. I have big plans for you.
And then he was simply gone. The door to Dana's house smacked open, and my aunts, Rebecca and Maggie, poured out. "Who the hell was that?" Liz snapped. I smirked. Time to unbalance them. That? My grandfather. You know, God. Chapter 30. Felines have claws, but monsters have teeth. The problem with having the weight of the world on your shoulders was the guilt it brought when you weren't spending every single drop of energy on keeping it together. It gained ownership of your life and snuck in until it consumed you. I darted my gaze at Hudson as he stalked around our bedroom, shoving items into an overnight bag. I plucked out my clothing and placed it back on the bed. "I don't really have time for a dirty weekend," I told him, again. He snorted.
The world can wait, Cora. You have to snatch these moments with a little more force, and if you can't, then you can depend on me to do it for you.
I sighed. He placed his hands on my shoulders and ushered me out of the bedroom where Rebecca and Dana were waiting for me, then slammed the door closed. Rebecca smirked just as Harry floated through the floor. His head rose from inside Dana, and Rebecca blinked at the scene.
"You get used to it," I muttered.
"Miss Roberts, I apologize." "For what?" He grimaced. "There was a DEFCON 10 pineapple situation, and I failed to inform you." "What? When?" He rose further and moved to the right so he wasn't inside of my aunt. "Your grandfather?" I checked. He nodded. "Yes, him. I should have warned you." "Don't worry about it, Harry. No amount of pineapples could have prepared me for that meeting." "How was he?" Harry whispered. "How was God? He was both ordinary and otherworldly. He likes cherryade and lemon cookies." "I'll make sure we always have plenty in stock," Rebecca said. "We can't piss off the big G." "I wish I could see Harry," Dana said with a pout. "It was very disconcerting," Harry added with a wistful look. I was alive, and I found being in his presence unbalancing, so I could only imagine how the dead felt. Which reminded me, has the concentration of remnants dissipated from White Castle? He shook his head. "No. If anything, they have gained more." Huh. There went that theory. Unless it took a hot minute for the deity's presence to wear off. The bedroom door swung open, and Hudson strode out with the overnight bag clutched in hand. I glared at it, then at him. "This is ridiculous. The world is ending, and you want to go on a break?" "The world will still be ending tomorrow," Dana said, making Rebecca grin. Wait, they were in on it? Why was I not surprised? I glared at them and crossed my arms. "What do you know?" Rebecca mimed zipping her lips. Oh, how ironic that the gossiping vampire princess was suddenly tight-lipped about this little impromptu trip.
"We aren't going far, and Harry can come get us if there's an emergency," Hudson responded.
"Phones also work," I pointed out.
He grinned. Not where we're going.
Dana jumped up and down on the spot, and I pinched the bridge of my nose.
I think we should wait.
Nope,
Hudson responded.
But he bent in front of me and wrapped his hand around the back of my knees before lifting me over his shoulder. Put me down, I snapped. Rebecca giggled, Dana waved at me, Harry blushed, and Hudson ignored me as he jogged down the stairs. Aunt Liz passed us, and her eyebrows rose until Dave came up behind her and smacked her ass.
Don't interfere.
Even Dangerous Dave was in on whatever this was. The Escalade was already around the front of the house, the engine running and waiting for us. He slid me into the passenger seat and clipped my belt on before stealing my breath with a kiss and slamming the door closed. He was around and into the driver's side before I could contemplate leaping out. One night. I could take one night off. Nothing was going to fall apart in that brief space of time. Do I get to know where we're going? I asked as he sped down the road.
Nope.
I folded my arms and leaned my head back. I was tired. No amount of sleep was going to cure this bone-deep exhaustion, but a nap wouldn't hurt. My eyes fluttered closed, and I let my mind drift into each corner of my life. My father, my grandfather, my grandmother, Indigo, the serpents of the dawn, Dawn. So many moving parts I was caught in the middle of. It was no wonder my heart leapt every time my wards clanged or the phone rang. Come to think of it, my wards didn't warn me when God was on my doorstep. But if anyone was going to thwart them, I didn't mind it being him. Warm fingertips caressed my cheek. Cora, we're here. I blinked my eyes open and frowned. Judging by the dense blanket of trees surrounding us, we were in the thick of the woods. A wooden-clad lodge built on a platform suspended between the giant trees sat in front of us. You have a treehouse? I asked as I unclipped my belt and climbed out of the car. Fairy lights wound up the trunks, but there were no visible stairs. I stretched my limbs before circling the base of one of the trees the house was attached to. Nope, no stairs. How do we get up there? Hudson's warmth covered my back, and he turned me to face him. His hazel eyes shimmered gold. His cat was prowling close to the surface. I climb, you hold tight. He spun and crouched, making me scowl. I could let Indigo loose and fly up there, but then she might demand a date night with our mate, and despite my objections, I was now insanely curious about where he'd brought us. He turned his head and winked at me. Are you waiting for an invitation? I swung myself onto his back, wrapping my arms securely around his neck. My stomach dipped as he launched into the air, clearing a good 10 feet before his claws dug into the bark. I couldn't stop the grin spreading across my face as he tore his way up the tree, coming to a stop when we reached the wooden wraparound veranda. Hudson swung me around, holding me close to him while we entered the glass-fronted building, refusing to put me down until after he'd switched on the lights and kicked the door closed behind us. I spun in a slow circle, taking in the space. The seamless living area consisted of one large couch placed in front of a wood stove, positioned in front of the far wall made entirely of glass. It offered uninterrupted views over the treetops, which appeared to stretch for miles. The setting sun created a deep wash of orange and pale violet brushstrokes across the broad expanse of sky. Behind the sofa was the biggest 4-poster bed I've ever seen. Made from stripped, unstained wood, the uneven spirals wound up to the wooden ceiling. The forest green bedding matched the other soft furnishings in the room. On the other wall was a single strip of kitchen units. Nothing fancy, but enough to get by on. At the very back was a wooden door, likely offering the privacy of a bathroom. It was, without a doubt, the most stunning home I'd ever been in. Built with nature in mind, I could understand why he would pick this as a hideaway. "Where did you find this place?" I asked as I opened the refrigerator. It was stocked with enough goodies to survive a zombie apocalypse. Probably a bad thought to put out into the universe. "It's mine, and now also yours." I spun to face him. "What?" He dropped the bag on the floor and covered the few feet between us before he threaded his hands into my hair to tilt my head back. "This is mine. Not the Pack's, not the principal's. It's my space to unwind, to escape from the pressures of the world. And now it is yours. I've never brought anyone here. Hell, only Dave knows the vague location. Nobody but me has ever touched this place." "The builders know." "I built it." My mouth popped open. When he said nobody, he meant nobody. And now he was sharing it with me. I wrapped my hands around his neck and grazed my mouth over his. "Thank you." My heart swelled at the gift of escape. I hadn't realized until now that I needed somewhere not crowded with responsibilities. His mouth coaxed mine open, his tongue sweeping against my own in a carnal promise. Oh, I could get used to this. There were no ghosts shouting about pineapples, no ants dictating my life, no supernatural squabbles. It was dangerous, and I didn't care. His hands wrapped under my ass, and he lifted me against him before stalking to the bed and dropping me down on it. My arms skimmed the soft cotton, and I threaded my fingers together over my head and smiled at him as he shed his clothes in record time. I sucked in a breath at his raw beauty. Scarred, savage, strong. He was built with war in mind. This wasn't a body you got by going to the gym for several hours a day. It was earned with blood, sweat, and tears, and it was all mine. I gripped the bottom of my t-shirt, but his warm hands landed on mine as he shook his head. "You are mine to unwrap." I scowled. I wasn't exactly feeling patient right now. We had all night, and I didn't plan on being dressed for 99% of it. He chuckled as he climbed onto the bed and caged me in. "Patience, little witch, is a virtue." I glanced down at our bodies and arched a brow. "You aren't looking patient right now. You need to learn to play with a cat, Cora." His mouth landed on my neck, and he grazed his teeth down the delicate flesh, causing my spine to arch and my hands to wrap around his back in a silent plea. He grabbed my hands and pinned them above my head before kissing the protest from my lips. "Hudson," I groaned as he teased me to fever pitch without shedding a single item of my clothing. "Please." His eyes seemed to glow. "You look good in my bed, begging me." His mouth landed on my nipple through the t-shirt and lace of my bra, and he sucked hard. My breathing stuttered as he increased the pressure, causing my core to clench. My fingers threaded with his, anchoring me to reality as I rode the storm. He switched to my other breast and gave it the same attention, making me squirm beneath him. "Let me touch you," I whispered. He growled low, making it clear that wasn't happening any time soon. Indigo fed me an image, and I smiled. We could do that? Oh, I was going to have so much fucking fun. I visualized my hands gripping his length and squeezed. A rough shout of surprise left him as he jerked. I held on. "What are you doing, Cora?" I gave him a sultry smile. "Playing with a cat."
You've been keeping secrets.
My lips twitched, and he tore my t-shirt in half. Good. I needed him as mindless as I was feeling. He unclipped my bra and flung it somewhere in the room, followed by my shoes, jeans, and panties. In less than a minute, I was naked. When I tried to sit up, he covered me again, forcing me back onto the mattress. "Let me play," I said. He tilted his head.
I like you there.
I dragged my bottom lip between my teeth before shimmying down between his legs. His hand tangled in my hair like he was about to pull me up, but his breathing stuttered as my tongue snaked out to taste him. My hands wrapped around him, and I palmed his ass cheeks to guide him deeper. He thrust a little, losing his battle for control. My teeth grazed his most sensitive, most vulnerable flesh, testing out his reaction. He clutched my hair tighter.
Fuck. Do that again. Harder.
With pleasure. I alternated between shallow, delicate licks and rough, dangerous bites, never breaking the flesh, but keeping him guessing. He swelled inside my mouth.
Cora, I'm going to come.
Fair warning, but wild horses couldn't drag me away from this. Hudson pulled away, and my claws extended, keeping him where I wanted him. He wasn't betting a little witch. He was tangling with a monster, and it was time he treated me as such. He came with a roar that rattled the glass wall before dragging me up to bury his head in my neck, keeping me pinned to the bed for at least 10 minutes while his thundering heart slowed beat by beat. He occasionally gave my shoulder a slow lick in a distinctly feline move that created shivers down my spine. Those licks turned into kisses, stroking the fire inside me as I felt him harden against my thigh. He rolled us to the side, facing each other, and guided my leg over his hip. He tested my heat and found me wet and ready. Then he slowly sank inside of me, his golden gaze never leaving mine as his hand held my hip tight, keeping us connected. His mouth found mine, and he swallowed every delicious moan as he guided us into an inevitable crescendo that built and built. My spine arched as I dragged my lips away. He froze, letting me hover on the edge. I tried twisting my hips, and he clamped me tighter. "Hudson," I growled. He grinned. "Yes." "I need to come." He huffed a laugh. My torment was amusing? Really? I tensed every feminine muscle I had. He groaned in response, but didn't move.
"Let it build," he said. "It will be worth it."
I wasn't into delayed gratification. I preferred lots of it instead. The pressure simmered lower, and he began moving slowly again. I tried keeping silent this time, but he knew and clamped us together to avoid me falling over the cliff. "I hate you," I snarled. He snorted. "Sure you do." Then he moved again. "What are you trying to prove?" I ground out.
"That I love you, and no matter where you are, I will always find you. I'm proving that my heart beats for yours, because you own it. You make me feral with need, and this is a taste of what I feel every day."
"If I own your heart, then you will give me what I need." His free hand tangled in my hair and arched it back so he could stare into my eyes. His gaze skimmed my face.
"You aren't feral, mate. Not yet."
I growled and flipped us so he was on his back. Then I took what I needed with a snap of my hips as I ground against him. He rose and surged inside of me, feeding me more and more of his length.
My scream split the air, and I felt the animals in the forest freeze as I came apart in the arms of a cat who had given me his heart. This spurred him on, dragging me back to awareness and building something wild in my chest. His teeth skimmed my shoulder, and they lengthened to wicked points before he sunk them into the crook of my shoulder, causing a second, more powerful, deeper explosion. Something shifted in the fabric of my being, and my mouth fell on his throat. He grasped the back of my head when I paused. "Bite me, mate. Mark me," he pleaded. My teeth scraped his flesh, and I bit down. He exploded inside of me. Our hearts sparked to life and wove a spell, binding us on a level I didn't understand but reveled in. This was a claiming, intangible but undeniable. "I love you," I mumbled before I collapsed against him. "And I love and adore you," he whispered as my eyes fluttered closed, and I felt the call of the Sandman. "Rest for an hour, then we have places to be." If it was anywhere other than this sanctuary, I wasn't interested. This was my happy place, and it would be somewhere I would cling to when shit went south. This was a reminder of what I was fighting for. Soon, we would no longer have to fight for these nights. They would be our normal. They had to be. Nothing else was acceptable. "Cora," Hudson said, "wake up." I groaned and rolled over, cocooning myself in the heavy comforter. It cannot have been an entire night yet. Where was a time god when you needed one? We got the big G and death. He tugged the covers off me, and my eyes sprang open. It was pitch black outside. "It's still night. Come back to bed," I grumbled, rolling onto my back. "I have something to show you." I snorted. "I think I've seen it all now, Principal." "It's chilly. Get dressed or don't. Either way, you're coming with me." The bossy alpha was in charge. With a groan, I rolled to my feet and blindly tugged on my underwear, followed by a pair of soft, fleece-lined leggings and an oversized sweater. "I can't see a thing," I grumbled. He grabbed my hand and tugged me out of the house and onto the veranda. "Don't worry. Just hold on." I launched onto his back again, and he leapt from the deck to the floor. My heart beat hard with exhilaration as he raced through the forest, winding a path up a hill. The moon winked in the sky between the thick trees. He ran for a few minutes before the sound of rushing water met my ears. We were by a river? My elemental twitched. Yes, that was definitely water. He slowed, and we emerged into a small clearing as he placed me on my feet. I stepped forward and froze, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. A gushing 20-foot waterfall fed a small lake, the moonlight and stars reflecting on the surface. I glanced at Hudson and smiled. "It's stunning," I told him. Why does he look nervous? He grabbed my hand and tugged me along the shoreline toward the waterfall. He led us across the damp rocks, only to discover a small gap behind the waterfall. Excitement bubbled in my chest as we ducked beneath the water and into a hidden cave. Crystals lined the ceiling, lit with purple and pink lights, creating a stunning, sparkling display. Wow! Positioned between the breathtaking cave and the heavy waterfall, Hudson turned to face me. He licked his lips and dropped to one knee. I sucked in a breath. Oh. Cora Roberts, you already own my heart, my body, my soul.
I would scorch the earth to protect you and walk through the fires of hell to be at your side. Before you came into my life during a fateful night at the Pitts speed dating event, I was going through the motions. I lived for the packs, but not for myself. You have taught me how to love, to laugh, to find pleasure in the smallest of things. The way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you are nervous, how you rub your temple when you are annoyed, the genuine smile you gift people, the fierce way you love and protect those in your circle, how you wear your heart on your sleeve even when you've been hurt. It is intoxicating to be a part of your world, and I will never stop thanking the universe for your love. My hand trembled as he held it in his and continued. I treat you with care and tenderness because I love you, not because I don't think you are capable of handling me. You are the most precious thing in the world, more than the rarest of diamonds. And just like a diamond, your strength and love outshines all, and I won't stop worshiping you like the queen you are.
He rummaged in his jeans pocket and released my hand to flip open a small, black velvet box. Inside was a pair of twisted platinum bands set with rows of tiny diamonds, with a round emerald positioned in the center. My heart pounded wildly, and I swallowed the knot in my throat. The bite on my neck pulsed with the reminder that we were already mated in the eyes of his people. This was for me. The ring was perfect, just like my mate.
Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
I nodded as tears stung my eyes.
I'm going to need some words, he said with a small smile, just so I can mark this in my memory.
Yes, Hudson Abbott, I will marry you. He slid the ring on my finger, and with it came the sense that no matter the enemy we faced, we would do it together. We could survive anything thrown our way in this life or the next, because I was his and he was mine. He stood and kissed me.
Now strip, mate. I am eager to seal the deal.
I chuckled. The ring saw to that. He backed me up against the wall and caged me in.
Strip. I won't ask again.
It's cold. He chuckled and tore my clothes from my body within seconds, then pinned me to the wall before sinking inside of me. I let out a low moan. Will it always be like this? I wondered.
Like what?
He growled, continuing to move, making my eyes roll into the back of my head. Desperate, wild, needy, crazy? He snorted.
Only for the first decade or two. Now shush and let me love my wife-to-be, because she's an insatiable witch.
Oh, boy. Chapter 31. Nobody likes to be wrong, but sometimes I hate being right. Does everyone know? I asked as we pulled onto my drive and the curtains in the parlor twitched.
They do. Keeping a secret in that place is impossible.
Improbable, but not impossible. My stomach flipped. I needed to tell him about the serpents of the dawn. I couldn't start the rest of our lives on a bed of secrets and lies. If the rest of them didn't agree, then I would leave. They could cast a spell to make me forget they existed, and I could go about my married, mated life with a guilt-free conscience. I sighed as the car stopped, and Hudson darted around the car so fast I hadn't even gotten my seatbelt free. He smiled at me, and I narrowed my eyes. Don't you dare. He chuckled, then did exactly what I suspected. Dragged me from the car and swept me into his arms, cradling me against his chest. We're supposed to do this after we get married, I pointed out.
I'm practicing.
The carnal look in his eyes reappeared as he jogged up the steps and flung open the door. I was 100% here for where this was leading, until miniature explosions erupted around us, glitter and confetti flying everywhere. Did they not learn anything after the last time? I'd only just gotten rid of the last lot of exploding glitter.
"Congratulations," Aunt Liz said. I hung my head backward to take in the group of grinning supernaturals. Oh, goody. The gang was all here. Even Dave looked less scowly than usual. "Thank you," I responded. Rebecca pushed forward. "Let's see it." Nothing we did in the last 24 hours was for public discussion. "See what?" Rebecca chuckled. "The ring, silly. Although if you want to recount the freaky sex, feel free." Maggie blushed. "Please refrain," Sebastian drawled. I patted Hudson's cheek. "Let me down." He growled and held me tighter. "Mating dance is in full swing," Dave grumbled. "Don't interfere." "I thought it got better when they got married," Dana said. "It does, but they aren't married yet." "Meaning a quick wedding is in order," Rebecca decided. I blinked up at Hudson. "Principal, put me down." He held me for a beat, released a deep sigh, and carefully set my feet on the floor. I raised up on my toes and gave him a quick kiss before turning to offer my hand to the nosy masses. Rebecca grasped my fingers and sighed with longing. "It's stunning and perfect for you." "It's not horrible," Sebastian said. Dana, Maggie, and Liz each took a turn, complimenting the engagement ring, while I grinned at Hudson, who was 2 seconds away from grabbing me and running to our bedroom. "Any news?" I asked before he could make good on that promise in his eyes. If we went upstairs, we wouldn't be leaving it any time soon. "Nothing of note," Dave said. Rebecca grabbed my hand and tugged me into the parlor. "I want to hear all about it." I rolled my eyes as she shoved me onto the sofa and sat next to me. Dana and Liz joined us, while Sebastian made an excuse to leave. Maggie mentioned something about snacks and new recipes and took off to the kitchen, while Dave disappeared with Hudson out of the front door. My shoulders sagged a little as he left. Oh, this needed to stop. I wasn't a woman beholden to my feelings. It was the mating bond fucking with us. Suddenly, I was on board with the get Cora married as quickly as possible plan. Anything to temper this raging need. "Did he get on his knees?" Rebecca asked. The memory of him with his head between my thighs as he pinned me against the cave wall assaulted my senses. My lips twitched. "He did?" "I meant for the proposal, but I am very proud," Rebecca said. Dana squealed, and Liz raised a brow. "He took me to a crystal cave, gave a grand speech, got down on one knee and proposed." Rebecca sighed. "So romantic." "I'll make sure he passes on notes to Ezra." She scowled. "Stop trying to deflect. We have your bridal shower planned next week, and a dress designer will be coming to the house. She works fast with a 2-week turnaround, and we managed to push you to the front of the line." "How?" I wondered. I thought these things needed to be booked months, if not years in advance. I'd resigned myself to picking a department store dress and getting it altered to fit perfectly. Dana laughed. "You are the granddaughter of the order's leader and the mate to the principal. Designers are clamoring to be the one to dress you." "They were? I suppose that was a good thing." Dana nodded at the large book on the table. It was white with gold lettering, declaring it as the ultimate wedding planner. "Does it plan the wedding for me?" I asked. Dana chuckled. "No, but we are here to take the weight of the planning off you, whatever you need." I would just like to drive up and get married. I have enough serious and world-ending issues on my plate. I don't have time to pick flowers and food. "Then let us do it for you.
We'll check in with you on the big decisions," Rebecca said. I nodded, happy to have valued and trusted family and friends who jumped at the chance to help. If they took care of the 1,000,001 decisions needed to make a wedding happen, I could focus on the crazy world-ending shit. I was really doing this. Getting married to a man I loved and wanted to spend the rest of my life with. "Have you chosen bridesmaids yet?" Rebecca asked. "No, but I assumed everyone knew." I nodded. "You, of course," I said, making Rebecca beam. "Maggie and all my aunts. But I'd understand if they would prefer not to be a bridesmaid." Dana clapped. "Perfect!" Aunt Liz gave me a small smile. "I am happy to take whatever role you need, Cora." Actually, I needed something different from her. "I was hoping you would take the mother of the bride role." Her eyes grew glassy, and she nodded as her bottom lip trembled. "I'd be honored." That was good. She could keep a lid on everything, stopping Rebecca and Dana from turning it into a cathedral-level wedding where they invited half of America. "I want it small and intimate," I cautioned. "No big wedding, no random guests because it looks good. If Hudson or I have never met them, you shouldn't invite them." "Got it," Rebecca answered. "Is Abaddon walking you down the aisle?" I squeezed my eyes closed. "Yep." "And Lucifer?" Liz asked with a twitch of her lips. "Invited," I confirmed. "God?" Dana said with an arch of her brow. "Yes, he will need an invitation. It's probably best not to piss off the Almighty through a nuptial slight." "Color scheme?" Rebecca asked. "Not pink." "That's it? Not pink?" I nodded. "Anything else is okay." I wanted to avoid the fluffy pink tulle. It wasn't me. "Great. We've got enough to get started," Dana said. "I mean, we already have most of it done anyway." Of course they did. The front door banged open, and Hudson and Dave stalked inside. Gone was my sex-crazed mate. In his place stood the alpha of all the shifters in America. Oh boy. I leapt to my feet, my heart stuttering. "What's wrong?" Lucifer and Abaddon appeared out of thin air in the middle of the parlor. This wasn't good. "It's happening," my father said. "Turn on the TV," Hudson growled. Rebecca snatched the remote and clicked the TV on. A popular alien conspiracy documentary appeared. Nothing new there, unless they were actually revealing the existence of aliens. Alas, no. Harry flew through the wall with wide eyes. Great. My ghostly sidekick was freaked out. "Put the news channel on," Dave snapped. "Which one?" Rebecca asked. "Any," Lucifer answered. Oh, shit. Rebecca changed the channel, and a massive breaking news banner flashed along the bottom of the screen, which was split between a pale newsreader who looked like she wanted to run and hide, and live camera footage flicking through several cities. New York, Washington, Chicago, all the biggies. People screamed and ran in all directions as shadowy figures chased them. "Remnants," I whispered. The newsreader cleared her throat. "This is not a hoax. Ghosts are terrorizing people all over the country. The president has mobilized the National Guard and is urging people to stay indoors while they tackle the threat." A well-known female reporter standing on a busy New York street interrupted her. "Overnight, the people were inundated with reports of spiritual activity and hauntings, sparking a countrywide panic. That's right, countrywide. The ghosts have invaded us from California to Maine and appear to be gaining in both strength and numbers, with no known cause or reason. No one has reported any intellectual contact with these entities. Authorities have advised everyone to stay home until they get a handle on what is happening." Calls to law enforcement have been going unanswered as they struggle to cope with the burden. The president has called an emergency meeting and is expected to address the nation within the hour. One thing is for sure, America, we are not alone, but the terror hasn't come from space like many have speculated. No, it's the grave we should be worried about. My hand covered my mouth as one side of the TV cut back to the newsroom, while the other remained on a loop, showcasing the terror erupting through various cities. "It started," I whispered. I couldn't believe Eloise actually went through with it. Somewhere, deep down, I thought she was bullshitting to get the factions to play ball. When they didn't, she forced the situation by exposing our world to humanity. "We can't scoop this under the rug," Lucifer said. "It's too wide. A city or two I could do, but the entire country? That's impossible." "Agreed. This is happening," my father added. "We need to control the next steps, but also accept that we can't go back from this." "Can't God help?" Hudson asked. I already knew the answer. "Yes," my father said, "but he won't. If this is the will of the world, then it has to play out." "I suppose it won't hurt that there will suddenly be a lot more folks in churches repenting for their sins," Liz added. "Nothing like an apocalypse to bring people together and accept religion." "It would take a deity to reverse this," Lucifer declared. The phone rang as my mind pieced everything together. No. Just no. Eloise had outmaneuvered us again. I was tired of games and done being everyone's puppet. If they wanted Cora, daughter of death, at their side, then they'd better get ready. Indigo stirred in my mind. "You hungry?" I asked her. "Ravenous." Rebecca picked up the phone, and her eyes widened as our gazes met. "It's Killian," she whispered. "He would like to speak with you." I rose as the supernatural heavyweights argued back and forth about a plan. Everything from something involving ghostbusters to sending my grandmother to rot in a prison cell in hell. I'd already explored that and discarded it. Dawn would just yank her out. Rebecca passed me the phone, and I offered her a small smile and nod. She walked away, glancing over her shoulder at me with a frown. "It's started," I said. "It has," he agreed. "It's currently contained to America, but we expect that to change quickly." "So it's time for your army. Eloise hasn't yet stepped forward as humanity's savior." My brows pulled together. "She's waiting for the panic to build." "I agree. I predict looting, a rise in crime and murder, plus all the other things a lawless society would expect." Because no one could get through to emergency services if they were slammed with spiritual reports. Fuck, this was so much worse than I expected. So we wait? I wasn't okay with sitting on the sidelines while people sank into crisis. "There is an option you may wish to consider." Here it is. I had put this together less than 2 minutes ago and felt stupid for not doing it before. "I'm listening." "Dawn," Killian said. I met Hudson's eyes as he folded his arms and tilted his head. "What about him?" "Please let me be wrong." "He wants to meet." I hated being right. Chapter 32. The secrets we keep make us vulnerable. Chaos reigned supreme in Summer Grove House. Everyone was too busy shouting at me to allow me to have a turn to talk, or even make sense of their words. I let them rage, worry, curse, and eventually simmer down into the realization that this was the best course of action. Sometimes the loudest voice was the silent one. They did my work for me by discarding every alternative plan. "I don't like it," Dave grumbled.
Getting in bed with a god of death seems like a fast track to disaster. Nobody is getting in bed with Cora but me, Hudson growled.
I rolled my eyes. It's a metaphor. Stop being so alpha for a moment so we can work through the plan. Honestly, this was growth for me. Only months ago, I would have taken my ass over to Ireland without any discussion. Letting people in was difficult, but I understood the need for it. I was one woman, and this problem was too big for me alone. Hudson dragged in a slow breath and got control of his animal before he hulked out and dragged me to his secret hideout to wait out the apocalypse. Tempting. So very freaking tempting. "Tell me again what he said," Lucifer said. Now they were listening? Fine. "Killian said they won't support us because Eloise hasn't yet shown her involvement or hand. When she does, and if we need an army, they will be there.
In the meantime, a god wants a cozy chat with my mate?"
Hudson asked as he folded his arms. Killian implied Don may be open to intervening before the situation escalates. I think we would be foolish not to hear him out. Rebecca, who had been quiet as she watched everyone fight among themselves, leaned forward and stared at me. "Doesn't it seem rather convenient that he chooses now to offer help?" "It's a trap," Sebastian said with a nod. I rolled my eyes. What would he get out of trapping me? He's supporting a woman in taking control of the world, one he isn't even interested in. Lucifer cocked an eyebrow. "Exactly. Meaning he has manipulated the situation into something you can't resist." I pressed my lips together and massaged my temple. "Give me a better option."
"Easy," Hudson snapped. "Don't go."
I gave him a withering look. "Did you fall in love with a woman who chooses the straightforward path? A mate who puts herself above others?" His shoulders drop and he lets loose a sigh. "No." "Then it's decided. Uncle, may we bother you for an express lift to Ireland?" Lucifer lost his perpetually amused smirk in favor of his king of hell, scary as shit persona.
"I don't like this."
"You don't have to like it.
I will take you."
"What's your price?" I asked. There was always a price with the devil. "I'm coming with you." "Obviously, you're our transportation."
"No, I will join your visit with Don. I don't trust him."
Great. The devil had issues with the god of death. What could possibly go wrong? Darkness encroached on the sky, a steady, brewing storm that matched the mood of the land. Hudson, Lucifer, and I stood outside the House of Dawn, waiting for Killian to greet us. I shivered as the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees in a single breath, and clenched my fists to stop the tremors from catching fire and igniting the need to run. We should run far and fast away from here. There was a pregnant pause in the air that made every conviction I had to see this through turn to dust. Who the hell did I think I was, meeting gods like they were my equals? I was an elemental half-angel who gave terrible sex advice to supernaturals and turned down the beds of straggling supernaturals in a small town.
"Game face on, Cora," Lucifer advised. "The trick to besting a god is self-belief. Turn back now if you can't at least pretend."
"Fake it till you make it," I said with a chuckle.
"Exactly." "You got this, mate," Hudson reassured.
I squared my shoulders. "Don't forget, a vulture raised you, and you learned how to navigate a pit of vipers before you could form words."
"Don't forget me, Cora,"
Indigo reminded me as she leaked a little power, which flared through my veins. That's right.
"Also, you can't wear that outfit and not embody badass,"
Hudson said with an appreciative gaze down my body. That was Lucifer's doing. Soft, supple leather that fit like a glove encased my body, from my pants to the matching jacket. All I needed was a sword, and I could be a character from any fantasy TV series. Those always ended with the bad guys getting their karma and the good guys winning. Maybe their outfit choice swayed the outcome. It couldn't hurt, and certainly seemed more fitting when I was about to face a Celtic god. The door swung open, and Killian blinked at our trio. He'd agreed to Hudson accompanying me. In fact, he said Dawn expected no less, but it wasn't a comfort. I didn't enjoy putting the principal in the path of an unstable god who danced with death. "The devil wanted to say hi," I replied. Killian frowned. Of course. Killian's blasé attitude toward Lucifer's presence gave me pause. Was it simply down to it not being a big deal, because all we were doing was having tea and cake and a harmless conversation with a god? Or was it because Dawn didn't consider the devil a threat? Would it be too much to hope for the first option? Probably. Killian stepped back, and we crossed over the threshold. At least they were foregoing the dramatic theater production today. He led us down the same hallway to the homely living room, which was empty of both mages and gods. My tea and cake scenario was looking less likely by the second. "If you'll just stand over there," Killian instructed, pointing at a large rune circle. "Oh, sure. Let me go willingly into your mysterious magic circle." I folded my arms and leveled him with the one good thing my grandmother had taught me, the Robert's hard-ass stare. Killian sighed. "Did you think you were going to sit around the fire and have tea and biscuits, Cora? He's a god." Cake, not biscuits. Also, I happen to know the god enjoys a yummy biscuit. "Where, then?" I asked. "Bull Rock." I raised a brow. "Your big bad god lives on a rock?" "Each to their own, I guess." Killian nodded. "That's where I'm sending you, yes." Lucifer approached the runes and scanned them. "He's telling the truth." "Any advice?" Hudson asked Killian. Killian's jaw ticked. "He's from a different era, so remember that when you bring your new world views. He doesn't consider mankind's squabbles to be of interest." "But he used my grandmother to get a foothold into this world," I pointed out. "I didn't say he wouldn't use every trick in the book to get what he wants, just that your views might struggle to find common ground." "I'm not sure anyone has common views with a certified god." Hudson grabbed my elbow as I made to step toward the circle. "Tick-tock, Principal. I want this over with so we can get back to our lives. Hopefully save the world and pick out a wedding dress." "What does he want?" Hudson asked Killian. "How would I know?" "You said he will use every trick in the book to get what he wants. You know something." "I know lots of things, Principal, but not his will. Only he can impart that knowledge." I read between the lines. "He can't tell us," I murmured. "He knows, but Dawn's spelled him to secrecy." Hudson snarled. "Nope, we aren't doing this." Lucifer snorted, grabbed my other arm, and yanked us both inside the circle. The runes flared to life, blinding us with their light before depositing us on the top of a tiny island. The wind tugged tendrils of my hair loose from my braid. I tasted the salt in the air as lightning struck the sea in the distance. Waves battered against the rocky shoreline, and the magic in my veins hummed in both anticipation and recognition. There was a force here, a lurking darkness waiting to unfurl its power into the world. When it did, it would destroy everything we knew and rule over us. Dawn. To my left perched the only building on the island, and my feet moved toward it without permission from my mind.
The heavy, drugging power was a seductive force. Hudson grabbed my hand and spun me to face him. He stole my breath with a kiss, branding me with a reminder of everything we had. I fell head first into that passion, and the heavy weight of the magic in the air snapped, freeing its control of my mind. I hadn't even realized it had crept in within moments of our arrival. My mate gave me everything I needed to steady myself in the newly formed bond that tied us together. He pulled away and ran the pad of his thumb over my cheek. "When we get home, I have something I need to tell you." My breath caught in my throat as my heart stuttered in my chest. Those words never meant anything good. Lucifer caught my gaze, the message in his eyes clear. "Yes, I am aware I can't just tell him about your super-secret club, but we either bring him into the fold or they lose me. I refused to keep secrets anymore." "Okay," I whispered. "After we persuade a god to intervene and stop the destruction Eloise is enforcing, we'll talk." Hudson's brows lowered. He wasn't stupid. He could feel I was holding out on him. That was the thing with mate bonds. They knew everything you weren't saying. Dave got away with it, because as far as I was aware, he and my aunt weren't mated. And even then, I thought the bond between us only existed because of Indigo. It really was her that was bonded to Hudson, not me. That was a sobering thought. Lucifer moved toward the dilapidated brick building, and we hurried to catch up with him. He cocked his head, staring at the warped wooden door hanging off its hinges. "I don't sense any wards." I shook my head. "Me neither." Hudson pushed past us and flung it open, stepping inside first, his head swinging back and forth as he checked it out. I rolled my eyes and followed him inside, Lucifer bringing up the rear. Inside was a derelict wasteland. Ceramic and glass shards littered the broken floorboards of the small open room. To the right, a once grand, sweeping, curved staircase led to the upper floor, many of the stair treads missing or rotted, making it unusable. "Now what?" I muttered. This was like one of those escape rooms. Find the random clue to get you to the next stage of your destiny, normally a pizza and beer. I spun in a circle, hoping for a signal. Maybe Killian sent us to the wrong rock? Just then, the air stilled, and goosebumps danced over my flesh as my blood chilled. Something was coming. The air sucked out of my chest, and I plunged into the earth, darkness filling my vision. I clutched my throat, panic clawing at my mind as I tried to force air into my lungs. "Breathe! Come on, Cora, breathe." My knees slammed into the ground, and I slumped onto my hands as I dragged in a breath. 1, 2, 3. I tilted my head to the right, finding Hudson in the same position, struggling with his own mortality. Lucifer stood to my left, his features twisted with rage, the kind of look that gave him the power to command the worst of humanity. I swallowed and pushed up to my feet, refusing to meet this god on my knees. That seemed like a bad introduction. Hudson also rose, and together we glanced up. Once again, my breath hitched. We stood in a circular room, the floor made of slick black obsidian. Surrounding us was the ocean, and panic sliced down my spine at the realization we were underwater. Long ropes of kelp danced in the currents, while a school of fish spun in a lazy funnel, ignoring the sharks swimming below them. Water pulsed against an unseen barrier surrounding the outer walls, rippling now and again, indicating it wasn't a glass wall holding it at bay, but power. I didn't doubt the deity we were here to meet couldn't just snap his fingers and drown us if he willed it.
The violent waves above cast intricate dappling around the room, illuminating the single physical wall. A rocky platform jutted out of the base, and on top of it sat a massive black throne. A pair of black leather boots rested on the platform, but the rest of the figure was encased in shadows. I glanced at Lucifer and Hudson, who were cataloging everything in the room that could be used as a weapon. This was part of the plan. Mine was to engage the god. I took a few steps forward and raised my head. "I am Cora Roberts. I've come at your request." An arm swathed in black leather rose and curled its fingers in invitation. "You can do this. Breathe in, out. 1, 2, 3 steps closer." Hudson and Lucifer flanked me, mirroring my movements. "Show your face, Dawn." I tilted my chin in the air, silently communicating that his silence didn't intimidate me. "Fake it until you make it." A low, throaty chuckle rumbled in the room, making the atoms in my body fizz. Our god held his power in check, while this one wanted it to be felt everywhere. He leaned forward, and the shadows unwrapped his features an inch at a time, like they were being bent to his will. I expected everything from a traditional old wise guy to a skull-like male. He was neither of those things. He was stunning. His sharp features were born of dreams and nightmares. His inky hair waved in an unseen breeze, the lone tendril resting on his wrinkle-free forehead, shifting as his full mouth curved into a smile. Silver eyes, the color of liquid mercury, completed the otherworldly appearance. He was flawless, disarming, devastating. He tilted his head as his gaze scanned my body. He waved a hand, and my badass leathers replaced themselves with a flowing, floor-length silver Greek goddess gown, while swirling silver bands wrapped around my upper arms. "What the fuck?" Hudson growled. "Better. Females don't wear warrior clothing," Don said, his voice deep and commanding. "They do now. Put them back," I demanded. If I gave an inch now, I had no chance. Females aren't the weaker sex. They never were, and the world knows it now. "Indeed. Women have always been merciless. You don't need clothing to communicate that, Cora. I already know you are a worthy adversary." I had no comeback for that. "You brought friends," Don said, peering behind me. "I'm not a friend, I'm her mate," Hudson snapped back. Don gave him a look of faint amusement, like he found that super funny. I didn't like that one bit. "And I am Lucifer, son of the god, ruler of damned souls." Don flicked a glance at him, and his eyes shone with a little more interest at my uncle. "We have the daughter of death, the god of death, and the lord of the damned," Don said with a cutting look at Hudson. "You are the odd one out." Hudson growled low, and Keverin rippled to the surface. Don tilted his head. "Interesting. Not a simple shapeshifter, are ya?" Hudson bared his teeth. Oh no. "You made a deal with my grandmother." We needed to move this along. Costume changes and trying to intimidate my mate were getting us nowhere. He inclined his head. "I did. My foothold into this world needed to be solidified by someone with power." As we suspected. But asking him to explain himself wouldn't go well. I had to tread carefully to avoid us all meeting a watery grave. Lucifer folded his arms. "There are 1,000 better things to make deals with. Why her?" Dawn's silver eyes lasered my soul.
She is a bridge to the true purpose of my return.
Not in this lifetime, Hudson stated, picking up on Dawn's clear message.
She used that power to build an epidemic of remnants who have revealed themselves to the humans, and she is poised to become the leader of the new world. He flicked his hand like he was swatting a fly.
Eloise is a speck, and your world is but a bolt in a much larger universe.
Right. Well, before we sat down for snacks and settled in for an ancient alien binge fest, I needed him to recall his power so Eloise could die. "Have you got your foothold?" I asked carefully. He raised his arms and smiled.
What do you think?
Yep, his power could be felt everywhere. That's fantastic for you. Welcome back. Now, could you please take back your power from Eloise?
I am not interested in your petty squabbles.
Humanity's fate was hardly a petty squabble. I am not asking for your interest, merely to return her back to the elemental she was born. If he did that, we could kill her, and I think our remnant problem would resolve itself. It would go down in the history books as a mass hysteria event, and everyone would go back to believing the unbelievable was explainable. It was the simplest solution.
Dawn narrowed his gaze. I'm bloodbound. It would take considerable effort to break that.
Considerable effort, but not impossible. This was good. Of course, just like Lucifer, Dawn wanted his pound of flesh. What do you want? He leaned back in his huge throne as he seemed to contemplate his answer. It was a ruse. He called me here because he already knew I would give anything to stop her. This war couldn't happen. The loss of life was inconceivable. A small vial of blood appeared in his hand. Hudson and Lucifer cursed as I froze, every molecule in my body humming in warning. Why do you have that? I asked. I won't be bloodbound to you. I can't, as I'm mated. I had checked this carefully. Nothing in this life could override the bond between mates. Dawn swirled the blood around and sighed.
This was the answer to a very important question.
Which was? It was not a closely guarded secret these days that Abaddon was my father. He didn't need my DNA for that.
Your heritage.
Easy. Elemental and Archangel. Now you can give me my blood back, withdraw your power from my grandmother, and we can be on our way, leaving you in peace to do whatever it is you do with all your unbotheredness and whatnot. Bah, faking it was easy. Fingers crossed for the making it part. Dawn's silver eyes swirled as they assessed me.
You truly have no idea who you are.
I know exactly who I am. Dawn's inky eyebrow lifted on his pale face.
Mate.
He pointed the vial of my blood at Hudson.
Angel.
He smirked at Lucifer, then raised his arms. I felt his intention and yanked on my power as the force holding the ocean back disappeared. My hands flung out, and I forced the water to hold its position.
Elemental.
You've made your point, I ground out, sweat beading on my brow at the effort it took to hold back such a monumental force.
Stop this, Lucifer snapped.
Dawn ignored him as I gritted my teeth, refusing to let him win.
And yet you still don't know who you are.
Pissed and murderous, that's what I was. If you mean my angelic half, then her name is Indigo. Who was mysteriously fucking quiet. Great time for her to take a vacation. Dawn's power flooded the room, and the pressure of the water eased. My shoulders sagged, and black spots danced in my vision. Dawn's eyes flicked to Hudson.
You know, don't you?"
He knew what?
I glanced at Hudson, who gave a sharp nod. I squinted at my mate as Indigo allowed her power free to support me not blacking out on the floor. "What do you know?"
He wouldn't look at me.
Oh my God, we weren't done with a lifetime of secrets and revelations yet? Swirling shadows unfurled from behind Dawn, whipping toward me before wrapping themselves around my arms and dragging me toward him. A scream caught in my throat as my heart thundered. Why weren't Hudson and Lucifer trying to stop him? I forced a glance over my shoulder, finding both men frozen in place. Frozen or unwilling? Bile raced up my throat as my gut twisted.
Dawn chuckled. "They're not abandoning you, sweet Cora. I'm holding them there." Relief rushed through me, making my head spin.
Dawn's shadows dissipated, leaving me at the foot of the raised throne. I swallowed down the knot in my throat and tipped my head back, meeting his gaze. Close up, he was ethereal. Terrifying, but also wondrous. My heart skipped a beat at being in close quarters to such a being.
"Get a grip, Cora."
I pushed down my anxiety and narrowed my eyes at the vial of blood. He followed my gaze and crushed the glass in his hand, my blood evaporating into a shimmering mist.
"I have no need of your blood now that you're here." "What do you want?" I growled.
Those pools of mercury swirled with knowledge I couldn't hope to understand in this lifetime. His lips twitched.
"Where is this being you call Indigo?"
Hudson released another string of curses.
"This is not the time," he shouted.
Dawn's eyes flickered over my shoulder.
"Oh, Principal, it's the perfect time to explain how you've been lying to your mate."
Hudson knew about the Serpents of the Dawn? How?
"Cora, this is what I was going to tell you."
I glanced over my shoulder with a frown. What was he going to tell me? Oh, that was right. Couldn't this wait until after the god of death wasn't around? Dawn's shadows reappeared, unraveling my braid and teasing it apart so it cascaded down my back. He was rearranging my hair now? Wonderful. He stepped down from the platform and skimmed his fingers over my bare shoulder, the pure energy within them heating my flesh.
"You're digging around for an alter ego that doesn't exist, Cora," Dawn said.
My brows crumpled. That's not right. She's always been there.
"You cut yourself off from half your bloodline, and in doing so created a monster in your mind because you couldn't accept yourself."
I shook my head. "No," I whispered. "She craves souls and death." Dawn's expression softened.
"You aren't two beings, Cora. You chained a vital part of yourself, and your psyche did what it needed for survival."
That made complete sense. "Indigo?" I asked, only to be met with silence. Tears pricked my eyes as pain lanced through my chest while my world fell apart. It was simple to pretend that the worst parts of me weren't under my control. It was something I'd rejected for so long.
"Of course your mate quickly figured this out," Dawn said, glancing over my shoulder at Hudson.
My head shook back and forth. That couldn't be right. He wouldn't keep something like that from me. Hudson could be counted on to tell me the truth, no matter how painful it would be to hear. I spun on my heels to face him. His gaze was hard. "No. Tell me it's not true," I begged him. He squeezed his eyes closed and fisted his hands. Oh my God. His throat bobbed as he stared at me,
his eyes beseeching me to understand.
I was going to tell you, but it needed to be done delicately. You literally created another personality to survive, Cora. Just throwing it out there would have caused more damage.
How long? I whispered, fisting my trembling hands at my sides.
About a week after you first turned into her.
That was months ago. But you can hear her thoughts, separate from mine. It didn't make sense. If we were one and the same, he would have been able to hear all of my thoughts.
Hudson's gaze bored into mine. You keep your thoughts protected behind a massive mental wall. But your angel side, Indigo, is outside of those restraints. You don't accept her as part of yourself, and therefore she isn't afforded the same barriers. I can hear her because she is free.
The room spun as I stared at him, my blood turning to ice. I flinched when warm fingers gripped my shoulder and a sharp fingernail dug into the top of my spine.
"Don't touch her!" Hudson roared as I arched against Dawn.
He leaned down to whisper in my ear.
"You are magnificent, Cora. Inside and out. He hid it from you because he can't accept you. You crave death and power."
"But we are mated. The bond." Hudson hung his head. This was not a lie. I felt it inside my chest. Even now, his heart beat against mine. Dawn chuckled.
"Oh, the bond is very real. But his beast won't tolerate a half-mating. So to make that a reality, he had to make deals."
"What kind of deals?" Lucifer tilted his head back, his shoulders dropping.
"Oh, Hudson, what have you done?" "He did what he had to do, to become the male you needed, the male you deserved. But he could never measure up to the storm in your soul. So while they schemed to strengthen him, they also spun a delicate web of control over you to contain your true power. They made you weaker."
I took a step back. That wasn't true. Mates wouldn't do that. It went against the bond.
Hudson roared. "That is twisting the truth."
Twisting, but not lies. My hand hovered over my mouth. "Did you do something to me?" I asked. Lucifer sucked in a breath.
"I did."
Trust the devil and get burned. Why did it hurt so much?
"It was to give you time to accept everything you are. Your mind broke, niece. You don't remember it. Think back to after the Hound tortured you. When they found you, they put your body back together, but your psyche was splintered. When you accepted your other half, you shook the world. You think the remnants are because of your grandmother. Think carefully. Dawn has been here longer than they have. I spun a tale of lies to protect you, and your mate helped me do it."
My hands shook as I reached for those memories. "You put a psychic straitjacket on me? Made me weak and vulnerable?" Hudson pointed at Dawn.
"You have no right. She's mine to protect." "You made decisions about me," I shouted back.
My heart felt like it was breaking. The nail in my back dragged down my spine, splitting my flesh apart.
"Time to shed that description and embrace the storm, Cora."
My wings unfurled and expanded, 3 times as large as before, the tips grazing the ocean.
"I love you," Hudson shouted. "Everything I did, we did, is because we love you." "No. Everything you did was to keep me weaker, to make you feel in control. You made me lesser so the mating bond would snap into place." He roared. The water rippled in warning. The mating bond needed to happen so I could help temper your power. Control, I snarled. Temper makes it sound like you did it for me.
Lucifer sliced his hand through the air.
Enough! This is an argument to be had at home.
I snorted.
Home? Are the rest of them aware of your deception?
Silence. Oh, everyone was aware. The crack in my heart fractured.
We are bonded, Hudson said, gathering his control. Nothing can change that.
Dawn stood at my back, a silent sentinel. No, Hudson was wrong. One thing could change it. Death.